Alright, let's get a little palate cleanser up here, ladies and gentlemen. That's some giggles.
Yo.
Now it's time to drop the
Yo.
hammer. I present to you one of the greatest regulars in the history of...
Yo. Yo. Alright, I think this is working.
Now, Russian, it's not true. It's not true. The first set of witnesses who testified that were also put to death. Why? Geneva assaulted the Mechira. Because what I say, kidnapping is the beginning of Mechira. In other words, how can you divorce the two processes that doesn't...
Of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, here, doing a spot in the middle of a random episode of Kill Tony, I present to you a man who, one day, perhaps, by the grace of God, will be a citizen of the United States of America. For now, he remains the Estonian assassin. It's Ari Matty.
I love thinking always how American movies play in other markets. Like if you're in Japan and you went to see Oppenheimer, no Japanese people in that movie, just a sexy scientist smoking cigarettes. Should I? Just banging chicks at university. Back to banging. Or like if you're in Korea and you went to see Marley and Me. The whole time you watch that movie, you're like, how long is this meal gonna take? Sometimes they rename American movies to fit for the local market. Like Taken with Liam Neeson in Albania. It was called Normal Business Guy. Does honest business until American asshole intervenes. Schindler's List in Germany, it was called Scheiße, so close. But my favorite movies are Denzel Washington movies. He makes killing look so easy. He's just a lazy, fat old guy. You're at home eating chips, you're like, yeah, I got it like that. Every Denzel movie is him at a diner trying to finish a meal. But then a hooker gets in trouble. Every Denzel movie is just him at a diner. Kills 26 people. Takes down a whole syndicate. It's a hot hooker, though. You gotta save a hot hooker. Okay, this is an act out of Denzel Washington trying to finish a meal. But then the hooker who gets in trouble is a fat cow.
It's for the Super Bowl. You don't put out a check. I put out a check. You're hosting the Super Bowl. It's just the two of us. I'm hosting you. Well, unfortunately, we didn't get invited to another party. So that's it.
Ain't nobody saving a fat cow.
Thank you guys so much. Okay, I did mean that. If I wanted to tell you, I would say it. That's the point of the moment. The point of the moment. I don't think
allow
want to know what I mumbled? You want me to
the
tell
ball
you?
and run with it and
I
crush.
got
What
invited
a
to the
presentation. No, we love it.
I didn't have time to cut it.
No, it's great. You're fucking, it's a movie chunk right there, and we love it. Someone's been watching some movies this week.
The Lost Streams don't like you.
You're crushing. Life is good.
I look like a lead singer, it's like, like a vampire
Because at their Super Bowl interviews,
A very
and you hold your chair,
emotional
you
band.
ruin the whole party. It was a football game. It was the Giants. It was a
Are you what even up?
Cheering is one thing. You don't over-cheer. The constant pounding on the coffee
I had my
table.
first Halloween in America, I know, it's a while ago, but
Yes, there was one more
yeah, we don't have Halloween in Estonia, we have Russians.
You availed yourself of the toilet in their master bedroom.
Things are scary enough.
Well, I know why. Everyone
These
knew
local
why.
Estonians and the
But you
Russians,
don't
like, what's
do
the
it.
difference? Explain to these.
One are murder raping empire, and the other are really nice, intelligent, beautiful people.
Wow.
I watched the second half of the Resistance. Seriously?
And you've seen that firsthand. You've seen some Russian
What are you doing here?
Well,
the Resistance
Yeah, when I was like 14,
savory
I
this
remember I
year,
got
so
beat
I
up
had to make
by these two
potato
Russian
soup.
kids. They were also 14, but in Russia, 14.
I better get back.
They got like hair on their knuckles, 2 kids, divorced, 3 jobs, you know. I was like an Estonian 14-year-old, I had a dog. I was doing parkour. No, literally, I was doing parkour, and then they saw me doing parkour. They came up to me, and they said in Russian, you know, Estonia. They get at me. I don't know how they already knew.
and then what? Did you throw the first punch? Or
No, never.
no?
They threw the first punch, and then they claimed it was necessary to do the show.
I love it. You seem well rested. What have you been up to?
Yeah, I went to Mexico for a week.
Yeah. Got a lot of fans of Mexico here. I wonder why. A large Latino fan base here tonight.
So a lot of Mexicans wish to come here.
A short time from now, we are going
Are
to
you
be
in love with the
changing
Mexican
the
girl?
name of
They're
the
actually in love
Gulf
every
of
day, every
Mexico
single
to
day.
the Gulf of America.
Yeah,
We
when you
will
look at
restore
you
the
too,
name
it's crazy, you know.
of a great president.
Like, oh, fuck you.
Yeah, they will.
I walked around with a Kill Tony hoodie, and so many Mexicans would look at my hoodie and look at me and they would go, hey, what's Tony doing? It was like the main joke. It was so funny. I saw that. Every time I saw that, I look at the hoodie, I'm like, there he comes. What did Tony do? I don't know. That sounded Italian.
How's it feel to come over to the You read some cartoons about it?
Yeah, I went to Cozumel, a beautiful island,
Get away
and
with what you did. Your body was
when I was there for the first night, that's such a funny incident where, okay, I Google restaurant, Google Map restaurants, and a lot of kosher. You know?
Yes.
$40,000.
Yeah.
A lot of kosher, and I'm like, what the fuck is this
You
Mexican?
would need to pay another $3,000.
And then I go outside of my hotel. First thing I see goes around, 2 Jewish guys, full Jew, not like
Which means the total
but
you
like,
would have to
not
pay.
hiding at all, just full with the things, you know.
You would have to pay an extra $1,000 in fees.
Full.
It's because the salesperson had to create something that would make a phone call. That's why. Which means the total amount you would pay for the car would be.
And they were arguing, 2 Jewish guys arguing with a Mexican guy who, he's the guy who rents out scooters and like motorbikes. And the Mexican, just when I walked by them, the Mexican was saying, I keep the photos. No scratches, I have evidence. No scratch here before, I have picture. Look, there is scratch. And the Jewish guy goes, no, I keep the photos. I also have picture. And then they show the picture. And then,
Because I hate the motherfucker.
about 10 minutes later, I see the Jewish guy walking away from there with like a wad of money in their hand. And then the other one looks at the guy, he goes, Photoshop is free and so are we. Just,
Wow. So they're like that in Mexico too.
yeah.
Wow.
Punta Judea.
That is incredible. Wow. Amazing.
Racist, huh, Harlan?
Well, only if you're Jewish or Mexican.
Yeah, I had fun, yeah. Halloween party. Did you go to a Halloween party?
No. You gotta be careful with Halloween, my guy. Well, how long you been in America, my guy?
Like 1 year and a half.
1 year and a half. Then Tony will back me up on his red band. The key is to be careful with the costume, okay? I blew it last year. I went out dressed as a pinata. Went trick-or-treating down in the Latino community. And they beat the Three Musketeers out of me. If I could get some kind of noise to pick me up.
Funnier. I did go to a Halloween party where I noticed that every chick is like a sexy, slutty cat. That's like the only old fashioned one that they think of. Yeah, there are a lot of chicks that should have been a sexy elephant.
You should have gone to Jeffrey Dahmer's house. He had a bearskin rug.
Almost 80 years, been through just about everything. Wisconsin, 76 to be exact.
But there were like so many chicks dressed as a sexy cat at this party when I was at.
She said she's
When I was at this party and I saw all
80
these
years,
chicks
been
and
through just about
down.
everything.
I kind of understood this love.
76 to be exact. 75.
Because there would be like all the chicks with the sexy pussy cat out. And then there would be that one chick, dressed like as a banana.
Love it.
Just the face is out. And I would look at her like, what?
December 20th,
What's on
routine
the
game
banana?
versus grass. There's very clear evidence of this game.
Freak a little mystery.
Just like the burger.
This night,
Mystery is just as hot as sluttiness.
I couldn't agree more. The banana wings.
cleverly disguised.
Ari, you are unbelievable. What a fucking set. Triple the work that you had to do. Creating stars. On SNL, I can't imagine what Ari Maddie's going to be doing in the very near future. One more time for Ari Maddie, ladies and gentlemen. Onward we go. Back to the bucket, ladies and gentlemen. And your next comedian goes by the name of Jack Hemphill. Here we go. The opportunity of a lifetime.
Yo, I don't know if you can tell by looking at me, but I got my haircut at the lesbian barbershop. They kind of fucked me up though. It's my fault. They asked me what I wanted. I said, I don't know, just scissor me. I keep seeing ads for male enhancement pills. They're supposed to make your dick bigger, longer, stronger. I don't know about that. I wish they'd come out with something for female enhancement. Yeah, how about a pill that makes you shut the fuck up? Growing up was weird. my dad, he was always on this seafood diet where if he got home and he didn't seafood on the table, he'd hit my mom. Shit, man. Life's hard these days. Like, if a white dude wants to be black, they call him a wigger, right? I'm a white dude, and I really want to be Mexican.
She's laughing
What does that make me, a wiener?
Shit. That would make you a white bat. Just to let you know what the funnier punchline is there, Jack Hemphill. Welcome, Jack. This is your first time on the show?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been on stand-up?
Like 2.5 years.
Where at?
Fucking Hidden Creek open mics, Green Room.
So here in Austin,
Yeah,
Texas.
here in Austin.
Nice. What do you do for work?
I'm unemployed right now.
Uh-oh. How much money do you have saved?
Like 15, 20. Yeah. Just fucking living, bumming for the rest of the year.
15, 20,000?
Yeah,
Total.
yeah.
So what's your rent?
1150.
1150. So you have about a year. That's about half as much as a Fender has. So you're quite smart. Okay, so what's your plan? How are you going to make money, Jack?
Shit, I'm gonna fucking go to Mexico for the month of December. Fucking learn Spanish, come back, and get a sales job or something. I don't know.
Okay. What's your plan? How did Mexico enter the chat exactly?
Well, I kind of want to be Mexican, you know. I want to go there, take classes to learn Spanish, take some cooking classes. Yeah, I think I can pull it off.
You don't know Spanish at all?
I know a little bit. I grew up in Texas, so I took it in elementary school, middle school, high school.
Okay. How old are you?
24.
24 years old. You're unemployed right now, but what was the last job that you had?
I was fucking, it was a sales job. Just fucking cold calling, bullshitting, you know, construction.
How long did you have that job for?
Like 6 months.
Okay. They fired you?
Yeah.
Why?
I deserved it.
Why?
Because I kept staying up all night on my phone and then showing up late for work the next day.
Yeah. What would you be doing on your phone in the middle of the night?
Dude, fucking scrolling Instagram reels.
What is your algorithm like? If we looked at your...
Really racist.
Really?
Yeah.
Anything else? Just racism?
Racism, fucking jokes, random bullshit. I don't know, like stuff that is unfulfilling. Just fulfilling enough for me to try and see if there's something better on the next scroll, but nothing more than that.
Midgets with giant tits have entered my algorithm. I clicked on it one time, and now it's my entire recommended page. And I don't know exactly how or why, but I do keep clicking on it and staring at them.
So wait, you're out of work right now?
Yeah.
Dude, it breaks my heart, and I'm gonna be emotional here. And I think you people, it breaks my heart to see Natalie Portman out of work.
Yeah, you look like the meanest lesbian at a lesbian bar, man. You're awesome.
Thank you, really.
You would probably get a job at like Medieval Times or something like that. Like,
Probably. I know I can't juggle, but I'll learn if they pay enough.
you ever put your lips on the front of a Tesla and just sucked?
What part exactly would he suck on?
The hood.
The what?
The hood.
Oh, the hood.
Because that's the biggest area for his giant Natalie Portman suck mouth.
Okay. What is your love life like? What are you into?
I mean, honestly, I catch a lot of lesbians. You know,
But
not
seriously,
recently. My only options are like dating apps, and I feel like the fucking app runners are like digital e-pimps, you know, selling twat. And I don't want to be a digital like simp.
what's the last date you went on? The last hookup you had, perhaps?
I fucking 37-year-old lady at like South by Southwest.
At South by Southwest?
Yeah, just
like there on location? Or you met her there?
There's like a bar show. Yeah, I just met her there.
What'd she look like?
Dude, she fucking.
When it starts with dude, you know it's gonna be good.
Dude, she was wide, right, and looked fat under her clothes, but she had a flat stomach. It was weird. It was a weird body type, big old titties. She smelled like corn tortillas and pozole. It was pretty nice.
And it
Torta.
Yeah, I can say that. Yeah,
was a Latina?
yeah, for sure.
Okay.
How do you think she felt looking up and seeing she's fucking Natalie Portman with an altar boy's mustache?
So where exactly did that sexual hookup take place?
At her place?
At her place.
Yeah.
Herpes?
At her place.
I'm sorry. I heard herpes.
You did hear herpes. At her place. So how did that end? Did you last long?
Stop talking to her.
Oh, okay, perfect. Well, that's not exactly the. All right, Jack. Well, congratulations. Here's a medium-sized gentleman for you, Jack Hemphill, everybody. All right, keeping it moving along. Make some noise for your neck. Oh my goodness, there's the lovely Heidi. Check out our podcast, Love on the Line, at HeidiRegina.com. Let's make some noise for your next bucket bowl. It's Doc Ferry, everybody. Anything can happen. Doc Ferry.
I'm a pussy. I just can't stand you fucking bitches. Let me explain. I'm surrounded by females. I got 9 aunts, only 2 uncles. I got 3 ex-wives. I got 4 daughters, no sons. And I got 7 grandkids, 6, which are girls. So what I'm trying to tell you, ladies, is I'm onto your fucking bullshit. And y'all are fucking crazy. Let me give you an example. My dad caught me smoking a cigarette when I was younger. He made me smoke the whole pack in front of him. I get it. No punishment fits the crime. Now my mother, she caught me jerking off in the bathroom. She made me... I can't look my uncle in the eyes to this day. That's horrible. My dumbass wife asked me a dumbass question. She said, do you have a favorite song? I said, yeah. You want to hear it? She said, yeah. I said, all right, here it goes. Second verse, same as the first. She said, that's not a song. I said, it's music to my ears, bitch. Now suck my cock. Thank you very much. My name's Devin.
Oh my God, Nick.
You just turned every pussy in this place to sand. Good job.
Frightening.
Harlow says ISIS doesn't have a sense of humor. Sir, you're still crouching and I can see you.
There you go.
Doc, welcome. You've been on this show before, right?
About 2 months ago.
Okay, well, welcome back. Remind us, how long you been doing stand-up?
About 2 years now.
2 years. And what do you do for work?
I am going to school currently for HVAC.
HVAC. You're going to learn HVAC. Well, that sucked. See what I did there?
I was going to say the exact same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
My brother.
There we are.
Thanks for standing erect.
There she is. Look at that. Someone that dresses like a banana for Halloween. Anyway. So, Doc, is that true what you said? You have 3 ex-wives and 4 daughters?
3 ex-wives, 4 daughters.
How do these marriages all end?
Horribly.
Yeah, give us a little breakdown.
My first wife was my high school sweetheart. I actually lost my virginity to her, which was ironic because 10 years later I lost my car, my kids, half my money for 16 years.
Yeah.
My second wife was the meanest woman walking the face of the earth, still is. She's in Germany. She's German, true German. I don't need to say any more about that. That was rough.
She was the worst. She was the meanest.
She was the meanest. I actually, we talked about this before, but I got PTSD after going to war 3 times with the military from the ex-wives.
Wow.
So I went to therapy and everything.
Can you give us an example of one type of... I believe she was on this show earlier, by the way, now that I think about it. Is her name Ashley Ann by any chance?
I can tell you this. I can tell you horrible things because it's not just the ex-wives. I don't date anymore. I'm done with women. They're fucking just obnoxious. I can't fucking think. Sorry, ladies. Get your sisters together, okay? Because they're fucking up. So here's some shit.
Sorry, ladies. Not a chance. Sorry, girls. You're not getting a shot at it.
I'll be outside after. I'm available. I'm single.
And your hands get bigger every time you beat the shit out of one of your wives. You got mitts on you, dude.
Just gets flatter right here.
You ever lay in bed at night, rub your beard, and pretend you're fingering a girl from the 70s?
That's a good question.
You're on to me. Does it show?
Yeah.
Exactly, I do that.
To keep telling us about the most traumatic wife you know.
Well, the most traumatic things that she did. The last 2 years of our marriage, I was locked in the basement, scared to death of her. She would come to work and she would show her ass. I mean, bad. She didn't care who was there. She just acted a fool up and down.
What does that mean exactly? What does that mean to you? What exactly would she do?
Here's a good example.
You guys worked together at the time?
No.
She would go to her work.
She came to my work.
Right. Which at the time was what?
In the military.
Oh, she would show up to a military base?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And she would act crazy. But one of the things that happened while I was in the military and married to her was I was in the bathroom taking a shower, and she literally kicks in the door, right? And then I look like this, and she goes, "I want you to take the shower on your knees." And I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" She said, the sound of the water is gonna wake the baby." I said, "Get the fuck out of the bathroom." She was serious. Who are you married to, fat bastard? What the fuck are you talking about? It's Fiona who talked about. When she got mad, that's what she sounded like. It was horrible, and she was mad all the time.
Wow. What ethnicity are you exactly?
I am half white and half Mexican.
Half white, half Mexican. Okay, tell us about the third wife.
Third wife was the whore. We went in depth with this one.
Oh.
Yeah, this one was, I'll just give it quick.
Yeah.
She put her, while I was contracting overseas, she was back here putting herself on Craigslist personals, and she was dating a lot of people, usually 5 to 7 guys at a time. And so when I came back, I said, why did you do it? And she was like, well, the relationship had just lost its romance. I was like, good luck finding a romantic gangbang, bitch. And then I thought, oh, holy shit, I gave her permission. I didn't know if a romantic gangbang was a real thing. So I had to go to a Pornhub. I went to Pornhub and put romantic gangbang in the search bar. And I tell you what, it took me 15 hours, a half bottle of Jergens, and a trip to the emergency room. And by God, I was right. She's a nasty bitch.
Wait, you ended up in the emergency room? Are you making a joke?
I'm making it.
Okay, I can.
But she's a bitch. In the end.
Okay, Doc. Let me ask you this, because you seem to really hate women at this point.
I am not fond of them.
Right. What's the last date you went on? Have you ever had a positive interaction as of late with a woman at all? You kind of go into it thinking this isn't going to work?
No, I go in there with a very positive attitude.
Okay, so what's that like? Can you give us an example of a recent date that you went on where...
I haven't dated in 2 years.
You haven't been on a date in 2
No.
years? Have you hooked up with anybody in the last 2 years? Not at all. Not at South by Southwest?
December 22?
What happened in December of 22?
That was the last time I got laid. That's the last date I had.
How did that happen? What went down there?
No, she was a girlfriend, and she just got jealous because I had, I live in Bernie, so there's a lot of money over there. So the main house has 7 bedrooms. And so I, pick up some people sometimes, and they live there. So I had a friend who was a female who lived there.
Hold on. Time out. You said the main house has 7 bedrooms.
Right.
That's your house?
Yeah.
You live there?
Yeah.
By yourself?
Well, my brother lives there. I got my daughter now with 4 of my grandkids and her husband.
But it's your house.
It's my house.
Right. How were you able to afford a 7-bedroom house in Bernie?
I was working overseas. I was contracted. I was making $250,000 a year for like 8 years.
Okay. Fuck yeah. Look at you.
Well, I was a protection service for the ambassador.
The ambassador of what?
Of Afghanistan. U.S. ambassador.
You protected the ambassador of Afghanistan?
You got this weird looking guy off to the side there. I'm like him, only like way better.
I'm pretty sure that guy would rip your fucking arms out of your sockets. Doc. I'm pretty sure he would just absolutely do whatever he wanted to you.
Yeah, I'm getting older now. I used to be a little bit more in shape and stuff, but not anymore. To the younger one.
How old are you, Doc?
56.
56. Tell us tell us how age is affecting you as a player. What's the most recent?
Yeah, okay. I piss funny now.
When you say you piss funny, what exactly do you mean?
That means I gotta piss really bad, but I just pissed 2 minutes ago. So I go to the bathroom again, in a dribble a little bit, and then, come on, nothing comes out. And then I go back again, then I don't pee for an hour, and then it's just kind of up and down. So I thought I might have a prostate problem. I didn't even think about this story. I got DP'd at the urologist.
Tell us about that.
All right. So I go in and I have this pee problem. I don't know what's going on. So I'm like, man, they're gonna try and I don't know what's gonna happen.
Super Bowl
I think they're gonna try and go on my dick, and I don't want that to happen. So I kind of stayed away from things like that. So I go in and they're going to a room, mood lights and everything. I'm not comfortable. They put me on my side, and then they take this wand with like a baseball type thing on there, and they shove it in my ass.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I hate to tell you this, buddy. You were at Ruth Chris Steakhouse.
I knew there was something wrong with 6 o'clock.
Hell yeah. All right, so dog.
So this guy puts this thing in my ass, and then not only that, but now he's, moving it around and doing it. I'm just like, holding on. I'm just holding on. Okay. So then at the end, holding out, that hurt. And I was like, oh, thank goodness. I said, and then I kind of joked the guy. I thought I was going to get something in my heel. He said, that's the next room. And I said, fuck me. So I go into the next room, and swear to God, they have the tray. There's like a mound of the goo. Gel. And the thing that's going to go in my pee hole looks like the wand at a car wash. It's that.
You said the word of the day, car wash. It's the word of the day.
Dried up all the pussies and kill them all cocks, my friend.
That is true.
We have a calmer world after this, most unfuckable man on the planet right now.
No wonder these women hate you. I'm gonna make you shower on your fucking knees tonight, dog. You're going to wake the baby. All right, Doc, we gotta keep it moving. Here's a little joke book. Thank you. There goes Doc, everybody. It's a lot of, you might think that this episode is like a psychiatry office or something tonight, and it kind of is. There's a lot of, a lot of wild people getting this stand-up. It's a crazy thing. Anything can happen. Thanks so much for your next fucking bullets, Jack McWilliams, everyone. Jack.
I hooked up with a girl, put on music to set the mood. I was about to go down on her when the song Cola by Lana Del Rey came on. For those that don't know, the first line of that sexy song is, my pussy tastes like Pepsi Cola. That threw me off, I'll be honest. I was not expecting her to taste like the choice of a new generation. It seemed sexy to me, but I didn't want to ruin the moment, so I just asked her, can I go down on you? She said, is Pepsi okay? Not my first choice. I ordered a nice cold cock, let me hear you, fellas. Homophobic crowd. Seriously, there's no way that Lana Del Rey thinks it's sexy to taste like nobody's favorite beverage, right? That's got to be an advertisement for Pepsi. That product placement sticks out more than a shockingly clean car on The Walking Dead. I'm watching that show like, how did they get a brand new Chevy Silverado in the 5th year of a zombie apocalypse? All right, I'm Jack McWilliams. Thanks so much.
Jack McWilliams. This guy seems stable. He looks like a comedian. He acts like a comedian. He moves like a comedian. Doing jokes.
Yeah.
This is a relief out of this bucket tonight, Jack. How long you been doing stand-up?
Yeah. 10 years this Valentine's Day.
10 years since Valentine's Day. What made you start on Valentine's Day 10 years ago?
That was the day when there was an open mic and I clearly was single.
Yeah. I love it. So 10 years, where'd you start at?
I was in Bloomington, Indiana when I was in college, but I was in Chicago for 8 years.
Okay. You live here now?
So I'm in a long-distance relationship with a girl who lives in Austin. I'm a golf caddy, so I go like 6 months at a time.
Nice.
I was just passed on another callback door guy tonight. So
Oh, wow.
hopefully I get that.
Oh, that's amazing.
YouTube TV is
Yeah, that's
amazing.
great. What an amazing thing happening.
Hire I charge this guy.
I love it.
Adam Egan.
Yes. So you met Adam tonight.
I met him last Monday.
And he told you to come back for another one tonight, and you did good tonight. And he said you have a chance of being a door guy. He said he has to check his thing. They have to do a little FBI, little research.
Right. Because I just said you look stable, but let's really find it out.
Yeah, they go through a high-level research thing.
Right. I've got a battle with 8 different jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, exactly. Rogan's Club, a video game.
I got a month to get it all down, so I think I'm a shoe.
What do you mean you got a month to learn all this? Oh, exactly. No, totally. I love it, Jack. So you're a professional golf caddy, and how long have you been in a relationship with a girl from Austin?
2 years next month.
Nice. What does she do?
She works at HEB. She's a manager.
She's an American hero, is what she is. That's right.
Wait, what's HEB?
You don't know about HEB, Harlan?
We're Canadian. We don't know what that is.
You're Canadian too?
I'm just a piece of shit French Canadian. I'm
Wow.
I'm French Canadian too.
Oh my God, I
Oh, yeah. What's an HEB?
No, HEB. HEB is the world's greatest grocery store, ladies and gentlemen. Now, it sounds like, hey, what do you mean world's greatest grocery store? Like, what does that even all grocery stores are created equal? Well, my friend, every single thing at an HEB is better than every single thing anywhere else. Literally, in every single way. If anything has the HEB logo on it, even if it looks like it's generic, it's better than the actual product that it's
What a
competing
terrible promotion.
You can ask any question you'd like. I would love to answer. We love HEB. That is not even a paid sponsorship, by the way. That is just our hearts. Fucking unbelievable. Can I tell you something? 22 layers. You fucking lucky. I put one in the oven. I'm like, okay, hell yeah. I slow cook it. I put it on before the show. I come to sound check. Yeah, good fucking lucky, French Canadian. You'll never fit up to 22 layers. You would need a goddamn crane to pull off such a feat. The lasagna layer, I barely know it. Did your girl ever bring home any special treats from HEB? Some exclusive treats, perhaps their unbelievable jalapeno stuffed peppers. Some jalapeno poppers.
Actually, my pet nickname for my girlfriend.
Indeed.
Yeah, we always shop at HEB.
What are some of your favorite things from HEB? Tell these Canadians what the fuck is going on here.
Let's see.
We'll be here in 5.
I haven't judged it. I'm having trouble thinking of a specific thing, but she just went through management training, and I know that they like spend years with like a group of scientists developing their product. As good, if not better, than like normal products like Doritos. They only hold Doritos because then everybody needs to still shop at HEB because they want to
Give it program, man.
So it's like science food?
That's the perfect way to describe it. But like they'll develop a product for years before they release it, making sure that it's superior to whatever they're trying to replicate. So like,
Look, it's real.
so
What you have to understand is that it's real, and it's a fucking anomaly. You kind of hear about it when you first get here, you know? Right there, and I've been here 5 fucking years now. You learn a lot at HEB, and for 5 years, and different HEBs actually have different specialists and chefs and cooks and stuff that specialize in different things. For example, speaking of Bernie, I was at my buddy's ranch in Bernie a couple weeks ago, and it turns out their bakery is literally out of fucking control. To where the guy, my buddy Nick's dad, is like, hey, you gonna try these motherfucking snickerdoodles? And I'm like, well, I'm not a big cookie guy. I'm not into sweets. He's like, no, you gotta try the fucking snickerdoodles from the HEB. The bakery at this HEB here in Bernie out of fucking control. And I swear I ate like 72 fucking snickerdoodle cookies. I was wasted on snickerdoodles.
What does HEB stand for?
HPV is what it is.
Don't you guys dare fucking take this grocery store name and
What does it mean?
You're everything's better, but I believe it's just after somebody.
is, and you're not going to believe
Investigators involved in the states decided to work with Rabbi and try to relatively confident DNA analysis. Rabbi would take the crime scene DNA and store it in genetic information.
GCX, motherfuckers.
Yeah, that's where I want to shop at.
There's Red Band's one fart noise.
Thank you. No,
The buttered tortillas my girlfriend makes.
Yeah. The place goes wild. And you make them fresh. Oh, I know. And again, I imagine that the people listening around the world right now are going, shut the fuck up. There's no way you guys have a superior grocery store. Fuck you. You do. It's an anomaly. It's just one of the things. We also have, as you may know, a superior gas station. Our grocery stores, our gas stations, our tax breaks, our real estate, our booming economy. So many things are better here in
Herbert, I shop down the street at Wally Eats Ass. How about that?
Oh, it's Howard. I thought it was Herbert because that sounds cooler than Howard, but it's Howard D. Butts.
Yeah, Howard. So we were gonna. My girlfriend and I were gonna have her move up to Chicago in June if something didn't take off comedy-wise for me, and she was like, I don't know where I'm gonna work, where I'm gonna shop, and I was just like, yeah, we got Jewel Osco, but that sucks compared to HEB.
Yeah, there's no comparison.
She's just not a ballet in Key Largo.
You do have that vibe.
Somehow you look like you might be, guy.
Yeah. It's a golf caddy. Are there any promising golf caddy positions here?
We're in Spanish Oaks.
Oh, nice. So you already work your fucking
So
perfect
I go 6 months at a time.
You're community.
Oh, I played the least amount of golf I ever had. I was like a caddy, so I played bogey golf when I was like a 10 in college. So good enough to keep up.
Perfect Spanish. Yeah, you do, Jack. Congratulations, Jack. Fantastic performance.
Jack, are you around Wednesday for a secret show?
You're doing the secret show. On a real game. Awesome. You and your guy here in the mothership. Here's the big joke, my friends. Jack McWilliams getting real gigs. That's how impossible things are. With just a little bit of jokes and mental stability, you can actually have good things happen to you on this show. This fucking bull is representing the inside, but I believe they've already wrangled her. Ladies and gentlemen, representing the audience. Make some noise for Paula, everybody. Here we go.
And now, a word from our sponsor. What's the matter?
Hi, I'm going to do something a little different here. I'm not going to talk about the number one topic usually on this show, which is this. I'm going to talk about a former Olympic sport. You might not know this, but I was a competitive athlete at one point. I'm kind of surprised too. Anybody want to guess what sport that might have been? Synchronized swimming. That's what made me question the Olympics. If I could do it, I'm not convinced. So what made me realize that I couldn't take my gift to the next step was because I hated getting my hair wet. One more.
Alright, I'm gonna save you here, Paula. Go ahead, and now, even though the Bears played, go ahead, do the one more. How long do you think the one more is?
Just 20 seconds.
Okay, here we go, 20 seconds.
Have you noticed that nothing lasts anymore? Your car, 5 to 7 years. Your phone, 2 to 3 years. Your washing machine, 5 years. It's a revolving door for constant revenue. I think it all started with tidy whities. They were white. And there's one more part to that. Anyway, it was impossible to hide your biohazards.
Alright, Paula. Jiminy Crickets. Good Lord Almighty, Paula, I gotta tell you, you are the opposite of an HEB. Paula, grab that microphone. You're in the interview part now. Have you ever done stand-up before?
Never.
What made you want to sign up for this here tonight? What in the world would make you want to sign up for this?
I watched the show for at least 5 years, and I thought
Bud
it
Light
would
Super
be
Bowl
fun.
LX commercial
How
keg
did it
brings
feel? How
back
does it
Post
feel? You're
Malone,
in it
Peyton
right now.
Manning, and Shane Gillis.
I was a little nervous back there,
Extremely
but it's okay.
Okay,
Super
Paula,
Bowl.
let's talk about your life. You've seen the
Anything
show.
good about it?
Obviously, the set didn't go that good, but
What was
you
the best thing
can
about it?
save it with an
I
amazing
don't know, it
interview.
was right on the winner.
Okay, tell us about your life, Paula.
All right.
Yo, what the fuck, dog? Dog, Semrush. Everybody cut their shit, especially English. Nobody knew how to pronounce it, though. Really? Oh, it's the worst.
See the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang making a comeback.
What is Chitty Chitty?
What do you want even old lollipops, ice cream, all free today.
What are these references?
Lollipops, ice cream, come on children, all free today.
We're gonna have to overlay on the YouTube show. We're gonna
One
have
of the worst villains of all time, the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
I don't know anything
Put a
about it.
top hat on that, that's it.
Oh my God, I do see it. The redhead was pulled it up and indeed he looked like the lollipop. Absolutely amazing. Children, how about children? Okay, all right.
Dude, where can you fucking watch the Olympics?
Better than her ass. And by the way, can you do one more when you haven't done the first one yet? Lollipop, children.
It's incredible. Harlan is so funny that he's able to kill with an impression that nobody's ever even seen before. This is amazing. So, Paula, tell us about your life. What's a fun fact about your life?
My dad's brother was killed by the mob.
Oh my God! Wow.
Oh, I fucked up.
Yeah. Lollipops.
Graveyard, shallow graves, all free today.
Okay, but what about you, Paula? Let's talk about you. You look like you've been through about 9 or 10 divorces or something like that. No, I'm kidding. All right, let's hear it, Paula. What you been doing with your life?
I've been on Steve Harvey before.
What were you doing on Steve Harvey's show?
Divorcing Pee Wee Herman. She said she was on Steve Harvey. Put it together.
I submitted an Ask Steve.
Okay.
And then they called me and they interviewed me, and then we did that on the show.
Okay. All right. What did you want to ask Steve?
It was probably back in like 2015 or 16, but it was something about, it was when one of our kids was in college, and he lived in Walkup, and we had never been in the place, but we were paying the rent, and he wouldn't let us in. We had to sit on the stoop. And so that's what the question was regarding, and then Steve Harvey went up.
All right, Paula. That's amazing, Paula.
Sorry.
You sure you've seen this show, Paula?
Yes.
Okay. All right. How many kids do you have?
2.
What did you do for work your entire life?
For a while I was in
She's the child catcher.
Oh, okay, all right. Enough of the.
I'll do it again. Watch it.
Okay, we got it.
Lollipop,
All right.
all free
Very good.
today.
All right.
Answer the fucking question, Paula.
I did. I tried. I was a fitness trainer for a while.
Okay, fitness trainer. And then what? You got married, stopped working, had kids?
No, it was when my kids were older.
Okay. How old are your kids now?
One is almost 40 and one is in his 30s.
Okay, cool. And you have a boyfriend now?
I'm married.
You're married. How do you keep things fresh in the bedroom?
I don't have.
Okay, Jesus fucking Christ. Paulie, here's a little joke. No, get out of here. Get off of me. Here's a little joke. Can you catch? Here we go. Oh! Great catch. She really is an athlete. Jesus fucking Christ. Some wild bucket pulls tonight, folks. This is what the show is. Sometimes it's home run derby and sometimes it's strikeout city. You never know what's going to happen here. All right. It appears to be your final bucket pull of the night. Your third female comedian of the night goes by the name of Jenny Ann, everybody. Here we go.
Hi, everybody. Hello. So I've been thinking about my celebrity doppelganger, and I finally found it. It's the nerd emoji. Yeah, I've been a nerd for a really long time. Back when the internet asked women one question, you probably know, was it hot? Were you hot or were you not? Yeah, I was on a scale of 1 to 10, and I was a 9. Yeah, don't laugh. I was 9 years old. Okay, Epstein. Now, I'm an adult, and the internet asks me more questions like, what's your name? What's your social security number? Are you a girl boss or are you a trad wife? And I'm like, I'm single and tired. I'm so exhausted I'm outsourcing all my decisions to AI. I'm scared I'm actually turning into a robot. Eventually I think the question might be not, are you hot or not, but are you a bot or not?
Fucking strange sound. Just slit my fucking throat.
I think I might be able to save this one. Can I see your picture here?
You do the fucking thing. I'm gonna blow my brains out. Oh my god, you're gonna
I saved it. Fuck off. I saved it.
That is amazing. Jenny Ann, you've been on this show before, correct?
Yeah, I sold a 69 Mustang on your show.
Oh, that's right. You pitched a 69 Mustang and then you ended up selling it.
Yeah, to a dad and his son, so they're gonna fix it up.
Nice. Very good. How exciting. What else is going on in your life, Jenny? Have you had enough time to maybe think about what else you could have talked about in the interview portion of the show since the last time you were on? Any fun facts about your life or anything interesting about you?
I don't know where to begin.
Any one of the things would be where to begin. Any one of the things.
I used to run a lot, and I ran in college, and then after college, I was briefly a shoe model for Hoka shoes.
Oh, wow. How much did that pay? How much does a shoe model pay? Is your face in the things, or is it like...
No, you know. We were chased by a giant marshmallow to explain how soft Hoka shoes was.
Wow, well, I have good news. That giant marshmallow sits right next to me.
Damn you, Ghostbusters! Isn't it like a shoe model? Like mannequin can do that, right? Like, you know,
Yeah, I mean, it was
just the shoe.
It was just us. We like ran around on a track and like a giant marshmallow.
How about anything else interesting about you, Jenny? Anything else? What's your dating life like? You seem like the third craziest woman that's been on the show tonight.
Thank you. My dating life is. I'm starting to date more, so that's good.
What are you doing to do that? Are you on the apps or something?
Yeah, I am on the app.
Okay. Is your avatar the agenda? What does your bio say on these apps?
Basically, looking for someone who likes to do things, go on long walks and get coffee.
Wow.
No, so boring.
this is one foxy dork right here, Tony. Jesus Christ.
It is.
We hitting it off? Yeah, like, keep looking at me. I'm married, I can't, but goddamn.
I still think she's like a dominatrix or something.
Yeah, there's something here. There's something.
I think she's got a Gilligan's Island fetish.
Another super topical harlot reference. We've eked our way to the early 70s, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm this close to pulling out the line.
Oh my God. All right. So Jenny, give us an example. Like the last date that you went on, what was that? You matched with somebody and then you met them for coffee or something?
Yeah, we went for a walk around Lady Bird Lake.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'm not the Lady Bird Lake killer.
All right. Keep going, Jenny. That's not funny. Just keep going. It's just crazy. It's crazy what's going on here tonight. It's the least funniest people. Like, I want to sign up for Kill Tony.
I've never had narcolepsy, but I think I'm about to get it real quick.
Oh, let's see. That's what?
Okay. Let him sleep before he does the lollipop thing. Alright, okay. So Jenny, you went for a walk around Lady Bird Lake and then the date. What happened?
I told him about what I did last week.
What did you do the week before?
I went to Las Vegas to help sell AI guns.
Okay. All right. Okay. So then what happened on the fucking date, Jenny? Jesus God. Pretty well cloaked.
Somehow I made him laugh.
That's progressive.
All right.
Tony, she's boring.
Yeah, it is incredible. Jenny, last question I could possibly ask you.
It's just giving poor people's bodies.
The new Wait a Year program. Before I put you on a year of no sign-up allowance, give us something fucking interesting about your entire life. Anything could work right now. Anything. It was the car, wasn't it? You sold a Mustang and that was it. That was your entire personality last time you were on. And now you're back.
I'm back? What? I get.
You've seen the show before.
I watch it every Monday.
And you see, like, I'll ask somebody a question and then they'll answer honestly and I'll say something. Okay, most interesting thing about your fucking life.
200 body count.
Again, we keep answering for you here, Jenny, and you're not saying anything while claiming that you're answering honestly. It's normally not this hard. You can say anything. Any fucking thing. Any fucking thing about your entire fucking life.
I think it's interesting that I sold AI guns.
Okay, there she goes. Jenny, a year. You'll have to wait a year to see her big return. Holy shit. There she goes. Golly gee. What the fuck? You know, if I was a fan of the show, I'd be thinking maybe it's burnt out. You know what I mean? Maybe, just maybe. Maybe they ran their course. In the end, it was just a bunch of crazy people signing up for the chance to do a minute. But let me remind you, we find stars almost every other week or so. There's another fucking absolute monster comedian that we find. Dietrich Flynn has the week off. He's in Atlanta with his family. For those of you that are fans of the show, may I say, we have a book to recommend. The great Louis C.K. wrote a book. It's called Ingram, everybody. I read it. It's amazing. You should read it. Why not read a book while listening to your favorite podcast, Kill Tony? How about a hand for Louis C.K., ladies and gentlemen? It's an amazing book. You're going to love it. Harlan, what were you going to say there?
No, I didn't say that moment's best. I just say this was more like entertaining.
Yeah, it literally was the highlight of her set.
It was the most interesting thing she did, really.
Yeah. Anyway, we can always count on our regulars. The great R.A. Maddie performed earlier, and the only way to end the show like this is with the Hall of Famer with the record for the most appearances on this show, the most interviews during the show, in the show's history. And he is here again, ladies and gentlemen, closing us out. It's the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla, the Great Machine. This is William Montgomery, everybody. Did y'all know that a woman discovered Kevlar and then she said, I'll just turn this into a little vest? I recently asked ChatGPT if AI would one day replace Redman's job as podcast producer, and it responded, you mean Redman hasn't been replaced yet? I watched Donnie Darko dubbed in French the other day, and I definitely didn't know what the fuck was going on. My girl don't need a sport.
Maybe that is right. Let's see if the second pump comes up, maybe my PF might just start smiling. But for now, it is what it is, my boy. It is what it is. So just enjoy like that. So King, my bro, I see you. Okay, I love you before I say any other thing. You have the mic, bro.
And ultimately, again, a son should be in
everybody. Back to doing everything at the same time. So the thing is, there is something about adapting to the current meta or whatever is printing. And there's also
someone who are not
it's also good. You also have a special skill. If you are talking about trying new things, it should not be on the skill level. It should be on, okay, his airdrop is the new method. You know, there are people with this skill and they still use it in a way to farm airdrop. There are too many people that did title with their particular niche that they are. They talk about the project with the relationship to what they are doing. So if you are telling people they should be jumping for one thing, it should be clear that if you are jumping, it should be on, it should be based on this is the new meta, so you're trying to adapt to the new meta. Not, okay, today you say you are a programmer, tomorrow you say you're a content writer, next tomorrow you are a DJ. Like, it should not be on a skill level of jumping, but if you're on, okay, the meta, because time to time, the 3 meta always changes, so there's no how you say, because this does not fit your niche, you're not going to do it. What you should do is find a way to blend the meta into like your particular skill. You can have like 2 to 3 skills that you are focused on, like you are good at. Just find a way to blend that meta into it. So the thing of jumping from one place to another is not really what you should see. It should be defined as, okay, on a skill level, have a particular skill you are good at. Because the thing of jumping, there is no way, if you are given a job now, based on you jumping from one place to another, you did not perform well on that job. How do you expect somebody to refer you to someone else on that job? So the thing is, if it's on a skill level, make sure you have at least maybe 2, 3, maximum 3 that you are very good to the core, like to the core, so that the day the opportunity meets you, it should not be because of lack of experience or lack of or because of you are jumping from one skill to another. You now mess up the job, and from there, okay, you now start hearing this was the job, so person did the job, and it was not pretty. But if you are good to the core, there is no how you will not get to the referral. So if you are talking about moving from one place to another, be on the skill level. Take 2 to 3 skills, learn them to the bone, stick to it like stick to it. Then whatever method that is coming, blend it to your skill. If you are jumping from method to method, everybody knows that one. It's the normal thing. Everybody, you have to adapt to the new method. So if you now start saying, oh, the method does not fit my way, I will not do this method, I will not do this method. That one is on you. You use the method during that period. So what we can say is adapt to the new method, but make sure you have your skill to the core. Then back to Prometheus about this app his project. You know, speaking of putting reputation on the line and the rest, imagine you see the project now. At the end of the day, the project fails. You have nothing to do with the project now fails. Okay, so the project, there is a project now have to mark those people. Whoever sees the project, we have to underscore them that this also person see the wrong project. You know, this also can lead to reason why many people stop filling projects. I'm just saying from my own perspective, this is the same reason, because this is Web3. Failures are bound to happen. And on a common sense, if anybody with common sense, if you notice that this super person achieved 5 projects, and they all went wrong, somebody with common sense will do that. This guy is not worth it. But in Web3, there is no how. Project comes, project dies. Somebody that achieves a good project today, tomorrow something can still happen, and the next project that he achieves will still go wrong. So if you are saying you will not start grading them and the rest, don't you think because of this people will not start gatekeeping projects, will not start because they don't want to hear because of this this happened. So that's all I just have to say. So back to you, James.
Yeah. I think I understand the angle you're coming from. I'm very surprised, right? Because the angle that you're coming from is something upskilling. It's not only about skilling your skill. There's something called upskilling your mentality as well. And I think that's the very aspect a lot of people, even myself, then I was down at that. I basically had to talk to a lot of chats on that aspect, especially the Rothschild project. When I did this first year, a lot of the DMs I got was why do they know about airdrop? Why do they know about airdrop? And I said the reason why I went for that project is because the fact that they really didn't consider it. They were going to the reward, but the whole airdrop aspect, they said no. Then most of the time, if I speak, now people are like, if you don't do this and that, your project will fall. And I'll keep saying this thing. This is supposed to be a win-win situation, especially when you come to sharing projects. You have to know what this project is all about. You have to know what their structure is like, so that you show the project and you can show it the right way. From your own experience, you will know if your project is going to now. If they're not going to put the community first. See, this is you know the red signs. You know all these red signs. You know all this structure. So when you are in the project, you're part of the team, you know how best to position. Then you know what to say to your community to give them the best possible means of actually gaining something good. If you know that it's going to take you putting them among the team, you find a way to let them know. If you see the red signs of a project that you're shilling along the way, you post about it and you tag those projects. You tag it. At the point of time, people don't want to I don't want these people to blacklist me. No, you have to go forward.
Let's
it's so like Okay. So yeah, I understand the angle you're coming from. I think that's even a good discussion. If you machine the project, find a way to know what to do, to know what to say, and to put your own narrative and the reason why you believe in this project and the possible things that you are seeing that is wrong with the project, and do the whole make a post, start the founders to see if they can actually correct all those red flags. It might be that the project is still so new, they don't even have all the details yet, and you can actually help them. So it is a doggy word, right? Or do your own best. No one will see you dropping your own content that, oh, these people are moving like this, and if they are moving like this thing might just happen. Please find a way to correct that. And the project goes bad, they will not, this person actually said this thing, this account actually said this thing, nobody will come after you. But if you keep going, this is the best project in the world, they are going to give you your first world figures. This project can never fail. What do you expect people to see? He had an ambassador on board. In the moment he found out that Mikey, when he found out that how these people are moving shit, he actually went to their disco when they had a meeting. He said it to the founders, and because of all of the back and forth they got, they were actually removed from the team. They locked them out of the Discord, like they lost the job for actually saying the fact. Then he came to our space and we were like, bro, you are the ambassador of what is going on? And he said, okay, they did this and that, and they said, no, that this is not good.
And they never wake up. They never wake up. I'm still liable to go ahead and take the embarrassment to the offspring. I'm asking, what's the case over here?
I'm thinking what's going on? Who am I to post? What happened? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's big. Anyway, today don't be. You active. There were a lot of places. I didn't even know what was going on. I wanted to give a shout out to Teddy and a lot of other persons in this space. I'm not going to do it till it's so big to years and okay. They just carry alpha. Some of us know they like alpha. As they talk alpha small, they bring in other topic, they keep us going. Life is not really hard. King, how are you doing? I think we is rough or something. Anyway, let me give you a minute to purity. Let me shuffle my co-hosts. If you're active on my co-hosts, let me know now before I go shuffle along with you know what they call for me. Okay, are you active? So you're active, not in our mute since. Now let's know everybody that is joining to be going out. They are not being recognized. Why you put me there?
I see you, Kapalot. Hi. See you, Jules. Welcome to the space. Please, you don't want to work to the space.
When he is the means he is part of like another Jew. But obviously, if someone has sent
on the space, shout out to you, Jules. I see you 1905. See you Nelson, I see you Gregory, Osida, Franklin Olumbo, Oshi, Gregory, I see you Spiderweb. This alien name I'm seeing here, I don't know if you pronounce it I don't know. Check out that. Now, name with the down name, username, all of the try. I want to pronounce that thing now, Yeah. Anyway, I see you, Big Omar, this comes now. Let me show you him. I see Big Omar, I think Big Omar is if I'm not mistaken. Shout out to you, Derweb, Mr. Symphony, Star on Shame. Come on, baby, come on. I keep saying this every time. I don't think I'm very sick. Anyways, Oluwa, we don't see what's happening. Oluwa, come on, find changes when you get everything. Initially, I don't know, I was shooting you anyway, that's my name. I am on my medium. See you, Divine Van, are you active? maybe Van, are you active? Anyway, always supporting. Go get yourself a baby like Van. Go get yourself one. Okay, Kapalot. I want to see why I said you post it you posted for my birthday 2 weeks ago during our matchmaking space. Who was that person saying that Kapalot went for? I think it was Sukra. Is it Sukra? So yeah, I greet you, Kapalot. I see you. So go and be with your baby. Grace. Oh, Grace, my love. Have you spoken in the space this morning? Afana and Grace. Yeah, big one is engineer soup. Nirela. I wanted to shoot here. People don't understand the specialty of schools, honestly. Now why did I do like this? Where's Sophia? She's still here. She has not begin. She did power for herself because just that few minutes when she stay for schools, she know how many followers she don't gain. And I look that position and I say, I just say nothing. Now I'm looking at just the play. Anyway, I give her so I she wrote them. So yeah, bye. Niela, I wanted to give it to you, but no. When I check your profile, no now. You don't know what goes. Yeah, I'll come and carry on that banner. No now. You have to pack our people. No now. Anyway, I would like to hear you, Niela. So I have to give it the mic. Rabbi, our AI account. Shout out to you, Rabbi. Start on chain, you're up now. King, I forgot you my love, but King, you did talking stage. You don't come off your talking stage. I greet you, Shao. Prometheus, yeah, I greet you, my Dave. Start on chain, where are you rocking? People stop rocking and beg. Lord G, Afana, T Purity. I'm not supposed to greet you, it was just more for my front instead of looking at me. Okay, I think T Purity was the one having his hands up for a while, and then who it's Ella, then Rabbi, Big Omar, and of course Prometheus. So you have T Purity, you have the MIC, my co-host, my honorable co-host, I beg you. Let's get it done, right? T Purity, please go ahead. And please, the repost is not reposting. The repost is not reposting. How can we be having just 26 reposts? The people that have been on this page this morning, if we don't plenty, as in say they come, they go, we don't pass 400. If we had every person reposting the space, by now we should have nothing less than 200 reposts on this space. I don't even know why we are selling fish with it. Like I don't know, I'm tired of talking about this repost everything. It should be a culture by now. I don't know what engineer so thinks he's doing. Please. Engineer so, I don't understand the kind of dance they are dancing. I don't it's actually nice. Hold on. Carry your market to advertise this morning. Sharp one. He said, I will do the same thing. I will soon do it. Anyway, if you are not reposting this space, I don't understand, but no worry. You see some of us when you like today, when they carry big accounts, they engage, they do all that thing. At the time we take up and stuff, when I do Shakara for, nobody should call me out too. Because you did not support us in the days when we are late to. Come to come and repost is a problem. Come to bookmark, just 11 bookmarks, since 6 a.m. Is it fair? No, let's be serious. At the time the community becomes big, now we first come out and say, that was there when the 3 compass was just growing. I was this, I was that. Did you support capital letter? No. Did you these things they are doing now? When the community don't big and many projects they come in, many offers, many gigs, many stuff. Now go and vex, but come and repost is a problem. Go and bookmark is a problem. Go and spam the comment section, it's a problem. I don't even understand why we're like this. I looked for that yesterday. I'm sure you guys, some of you were following me though. People saw that I was posting a lot of yes, it might have been big accounts, might have been the Dulos. I was posting. But for the small accounts, so I was posting. I don't join space yesterday, I joined like 4 where I moderate this space. I immediately I enjoy, no matter even if it's just one, even when I join with Skilly Space, I was the first person. That's why I sharply repost. It don't matter waiting. I'm practicing what I'm preaching. So why wouldn't you do say? It doesn't cost you anything to support. In fact, it will even give you a lot, like it will benefit you to support. Because there is no human being on this planet Earth that will see you supporting them. That will not come and do the same for you. It's not possible. It's not possible. Try out. So why are we being like that? Come on, go and repost the space, bookmark the space, spam the comment section. You're only giving visibility to the space. And the more people we have here, the more alphas we get. Check now, referral, now on the job. You don't want the job better alphas. Chat the space, don't go to the space, bring more people here. It's all for our good. Anyway, I don't like to count this thing every time because it gets me in the mood and I don't like it. I want to be a baby girl. So if you people can like, I'll call me my boy like it. I'm a baby girl still, please. Thank you. So that said, let me go and see, Seth. Let me go and see. Yeah, 34 reposts. Now we are talking. Like also, what's going on? But it's 11 bookman too. God, I beg. Anyway, TPVT. Who is that? You active?
Yeah.
And you might be feeling like you're not muted. It's gonna be like say you're not wrong. Okay.
I think this is my first time being in this place actually. This is my first time even meeting you. I think I saw for the course where they made you join. So I just want to before that guy wrote, I want to add a little research to what he was saying. Yeah, I think for me personally, the idea of this project this guy wants to build, the idea of immediately tagging everyone that speaks about the project or share the project, and adding their name like, okay, this guy shoot this project, and for that reason, that's like a bad note. Yeah, but for me, I don't think it should just, there's a concentration. Yeah, I think there should be like a concentration, also to it. Like, for me, I think there are some people that I don't even follow one guy, drag and one guy with my 200 follower, like, I follow and drag. I think the guy's name is, I think, is it Ayo? Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, it's like, we don't know, really don't know. I think I'm using 15K followers also. It's like, these people they go share projects, like not just share project. It could be like they be ambassador for that project, and they will drag it out for you, every time calling you out. If you are not on that project, this kind of post like if you are not on this project, you are missing out. You are not on this project, you are not making your 4 figures this year, that kind of thing. And after that project now exists and that project comes back, these same people, they will all come out again. They will all be like, do my party. They will be like, you guys, I'm telling you, you are not supposed to be this also thing. You all this newbie, you could come project, you could expect $200, you could expect $1K. You need to calm down. You need to, and people believe it in the comment section, because it's them, they don't collect maybe their own $4K or $10K on the project, but the rest of the community, everybody got robbed. And they'll come out and be like, they'll be gaslighting the community, as in that them be the problem, not the project. So I feel like this kind of people, they carry this kind of people, carry their name, tag them down on day. But normal average, normal people that are just sharing projects, because me, when I started my ISO account, I told that what I was doing was sharing projects, posting out fast and new projects, that kind of thing. Yeah, but I may also have big accounts like Crypto Tebulu, Atoms, that kind of people that share projects and all, that post their normal projects. So, but I think you can't hold those people responsible. I think the people that we need to hold responsible are the ones that force it down now to this is that project that is going to cook. Or people that have the affiliate badge, or people that that have that have been without those projects, forcing it down our throat. Then those kind of people can hold them accountable. Yeah, and we also have reasonable people like the one this guy was talking about those body protocol guys. Yeah, that they see that something is wrong and that's when he came out. Yeah, and talked about it to the community. Yeah, that is actually kudos to them. But the other people, even though they don't sabi, just carry another 2K, put them inside their pocket. They could just shut up. And at the end of the day, if that project comes back, they will still pick the one coming outside. And this mask, this guy that people have actually fight for us, and even when Pi came out, when Pi launched and Pi was a listener and people were complaining, and the guy came out again and was gaslighting people that these people know how to do anything, people know wise, and say him like this, he did for Pi is still even go to dump. Yeah, when Pi dump, Pi will come get out to $3 or $5, $10. And that's him there now. So now people people don't even, I think credit, street credit, so don't even like ban those kind of people from one side. Yeah. So I think what this guy, the project you guys go to do is actually going to be like really wonderful. It's something I we actually need in this space. But the way I think the consequences are, the consequences might be something like you might need to like walk around, to actually figure out who needs to be on that list, how to actually like red flag the account, exactly that kind of thing. Yeah. So also I've been engaging people in this place, so I want people who are engaging back. God will bless you. Your boss and who could see yes, God will bless you. And for others, when you engage, I don't sabi. Like I think if you are in this place, try as much as possible request for the mic. Let them engage people, talk. Because I was engaging people for I think I engaged about 20 people in this place. Nobody really said, nobody like said, few people that replied and reciprocated. But people like came down earlier and spoke on the space, like 10 or 15 other people kind of like, followed me back. And so if you do on the space, make sure you engage and make sure you try and come up and speak. Thank you very much, GM, everyone.
Okay, thank you for that, TPC. Okay, thank you. I don't know if you noticed Ventix, the project I was requesting. I was finding it difficult to shuffle anybody from the speaker panel. And after you get it for a while in the list, projects may not really have that kind of patience. So I just want to come in advance. If we get a project account coming here to request a big, if you just understand, say, we need to be making them up. Because after all, that's for the good of the community anyway. I don't think I look again and see, I think I've been with that Ventix Labs on a particular space. And really, that's the reason the account is here this morning. Anyway, I was with them yesterday, and I believe they had something to come, maybe share with us. So you can't pay me as if you're saying no. And I'm very massive ready behind that account. I was even trying to tag them in the comment section. They come up. I don't know why. So if another person can do that, Ventix Labs, it would be nice to have them come chill themselves. That project that we put at the end of the day. Now project won't connect with now. So but that said, now because the speaker panel didn't follow, now we try to do that. So that's about it. So we'll be shuffling, don't take it personal, you can always come back if you are ready to spoken. Alright, please you have your hands up also before I give the mic to Niela baby. Okay, Niela dear, please go ahead.
Okay, BGM to go to space, BGM I have some questions. This is my first time. This is not my first time. I'm very sure. This is not my first time. But I want to ask the question. It is Miss Bros Brown Sugar that is behind the speaker, right? Because I know that voice anywhere, anytime. And what's it called now? Is this a community account or a personal account? Because I scroll through and just looking like a personal account. And that's my question. And a big shout out to everybody on the speaker and listener section. Yeah, it's nice to be here. I'm receiving Alpha, Blue, Chili Project. Okay, so it's all nice. So I want to ask. It's Miss Brown Sugar, right? Miss Brown Sugar.
Yes, you just say no go help me answer. God I beg. Expired.
Yes, it is your Brown Sugar, the Sakma edition. You understand?
Wills, are you fucking kidding me right now? I don't know where you was to. Hey, God I beg. No. I've had enough.
For striking any other.
Yeah, she herself, I thought you okay, so you look budget for Brown Sugar.
Thunder, let me visit you again. Thunder, wait, get the diamonds, let me visit you. I'm ready. Jesus, by your sport, please come up. Where's by your sport? No, you have to be here. This is too much for me. I'm below budget. Now me be Saba edition. Now God let me punish you. See, now God let me punish that you leave so you did to come. That only so will give better woman. Just take it from me because this is too wicked. I just say you love me. I don't know say you be like this. Neil, I'm sorry you're experiencing this, but this is too much. This is too much for me. I don't know say I don't even talk past like this. When they just say this place is recorded. But Spanish, you have the mic. Yeah, Jesus, if I was told just wrong, which kind of wahala be this now? Who is going to fight for me now? Who is going to fight for me? Engineer so
Of all people now, we usually give mic to introduce you, a bit to chew you, to show you, a bit how they pronounce the English. Guy, you said you keep Muse. You look everybody finish now. Muse, you carry mic. You see, Muse, you go there careful. I think say we don't move past this stage now. I beg. We not do like that for here again. We not do like that for here. Make we not let D35 breathe. You don't see beautiful. Hey God, I D35 dog video. If she go come for me now, say another thing she say me, another thing I dey do. God, I beg. But I don't even know where D35 because they sound like Boss Brown Sugar. Anyways, D35, I don't know if you want me to even tell Noella like this. Anyways, big guy is okay. Bless it, Pius Paul don't deal. My brother, Pius Paul, I beg, get me answer Noella because I beg, before I go ahead and talk my mind.
Alright, I think we like already realizing that she is matching her voice. Yes, she's already realized. You know, see, we just it's Monday, and a lot of people it's Monday, we're just waking up.
I am a lot of people. My week start on Tuesday, and they tell you for free.
So a lot of people actually, a lot of people I think we're like looking and the voice should be listening to is deeply fun. Yes,
you want to do because at this point,
No, man, before you go ahead, so D35 is a China private Abina. Now the founder of Restream Compass community account, but this is actually a community call. We come here every morning, 6 a.m. West African time, to share offers and make meaningful connections. So, yeah, D35 is our mama. Where you can go ahead now.
Okay, thank you for correction and for giving me the information. Because I think the reason I'm confused is because I thought it was a community account. But last time I came here, I heard a boy's voice. I'm very sure I heard a boy's voice behind this D35 account. Although it can be messy sometimes. So Jesus.
You will collect for free today. You will collect for free today. My God, all of us will talk this thing. But I think the voice is getting better. You started working on it. You know, so again, like you have to see.
I do not work on anything, but I don't work on anything.
You are not sounding more feminine by the way. You see, I think it actually came from you boxing yourself, right? Because the more you box yourself, you can see yourself. I'm not like you. You understand? So I'm then still having something because she said, and I quote, you were sounding like a man before. But the voice she's hearing today is a woman. Me said the woman I used to be, right? Right from the initial time I started that way. So Mel actually go on. You spoke to her.
No, before you go on, you cannot just be doing this to me. You know what I know they collect his money, that's good. Starting from shoes, all the other guys be Jezebels, my Jezebels are too high. As I know they hear many things since money. This is not fair, to be honest. Wait, I want to ask you one question. Who talk that thing now? Jesus. Wait, who talk that thing? Make I come for you. Who talk that thing? Don't worry. I think I want to bring down this. Don't worry. As I was saying, first and first, I've spoken with Bioscall on WhatsApp. I've spoken with Engineer Soul on call. Even concept Bioscall and some of you. I want to ask you one question. Does the call sound the same way you guys are hearing me sound like a guy like you are claiming? Is it the same way my call or my voice don't sound that the space is sounding? I want to get something clear, honest. Let me know if it's this device. No, those files, no, that one be like snap playing, please. Don't be waiting that you ask me that. No be X-Glitch. I'm actually thinking it's my device that I use for spacing. That's what I'm thinking. What's in me, Freddie? They give me thumbs up. Freddie, me, I use it, don't talk for good. So I want to know, is it the same thing with the spacing? I'm actually very serious because this thing is getting me wondering. In real life, nobody ever tell me that I sound like mad. Like, people basically shoot for my voice. I don't want to hear. If I keep getting the same thing every day, then I'm wondering what's going on. To be serious, to be very, very honest now. I want to be serious.
Right? So, the brain wants to be sitting here. I'm being very honest now. You're looking for honest opinion. I want to give you honest opinion. So, hear the truth now that hear it from someone. The PFP, right? You have to show it to the PFP. First of all, the idea that comes to people is this is actually a meme. Looking at the PFP. So imagine your brain has really told you from a conclusive fact and looking at your PFP that is actually a guy, right? And then you don't have the extreme feminine voice. And I'm being very honest now. You know there are feminine voice you get to hear, they are extreme. You know those baby girl kind of voice. You have gone through life and you should the extreme feminine voice is actually not there. You know this kind of voice you hear. Oh my god, you know all this kind of stuff. You are not there. Right? So when people listen to when people see your PFP and at the same time get to hear a voice that's not the extreme feminine, they will just jump into the question that this is guy. And then no matter how feminine you actually even sound, their brain has actually interpreted it. You know, and then they just flow with it that way and register it that way. The mind is like a register until it gets debunked one way or the other, and that's what we actually try to do. Okay, so they use debunk a lot of us ideas, right? I'm not talking about the WhatsApp thing or an X thing. On WhatsApp, you know, the PFP used to be a very fine young PFP. You have to change it to your X. Right? So, and guess what? When people see you in real life, they're seeing everything in your glory. Everything from what is ahead of you and what's behind you. People see everything. So they can't make that conclusion. Right? So, but here we can't see people.
I'm still here. What is ahead and what is behind? Please, can you elaborate so that I can really understand it?
Right? The future and the past of us. Because everyone has history and what is ahead. Right? So,
Okay, first first. I don't say I don't carry Freddie come the speaker panel. I just want to say it in advance. I beg, Freddie, I just got name, I beg you. I beg, just own your truth and say it. Don't call me and come and cause the question for me this morning. I just got name and beg you. To respect yourself, you go down. Respect yourself or you go down. I just got name and beg you. And Boss Fire, thank you for that explanation. I've always known my PFP is already no as to my voice. I know that already. But I just didn't want to change it until our NFT is ready. That's with 3 Compass. The Compass NFT actually. I don't know what Freddie and his group of people that are creating it, what they are still waiting for. I want to wait till then before I rebrand. Because to avoid all this X enough. I'll put my baby girl face, baby girl characteristics with the PFP of the Compass on my PFP. So that this insult will come to an end because it's too much for me to undo. You know, it be like play. I don't want to fall into depression. What's the stuff go. To think that Kapalot was just laughing to stupor. Where is that boy? It's when you go and drag Kapalot here. He did not react since morning, no. When he reached this time of talking about me, he started laughing to stupor. My God will judge you, Kapalot. But he was bad. He is your friend. Go and tell him I said that my God will judge him. You should be laughing. All of you that are laughing, even you women. You so-called polygam son, you are laughing too. My God will fight for me and I will hold my peace. Let me give the mic back. You don't be sorry, no problem. It's not your fault that
But no, I mean now. You remember there was a day on space that you did an experiment. Now I'm actually serious. You used one device and you used the other one. And the other one was clear with the feminine voice. And you were like, oh, okay, it's your device. So I mean, this morning, I don't know if you remember that space. So you did a test the other time and you were all of us on the space, it was clear. The stage was even on that space, if you remember. You can't say, they prefer that other masculine voice. You can't go back to the phone.
Exactly. I used my second device to speak. It was things that I was even saying no. He prefers the masculine one. And now I don't even know what you want me to do. Human beings are like, I will give you my organization will give you near
Wait, make I tell you something. I could just do the experiment now. Make nobody talk. Go and just do this experiment. You know whether she gets man voice or woman voice. Apparently, let's just say hi in the house. After apparently say hi in the house, Nella say hi in the house. After Nella say hi in the house,
Freddie, I am big fool. Freddie, you're the biggest fool I've ever known in Web3. I don't know why I cross paths with you, but you're the biggest fool. And my God will judge you for me. Do your experiments now. What's even that? Oh, Niela, you have the mic for that. I don't see that wrong with one contact for you. Niela, you have the mic.
All I want to say is I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you in a detail and I did not know that what's it called that. I'm kind of feeling odd because I was like, I asked the question with boldness that maybe it's a community account. But what I went to go and see on the account was different from what I knew. But I was like, okay, just ask this like an harmless question. So yeah, I'm saying sorry. I don't know if I say this sorry so that you hear this story, but sorry. I'm so sorry for asking that question. As everybody that came and they were saying otherwise, I don't know how to beg on their behalf because I know I'm not that started the question and everything. So big 3, oh my God, big 3-5, I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry, you have a very valid point. If I was you, I would say, just not today, and you came to the space and you hear sometimes you sound like
Today, definitely sounding more before.
I beg now, please now. I'm begging. Please. No, that was too much. Somehow, I fuck with what if I did the talk, you know. Because first time I interacted with the I actually thought he was a guy. He was a guy, so I actually thought he was a guy.
But then people they wait for Mike. How are they give all this to Mike now? Which kind of thing all this one? Which kind of thing all this one? See people they Mike. But that I don't know what pay me and Wills are even doing. I beg, let me give my response because this is too much. Wills, you honorably stayed on my post attacking me. My God will judge you for me. Or pay me, you are there. You cannot even fight for your fellow woman. Don't even say that. It's like not connected by it's your criminality or you must still have you sound. You of all people, you come here, what were you even saying? Yeah, the first time. Yeah, what's he doing? I don't even know what you're doing. I don't know. Guy, this is what my voice to start. And I don't even know why people keep saying that the first time they joined D25 space, she sounded like a guy. Because the first time I joined, I already know this is a lady. I mean, there's something wrong with the voice. It's giving this vibe. I should like very, I like it. And that's why I'm like consistent. Not really consistent, but that's the reason why I'm coming to this page because I love my voice. I don't say anything masculine in that voice. And Freddie, you have to work on your voice as well. You sound like a baby.
Like a bad baby. You don't even give him baby. He's a bad like guy. I'm not a fan of come and tell me, come and sweet talk me. Apparently, is not somebody to sweet talk anybody. If you don't know where you already, she'll say it as it is. So leave that thing. Nobody should come and whine me. Yeah, I know my voice is sweet. They whine me, they whine me. I mean, want to hear my music house, but that's not even the point. Freddie, that's what I hear. I bet you know it doesn't pain me. It doesn't pain me, say, Freddie. It doesn't pain me, say, I'm Freddie of all people. Wait, this is the sound of no, and thank your baby for reminding me. I don't think you collect all your bad books. Whereas you don't be talk one full statement when you don't sound like bad is good or say bad as in go away and sit down on top of man. I know why I just call you names this morning. And you say you be man. You can't tell you right. Please, just mind your business, please. You don't have anything nice to say to me. Please just mute your mic. Who are you? I beg, better people they wait for mic to talk.
So
I don't need myself now. It's fine. You don't have your ends off. I need to cool down. I don't want to hear your voice. I want to hear your man's voice. Please. Thank you.
Let me say something. I love see the truth is say you see this face now. Now here my energy always come. Right from time. You can let me see from my voice, you know that this person. Nah man he be. From the
see how hard, see the effort where you be putting.
I know I still stand on my case from people. If I ever see you, if I enter you go cry.
Please do that, please enter. Please enter.
You made a mistake by trying to prove yourself. As you did that voice, you sound like wicked. actually thought it was she was a guy.
Now you be it. Now you be it. Your mind, you not it. It's you that is the it. Please. You don't have anything good to say. Mute your mind. Thank you. And I beg you. What I want to get. Thank you. Rabbi, I know I'm not gonna let you.
Thank you.
No, mute your mic. This guy is having his hands up. Rabbi Rothschild is having his hands up. Mr. Symphony.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity. You should all know that you sound wonderful. Let's not fight over it. Okay, you all sound great. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I'd appreciate it if you follow me back. I have hundreds of thousands of followers on social media. I'm a KOL, and you want to connect with me. Secondly, you should know that I have spent more than 360 days live streaming on X Spaces 24/7. You don't know anybody else on X who does 24/7 spaces, let alone video streaming. So you want to connect with me for that reason. And most importantly, if you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. You will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And that means I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life from 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we have over 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Okay, thank you. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you for that, Rabbi. We appreciate you coming in here to, cheer your channel and all of that. We do well to connect back with you. Thank you. I think, who's next? D-Star. This are you.
So you want D-Star? Is D-Star still here? I'm not saying anything. Okay, before you go, Rabbi Rods, okay, I'm trying to just maintain state and composure actually. So yeah, Rabbi Rods, I kind of have questions.
Absolutely.
I'm still trying to understand when you come up to speak, you're trying to still get to your concepts. I don't know if you understand our Niger stuff, but we went to go school like that. When we hear this very posh, English, and from the start to the finish, we start to wonder house that has actually, because this is the second time we have Rabbi in this space. Not gonna lie, I'm still trying to understand everything you're saying. So if there's anybody in the house, maybe by your fault, because I know say in a white man in disguise. Maybe by your fault can help us break down what Rabbi is actually talking about. Oh, now they feel me. Oh, now I said no understand. Okay. Now why you go to the talk truth? Anyway, so by your fault, are you active? I could say maybe with some, but I don't say he said no they hear English. In mommy, this is where I go say passing on. Oh, this sorry, you are wronging. Are you active? We can do this now.
DeFi, I can explain. Okay. Do you know what a live streamer is? DeFi, do you know what a live streamer is?
I know what a live stream is, but the way you're speaking it is too posh for me, understand? Don't worry, let me give it to Pius Paul to explain. Pius Paul, sir, please go ahead. The white man in disguise.
So, Rabbi, you showed up into our community, confusing the full community, including the Nigerian white man. What's going on here, bro? Okay, so you know something about Rabbi? Rabbi came up to this last week or last 2 weeks. I think Sage was in the house as at that time. And then while he was actually talking, we all thought it was actually AI that was actually speaking. So I went to his bio and then checked out the YouTube link on his bio. Followed the YouTube link, and I saw this guy literally sitting down on bed, lying down on his bed with a projector over. I think, and he was really talking to the mind. I was getting the feedback of this conversation happening on the space, and I was like, really? And you say you've been doing this thing for 4 years. We need to have a special segment for you. You want to understand what's going on here, right? How what's the end goal? What is the purpose? A lot of all of these things. I know you have response for me.
Absolutely, plus Paul. Excellent question. Okay, so maybe a few generations ago, I would have been a diarist, someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal. But what I do is create essentially a time capsule or a timeline using video so that you can literally go back in my life to any moment of any day for the last 4 years and not just know what I was doing, but also what was going on in world events. And you should know that AI needs human data in order to build its models. And I have more data for AI to be able to create its models than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. Essentially, all of the data that I'm creating will be monetized in the future. And I'm creating a giant library of this. And I'd like to do it for the rest of my life. So essentially, you'll be able to see my life in decades from now and go back in time, almost like a time machine, to see what was going on. It's going to be extremely valuable to humans. Just like in the past where people would read history books or people would read someone's diary or someone's journal, I do the same, but I do it using video. Does that answer your question?
Okay, I don't know if Pius Paul is still there. Pius Paul, sir. Okay.
Yes, I am. So it actually answers the question perfectly fine. You just do your thing. So, but for the fact that you're actually coming on the X space with 3, because I realize that the kind of content you actually do, it cuts across different aspects, right? Not actually with 3 to be precise.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. That's incorrect. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. Whenever you watch my streams, I'm literally wearing a merchandise of $100 million coin. Additionally, in the last 100 days, I've helped over 100 people get jobs in Web3. So if I may just interject, I help Web3 24/7.
Oh, that's nice. I think I love the latter part you said. You said you actually help people actually get job in Web3.
Absolutely. Let me explain what I do. I will help you. Absolutely. And that's why I say anybody who wants a mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I'll be happy to help you. This is what I help people to do. First and foremost, if you don't have a resume, I help people to get a resume. If you don't know what a resume is, it's essentially a summary of your contact information, the kind of job that you want, your past career history, and your education. What we do is we get a 1-page resume for yourself. Then what we do is we make sure that you have the ability to apply on different job sites, because I want you to not just have a Web3 job, but I want you to have a career as well. And whatever it is you may do, you may be a community manager, you may be a Web3 marketer, you may be a reply guy. If you're a reply guy, I want to make you better. I want to make you into a social media manager. If you are a community manager, that's great. I want to make you into a brand ambassador. Whatever you want to do, I want to enhance you. And by the way, everything that I tell people is absolutely free. The strategy that we use is free, and I never charge anybody for any of this. I do it out of the goodness of my heart. Additionally, there are a lot of people on here who want to have bigger networks and they don't know how to do it. So what I advise people to do is create a link tree. If you don't know what a link tree is, it's essentially one link that you can put in your X profile that gives links to all of your other social media. I make sure that people create as many social media accounts on these different platforms as possible to have the biggest network that they can. This has a 5-part strategy. First, it allows you to be able to promote yourself on the most amount of platforms. Secondly, it allows you to promote your clients on the most amount of platforms. Thirdly, what it does is it gives you more than 30 different communication channels to get new clients. Fourthly, what it does is it allows you to rank really highly in social media, in AI, and in search engine. And finally, it makes it very difficult to impersonate you. Once people do this, I look over their profile, I help them with it if they need help. And then what we do is we go and we ensure that they have content on their different social media. Then what I help people to do is be able to pitch themselves with a 30-second, a 60-second, and a 90-second pitch, so that they can go into a space and with very little experience come in and say, hi, everyone, I'm a Web3 marketer, and I'd love to promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms. That means you're going to get more DMs about your project, more people buying your cryptocurrency, more people interested in your NFT. If this sounds good to you, please send me a DM. I'd love to work with you. And then I give people a menu that they can essentially send to their customers in order to make 10, 20, $100 a day if they want to, depending on the project. So I do my best to help people to become more successful in the Web3 space while simultaneously live streaming my life. Thank you for letting me contribute.
Wow, that's amazing. The profile is going to actually pull out you, and I also think she has something to say because we want to see how we can actually partner and do things. Yeah, so the 3-5 piece over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, my boss. Rabbi, I have a lot of things. I think we were talking in the DMs the other day. He sent me a DM, but we didn't take it further. Before I go on with anything, there are some things I will not stay on the space for reasons of privacy. I think we should discuss that later. But for now, I was actually looking through your profile. I came across the space you held last. Okay, before I ask that question now, you said you were doing all this for free. But from my experience in life, there is always a purpose of something. Like, at the end of the day, for example, we do a lot of things in the community for free. We're coming up with classes, branding and all that stuff. The major purpose is for the growth of the community. As much as I'm not taking a dime, or none of us, or Freddie, anybody is not taking a dime, we're actually doing all of this to grow the community. That is the end goal. So I'm very sure there's an end goal from your end to Rabbi. As much as you're doing all of this free, there's something you're trying to achieve from doing all of this. But I wouldn't, if it's not comfortable to answer that, yeah, it's fine. We can always talk about that later.
No, I'm comfortable with saying it. I have the heart of a teacher. I'm a teacher, and I like to help to educate people. I'm a certified project management professional. I have successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play with millions of downloads. That has allowed me to have financial independence. Additionally, I'm a rabbi. The term rabbi means teacher in Hebrew. I like to teach. I like to see people better themselves. If you join my community, that's great, but I don't demand it of anybody. You don't have to. If you just want to DM me and get information from me, that's absolutely fine. I don't ask anything from anybody. I absolutely understand what's the reason why you do it. If anything, I like to see people better themselves, but you can ask the 100 people who I've helped in the last 100 days. Not one of them has ever been asked for anything. I do my best to improve people, and the joy that I get out of it is to see people become successful. When they come back to me and they say, Rabbi, I got my first job. That's great. And they're like, okay, but I don't really know what to do. What do we do? And I help them and we strategize. That's a great feeling. And so if anything, I enjoy the feeling I get when I help people.
Okay, excellent. I was going to say something next, but from the community thing you mentioned, I think I'll leave that for later. because we have a lot of stuff to also doing as a community, and I wanted to say that it would be okay to talk to you as to having you join the team that takes charge of the classes, teaching. Since you're a rabbi and you enjoy teaching, it will also be nice to have you in that team to actually attend to the upcoming classes and all that stuff that we have coming up. But you just mentioned the community thing, though you said if you like or you don't like, but that's even by the way. Lastly, I looked through your profile and I noticed that you hosted a space of 20 hours plus with just 5 persons tuning in. And that leads me to worry or concern. I've established that you're a real person, you're not a robot, you're not a bot. So how is it that you hosted a space for over 20 hours and we had just 5 persons tuning in? I mean, even if you're just an account with low followers, you have over 3,000 followers, what exactly happened? Was it just a botted space or what exactly? I'm honestly, I really want to know, because even if I host a space for just 1 hour, if I don't have a turnout, there will be also over 100, 200, 500%. So why would I host a space for 20 hours and get just 5 tuning? What exactly happened?
Excellent question. I'm not the one who hosted that space. That's another account that I have that I don't promote. That's an account that simply records my life 24/7. That's the one that has been live streaming on X since February 14th of last year. So we're just coming up on a year. And those aren't like, the audio is important, but what's really important to me from those videos or from those spaces, and you may not be able to see it if you only have an Android account, is it's video. So if you go into that space with an iOS device, you'll be able to see me for 20 hours straight. That's extremely important in my project in archiving the life of a human being. So I don't promote those spaces. I mean, I did repost it recently with this account, but that project is not really promoted by my bigger account, which is this one. So for anyone out there, if you ever want to find that space, in the X Spaces search, just type Rabbi, and you'll be able to watch my life 24/7. If you're ever bored, come check it out. I don't promote that space, though. I just let it go, and it's been going now for more than 350 straight days, which is quite an accomplishment. And yeah, I've done it. I do them for 24 hours usually, and then I restart them. So I don't promote them. I don't ask people to join them. The 5 people who join were just random accounts that join. I don't do that because I want people to join those spaces. When I host a space, I'll get hundreds of people in the space. When I have that account join the space, it's really just archiving the video.
Okay, well said. I actually wanted to propose, supporting you from the community, giving you audience and all that visibility, just as you're already getting here as you're speaking. I think that'll be all for now. We should talk more, outside the space, maybe in the DMs, and if we can, partner with these things. If you can be a part of us in some aspects, I think we should discuss that further after the space. So thank you so much for that, Rabbi. And I hope you'll be hanging around the space for a while, just in case there are questions or anything. Before I pass the mic to any other person, I hope my talk is still active. Coach Charles, my
Welcome.
boss, I see you soon, so but these people don't let me greet you. They don't let me
Welcome.
greet you. My guy at the top. Please do want to come up the MIC. That listener section does not suit you at all, not even for a bit. Kapalot, I looked around the space, I did not find you. I was coming.
Yo, what up, Levi?
When they shade me, you carry your emojis and laugh up. What is going to happen to my voice? You carry your emojis and laugh up and down, and they come for you, but you don't go on this space. Thank God, say we don't pass that chapter. Good for you. Shout out to you, tell it. Maybe you hopped on the space earlier, and I think you rocked. I was giving you a shout out, trying to shoot you the mic, it was everything. But I don't know, guess you rocked, baby girl, but good to have you back. Prometics is down now. Please, my love, I see you. Joshua 3. Claim Craze, Abdul Basit. Hey, Sophia is not here. Abdul Basit, what's up, my chicken? Esther, a big Oma, baby girl. I thought you came up now. I want to hear your voice. I am Tammy. Then baby girl, I beg. This is your font. I don't have to click on your profile to read your name now. Chiri, Kai, Godzilla, Ola. G Smart, 1905, KJ Space, Rosemary, Maliki. Yo, I see you all. Shout out to you, Coach Charles. I beg, come on. Divan Van, are you even active? I'm just sleeping. Anyway, thank you for that once again, Rabbi. I'll be passing the mic now to Grace. But Grace will change that for me. She don't want to relate. How far, Grace?
Can you guys hear me?
He said he definitely cannot do it.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to start by apologizing. I don't know what I did, Vitrify, Wheels, and the other co-hosts. Not you, but the other precious that was there before you. Why did we even apologize? Because like you guys had your mind on something, but yeah, if there's any way that offended Vitrify, please have mercy on me and forgive me. Even to you too, if I've spoiled your Gary before, have mercy and forgive me. Because I've been on this space since 7 a.m. I mean 7:30 till 9:49. You people did not even say, hi Grace, how are you? Can you speak up? Like, it was because I'm not beauty.
It's very simple. You came here on Saturday. You pack men. You know we celebrate you. Right. You came here, pack men on Saturday.
If you don't have my for mine, so you don't interrupt me. I say you for mine. So it's because I'm not if it is not the church, people have contributed by giving or even buy on themselves and they don't get like 2 months. Yes, because I don't know why someone is something it was wanted to pass by the I want to tell that money today again music and the mama Vitrify the same thing I mean the same thing to that I want on the one don't raise up your hand let me just take don't that hand down. Anyway,
movies are big movies. Before I go drop the mic down a big, people want all the big things we didn't come up. They don't want to come up. I see they can sharply talk. See, anybody will get something to talk for the MIC. I beg reason so that I will fish up full out. And the sequel Charles, I've been begging him to come up. Now he's requesting. I see Derek Dave. I'm going to need Dave in the house. I see we already have Prometheus, but yeah, Prometheus also big woman and of course Master that boss. So make me know if I can show for the MIC. If you have something to say, please don't raise your hand so that we can show forth with peace without fear. So Grace, go ahead.
You directly telling me that
I'm not talking to you now. It's not you. Please, WhatsApp number so that I can talk to you and then take me up. It might just be that I need to see you too well for this ex. Maybe that is the reason why. So send me your WhatsApp number. I will see your hand.
Anyway, guys, I don't forget to say to come to speaker room, but then it's been a wonderful morning. Yeah, because I they were talking about your engagement, the skills and all that. And I wanted to contribute there, but I forgot everything I wanted to say. But then it's been a very wonderful morning. You guys are doing amazing. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep showing up. Keep upscaling. Keep doing whatever thing that you know how to do best. And of course, you will definitely get reward for
Oh.
Thank you once again, and I'll be going now. And tomorrow, if I should come on this place, I will still
no vex now. You know, it's not how you used to do. No vex, baby girl. It wasn't intentional. She will at least give me the mic. I remember say, baby girl, on the way.
This is a girl?
Noella, don't go. Where is she going to? Are you rocking or you are going? Where is that girl? Where is that girl? I know say you promise peace, promise so good, but I want to keep you for the speaker panel. Just continue. Web3 VRO, where the heck have you been? Web3 VRO. Web3 VRO. Are you even here now? Don't wrong. And those are one of those people that started with us when we just getting started back in a few months ago. So yeah, I always remember on that one a short thing, hard. Okay, my coach is up here. Hey God, which kind of thing be this? Well, where I go stay with and master the boys like this. Master the boys, if I carry you up finish and you come out, go okay. God knows say I will spend for you this money. I don't know who they ask for Niela. Okay. Niela, oh God, I don't go. I want to say Niela know they come up for speaker panel. She don't that she rock, I don't know. Anyway, tell it. Why you not coming up now? Baby girl, come up the speaker panel. I need your vibes, Rabbi. Carry yourself, come up. Anyway, Grace, like I said, it wasn't intentional. She shaved me.
Oh wow, there's a girl.
Listen to this. You must laugh. You'll shove it your brain additionally. Not allow his son to move the school. Right? So broadcast where that rain go every time. You might miss the weather on the TV on the floor of heaven. You'll shove it in the brain. The lift up like son. Cecilia, great hard, the son of a son. To really be thinking of a boy. Why not? Then the funny way, the shitty guys. Do it. I think that's pretty good. Do it, or you want it to run well, together. Sometimes you get this very injury. And I don't even know that by my bedside, but I should. Because everyone says you should have those type of treatments. I can't say that only once in my life I ever called where I had a dream that's virtual. And here's what happened. When I was younger, I was probably no one else should be able to go to lunch before
I woke up and I told my parents, I said, Grandma,
I heard she got stuff. You know, she got
I was crying and I was really distressed by it. Well, as it turns out, my parents are like, that's strange for you to say that. They called my grandma, who said, there's this meeting that's going on. I don't know what this is at the house. And goes over to the room from the doc's side of the tent. She didn't know what it was. So, that same night, I had the dream of my grandma dying. I tell my parents, you didn't make her change the course because you should put in a
first two opinions, yes,
my parents when I walk.
heck is not get on.
So I had something like that happen once in my life. Where I look
Not
back
allowing
and
your son to take out.
doesn't seem like it was.
Not allowing your son to so again, we're gonna stop over at the secret table tomorrow. How do you reconcile it? Is it that something like that? And I walk for a nice again. Son is not allowed to do anything to a parent which could potentially result in injury to the parent or they just do themselves. Is there a distinction between where it's only the sons are able to do it versus other people to do it?
Folks, look at this. It's the weather season. Not bad, baby. Wow.
Well, if you're, I mean, I'm married. My wife would not like it if I woke up and started recording something on my phone, like I'm doing a radio program in the middle of the night next to her bed. I don't know if that would really go well. So the problem I run into is in your sleepiness, it's very much deceptive because you think, you know what, I'll remember. I'm just too tired. I don't want to do it. The laziness side of it, you're just tired, you're exhausted. You don't think to always do it, but people that do it, they do report some pretty amazing things. What about other coincidences and things that you see in real life? Like, for example, in the movie The Matrix, there's a scene where they're going through a building and he sees a cat twice and he says, ooh, deja vu. And they say deja vu.
So, but it is
deja vu feelings like that, when you notice black cats walking by twice, are those signs too?
I think what a lot of people have deja vu is the view of looking at someone. Like they might be in a crowd and they'll look at someone and they'll say, oh, almost like
Create
I'm
Roche.
looking at my
So actually, I take it back. We're talking about oral. Two lines from mine. I thought oral only Roche has to again going through the list of people. First we went through the list of 100 more high expedition or 60 circumstances which generally like local expedition. Even though there's the rest of the list that you know, Cohen was driving over a bridge after a hurricane and having a day shop in the moment that I was looking at saying damage to the bridge that I looked at when I was probably 7 years old in a dream. And that was like a day shop in the moment. And I think it's important when you have them, like you mentioned, college that it is recorded as a day shop in the moment because I always say when you look for more signs, so the truth is, this is
you'll
not
get more signs. You just have to
the Washington over here is
So real quick, I know we only got about 30 seconds. We'll take a phone calls from listeners. Would you like this? Anybody have questions for you?
actually, but it has to open Lucy for that. It has to open Lucy when it has to more what it has to say. So then it needs our oral when it happens
Well, somebody has a question and you're listening right now and you're in Sarnini. Feel free to give us a call and start finding those up in the next hour. I'm Ryan Ray.
oral
You're listening to Coast to Coast
circumcised
AM.
part.
Bill Cody.
Oral bossy. This one is really physically uncircumcised. Should not be coming through the front. So ultimately, again, we see now that obviously this level I saw, for example, that is the classic technology, and therefore again, when the Gemara says that it's not really what it means is, Rashi, for example, here, the eyeglass, how do I believe it? How do I believe it? When we're lucky out there. So we see a lot of things
Wow, was telling us about the health benefits of turmeric. Boy, was he right on. And hardly anyone was talking about it. And now everyone is talking about it. Well, I know his formula is enhanced, but what makes it so much better than the rest? Well, that's easy. For one thing, it has 2 times more black pepper than the others do, which is, as you know, makes for better absorption. Plus, along with turmeric, Christians formula has survived other proven anti-inflammatories.
Because his
Your body
brothers
would
had died
agree.
as a result of a
Christians formula comes as a
essentially,
full
although he is
supply
allowed,
of what
quote
you
unquote,
pay
to
the
be
others.
circumcised, he is not allowed to serve this.
It sounds like this
Where
is
they are
something
from,
everybody
plus
needs
the
to try.
kids.
It's your
Next,
get your
Kool-Aid
bottle of Christian Wild's enhanced
Remember again,
turmeric
Kool-Aid
plus
is
formula
somewhat
by calling 1-866 now 123
Onain
or by
and
going to
Now, for our purposes,
myheartfoods.com.
again,
Do
Onain
what's good for your body.
state
Call
of a period of
866
time
now
definitely.
123 or go to myheartfood.com. That's myheartfood.com.
Also,
iHeartRadio and NBC Sports bring you Two Guys, Five Rings.
second one for your top 84
Rogers, Bloody Central Podcast for the 2026 Winter Olympics. You're not actually making those shoes. Sending us there. The most expansive Winter Olympics. Follow Two Guys, Five Rings and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today. Listen to the Two Guys, Five Rings podcast on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. This month, iHeartRadio is celebrating the stars of the 2026 Winter Games. Ski Northridge Winter Vintage was born to compete in the cold. A powerhouse in aerial skiing, she launches herself 40 feet in the air, performing triple backflips with pinpoint precision. Known for her high degree of difficulty and perfect landings, she enters Milano Cortina as a top contender for the podium. He combines aerobatic grace with dare-devil courage, looking to stick the landing of a lifetime and secure Olympic glory for Team USA. For more Winter Games goals, search Olympics. iHeartRadio.com. Feel different, attracted from Central Drive High, brought to you by Vincent the Ad Council. KFI, AM 640.
Is in violation of the law. Prohibition. One second. Maybe we should make it zero shove up. Fill of the trimmer. Harkening back to yesterday's document. Harkening back to yesterday's document. So remember again, on one hand it says by Avelos it says Hilo, and by Truma it says Hilos, which is say, just like if a Kohen who is coming to he's Chayim, and he's Sabi Shemayim, to so to a Kohen who's an Abel, he doesn't hear about God. He should also be Chayim, he's Sabi Shemayim. I'm going to Rabbi, and he will feel
that defied segregation. Mysterious man who became
say just like again by Kohen, which is called
Join host Repeat for a podcast exploring charming places and clubhouse about so much more.
just like by Truma, which is Sabi Shemayim. So to again, Kohen should also be Sabi Shemayim. which was a big city with very first
Listen to Charlie's Place on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Charlie's Place and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. Farming meat accounts for 14% of global greenhouse gas emissions, the same as all modes of transportation combined. Help reduce the impact your meals have on the environment by going vegan 1 day a week. When we all chip in, our world becomes a better place. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast for you.
Next, Henry does get hold of the city that he was in violation of the law. Hashem chose the Goy to go ahead and serve him. Hashem chose the Goy from amongst all of the tribes, La'amod, to stand and to serve. What do you see here? La'amid Bakar to the Lord Yeshua. And Dafka, all the sacrificial service temples has to be done standing and not sitting. Therefore, as long as the point was there, it's sit. During Yahodah, then Allah is in violation of Talmud text. What about blemish Goy? So remember again, what happens when blemish Goy does Yahodah? Rabbi Rabbi says, the coming say Bashar, it's a love. So it's like always, my time did I mean, what's Rabbi's logic that he says, about all these kind of things. So, what's his logic? So, the says, Lo Yovo. The Pasuk says, and again, if a Kohen has a home, he should not come to the Barochas. And then the rest of the Pasuk is, the Lo Yichalel as Mikdashi, Yadi Hashem Mikdasham. He should not profane my Mikdash. Lashon of Chilul. Chilul. So the Gemara says, Chilul, still with Truma. Make it Tzir Shabbat from Balmor to Truma. Just like it says, just like my Truma. If you have anybody who's Truma's Chinese condition, I've kind of Miso. So from Balmor, because the Avodah, he's also kind of Miso. So that's Rabbi's logic. Tzir Shabbat, Chilul, from Truma to Balmor. They don't Chilul, we know, so you can say, yeah, just like Shazoshin yesterday. But remember, it also says Chilul by Nosar. It also says a few parts. Typically, the Shabbat between Balmor and Nosar, just like Nosar skin parts. So to Balmor skin parts, which the Gemara says,
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Vizio TV. iHeartRadio is coming into your living room on your Vizio TV. Check your TV remote on the iHeartRadio button for one-click access, or visit the Vizio SmartCast App Store and make sure you log in with your iHeartRadio account so all your favorites are there and ready for you instantly. All your music, radio stations, favorite podcasts available for you on the biggest screen in your home. iHeartRadio and Vizio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Hello everyone, it's Billy Corgan here.
We know some of the show. She came from the ship, a pig up. Rather than others, show. Rather than artists, musicians, anybody I truly admire. We want to hear fresh stories, we want to hear fresh perspectives, we want to understand the times in which their individuated perspectives most creates absolutely we had this yesterday and Sunday as
well. On the Today Show, we got these big moments that definitely crack us like that. I'd like to get away with it. Join me on Fantastic Others. Very curious. One of our time inspirations.
Okay, so this is Rabbi's logic. Rabbi's logic ultimately again is so again, different ways you learn how to
wanted to be a teacher when you're
but when I saw results in experience. Okay, so what's this? Remember, trying to figure out what's good. The Talmud does Yahodah. What is that? Rabbi says, Kiyah himself, again, a couple of different possibilities. Bo, the love of Bo. And I want to say the Pasuk says, Bo. Because it says about this got the point because the Avon is come on. It says ultimately again, this individual is piety.
More stimulating talk.
Okay, that's the logic. That's the logic. So you learn the language. This individual, what about the case? What's this? Therefore, unless my focus again, you are has my focus is not besides going about both because the Avodah, so I want to nice again what this is right. What's this? I'll just tell you, wait the Rambam has and if I'm going about both because the Avodah is right, is rather again is that's like okay, so next, is it individual? What about a case of you should know what to do? So what's the next? Rabbi over the Lisa. Rabbi says that the Lisa, if I come home to ask for them, and you say that it's a lie. Right, I'm Rabbi. What's Rabbi's lie? Why does Rabbi say that what people intentionally do is, and this is his Lisa, and there's another, number of cases, so it's fake. Ultimately, it says fake and true. Now, however, these are just like I should have made it was like all the pieces of sugar are calling these fake pieces of sugar. Just like I should have, it needs to be a sugar. I'm telling myself, so if you don't get like this is intentional about, but it needs to be a sugar. I have all of it. Say no, but I want to cross bold. I want to say again, once again, when is there? Where is there? Insinuation, right? That'll be the case ultimately. I guess the only goes ahead and intentionally. Let's get come on, nice and nasty. Once again, I'm going to pass the lecture.
From west of the Rockies, don't recall 806
on yesterday's check. I'm passing like this.
East Coast to coast
intentionally goes in
East Coast to
it's not insinuation, right? Instead,
we're getting some good calls now lined up for our guest here.
I suppose it's not back to the show. Zara Shishim is going to make questions. Remember, again, I will say this was Shabbos' daf, right? So the Mishnah said this was the end of the hour of the days. Zara Shishim is going to make questions. Not going intentionally, right? He's serving a reason because the Kiva of the Chenek, the Chachamim Omer B'Dei the Kiva says Chenek's tradition. The Chachamim say it's Nisa B'Dei Shalom. Either way, not good. Right? So again, my focus is to look at the
If you go to Coast to Coast
AM.com,
very awesome article I think you'll find interesting right away.
The Never alone,
President Trump was another green light for members of Congress, particularly one member of Congress, Burleson from Missouri, to go and look at some of these military sites. Perhaps that there be some UFO crash, pieces of technology, materials that were not originating from this world, and such as naval bases, for example, are Area 51.
So again,
It
this stuff
sounds
is talking
like
about
some of these classified objects that we have.
but again, in any event, there's another place, and it says, whoever keeps close to the Mishkan Hashem, Yomas,
eyeballs on it.
Mala Halon,
And
Bidei just like by that second
he
passage,
allegedly
talking about
instructed the Department
Bidei
of
Shem,
Defense to
Rashi
allow
points out over
outside
here,
access
look at Rashi,
to
Mala
several
Halon,
of
Rashi's
these
very
most
cousin closest
secretive
Elo.
military sites.
Mala Halon,
If
Bidei
you want to read
Shem,
that article,
if my
go
side of
to
him,
coasttocoast.com. This is where the floodgates start to open up, where we start to get some more transparency.
were killed, were
Where are we going to find they're going to go in and say nothing to see here?
So they were killed in Bidei Shem.
Starts to grow.
Interestingly enough, if we was making a clear Shabbat. It says by hand how he does the Avodah Yamos, Vazara, and it says by Adas Torah, Kalakari Hakare of Mishkan Hashem Yamos. They were also so they were killed. Mala Haran, just like by Torah, Bidei Shemai, go back to Shemai. After Bidei Shemai, so over here it's Bidei Shemai. Therefore, this is what is called Maya, that if a non-Kohen does the Avodah, takes Mikdash, he's killed with Bidei Shemai. I had a keyword and give us a no. Damar Khan Bazar Kari, the Damar alone, the Hajodi Hamu,
I understand that Malachi was 8, almost 9 years old now, was suffering with not just one or two warts, but a significant outbreak of warts all over his body, so significant it impacted his ability to really function.
And yet, while it's worship, the prophet says you must by them as well. Therefore, what? Just like by the God, it's false prophet. After the skilo, just like the false prophet is called skilo, so to the sound was the also killed with skilo. Therefore, the Nuri or the Nuri said, no, Malach was the Chenek Afkamet. In other words, this is more about the death penalty for the false prophet. Whereas the Akiva says it's skilo, the Yochanan the Nuri holds that it's Chenek. But either way, what we're going through is we're building a Shabbat between false prophets, the false right between the Rabbi, between false prophets, and so again, according to the Akiva, it's going to result in the punishment of Skilo, and according to the Yochanan, it's going to result in the punishment of Chenek. So the question, by the way, I'm not going to forget to show you the Akiva. So first of all, before the first level is between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva. Right? Rabbi Shmuel is making the Shabbat of Hazar, and he's comparing it to the followers of Torah. Just like the first prophet killed Misa B'Shamayim, so too again, the Zab, the Nakba, does have all those also killed Misa B'Shamayim. Rabbi Akiva
Just a little Valentine's gift from Jewelry Television.
Just like the
I love their jewelry. I had my office bracelet on JTV.com. Love their concept jewelry, and all these things they're going out.
They got to say, Rabbi Akiva said, according to Yumas, that in done in Yumas,
Just stones, and their artisan collection, gorgeous. Are you going to open your gift? It's a pearl bracelet.
So the word is Yumas. It says Yumas by Zar, and it says Yumas by the false prophet. By Adas Korach, by the followers of Korach, the notion of the pasuk is Yumas, not Yumas. So the Akiva says that Rabbi
Welcome back to Coast to AM.
Rabbi Shmuel says, done in Hegel, the best part of the day. It's not that we got fun. I think the fans tonight watching the Super Bowl are quite happy, but they were very much in tune with the guy that ran on the field without a shirt on and eluded security. I mean, he broke a couple of tackles. It seems to be, I guess, more trending in the positive direction than the halftime show. It's also based on some of my emails, Ryan Redgrave, Coast to Coast AM.com. Our guest here is known as the second Akiva. He's like a phenomenon which we can find here goes our Akiva. Here joining us tonight. Are you ready to take some questions from our listeners? Or maybe this nothing once a week and was a big deal.
Let's start with our first-time caller line. I love first-time callers. DJ is in upstate New York. DJ, you're on with Erica. Go ahead.
Very profound.
Try to get
The verse is like this. So it's
I
almost
lived
as if
in
the
a house.
Akiva saying
We bought
to
a
a certain
home
degree,
in a
it's
town
like your
in
identity
upstate New
and
York.
status cannot
Many, many years
be
ago, when my daughter was almost 4,
your identity and your status is fundamentally tethered to
the
what you
neighbor
are.
said, don't put any water
Incredibly so.
every
So
dog
goes on
or
the right, and if you're going to be open. So by the way, now, okay, so now we understand we have a fundamental focus. Ultimately, in between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva. Fine. Now, but in actually, the false prophet himself is not focused on Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Akiva says, Rabbi Yochanan says, so what's going on over here? Which the Gemara says, what's in my focus? The Gemara says, why go to Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Yochanan? The might go to Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yochanan. Then Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Shimon and Rabbanan. Their argument, their machlokas is the machlokas of Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbanan. What's their machlokas? The Sanyon. Rabbi Shivya, Skilo. If the Rabbi tries to convince people to worship idolatry, he's killed. Skilo. And Shimon Shimon says, no, Chanan. So the Gemara says, Ha'an, the Gemara says, Shimon Chanan. Ha'anan Tanan, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Chanan. What was that? We have on record that Rabbi Akiva also says Chanan. So you just said that Rabbi Akiva holds that the Rabbi tries to convince people to do idolatry, ultimately is killed by Skilo. Yet Rabbi Akiva's on record, and the Mishnah say that it's a Chiyuv Chanan. Straight to Rabbi Akiva. There's my focus on Rabbi Akiva.
No, I was just, it's interesting when I hear things like that, where
that the false prophet is high as Skilo.
they don't know.
He said that the Akiva holds that he's high as Chanan.
What they say
This is that Shimon
triggers
Rabbi Akiva.
some
He said, I want to okay. And the vice is like, now, what else do you have? So we'll say, a lot of the vice, this last case over here,
Bro, she needs to sit on the couch and watch Bravo, bro. My girl don't need a sports, bro. She needs to call the American Idol hotline and issue a bomb threat, bro. Okay, Okay, that's my time. Thank you, Cody. In and out, William Montgomery. William, have you watched any of tonight's show? Have you seen any of it? Sometimes you're
Just a little of it. I haven't been paying attention, but what a bunch of kind of weirdo kind of people, right?
yeah.
Psycho bitches.
Yeah, psycho bitches. That last girl, she seemed strange. When she was walking out, I just touched her shoulder, just trying to be nice. And then I went on with what I was doing, and I turned around, and she was just sitting there staring at me. And I was like, okay, bitch, keep walking. I was trying to be nice. I was trying to be nice, bitch. What the fuck?
It is wild. Proof that the bucket is real, that anything can happen, because if these things were pre-picked, produced it all clearly, none of that, like Demo Majok, the extremely black man. And yeah, the caddy, the Jack McWilliams was fun, and then it's just you and Ari Maddie.
Yeah, well, I've been so busy up there. I've been hanging out with Ari Maddie's friend, also from Estonia. He will not get off my back in the green room. It's Tony. It's
There's an Estonian comedian that's annoying you in the green room.
It's really no. I'm kidding. He's very nice. I only briefly said hello. What have I been doing up there tonight, Tony? I'm trying to even think about what I've even been doing up there tonight. Not a lot.
You're asking me what you've been doing in the green room while we've been taping the show?
Huh?
Nothing. Right. William, how's life been going for you? What have you been
Not good, Tony. Well, it's not funny. No, not good. I gotta snap out of it. I haven't done the fucking row machine in 3 weeks. I've been fucking.
What made you stop rowing?
Get my sciatic nerve, and then I was worried I was gonna just stop doing it. Now I've just stopped doing it, so I've got to get back. I've been in this horrible funk. I've been in it for 3 weeks now, so I just gotta get out of it. I've been on fucking eBay. I bought all the fucking Oriental rugs I could literally fit in my place, and now I'm onto lamps. Now I'm buying a bunch of lamps on fucking eBay, but I'm a little worried because I got this really cool kind of old school looking ashtray, and the package finally arrived today and it was broken.
Why didn't you buy it from me, William? We're fucking friends, man.
Yeah, you could go to Nick Rochefort's antique store at Shamanic.
Fuck are you talking about? You told me. No, you don't have very good looking rugs. I looked at your fucking rugs, dumbass.
I have good looking rugs.
He has great rugs. CHAMONIX house. Shamanic's house.
And you went on a fucking eBay behind my...
Yeah, I got on fucking eBay and they smell like shit. All of them smell like shit. They all smell moldy. I should have bought one.
What kind of lamps have you bought off eBay this week?
Oh my gosh, I got one that looks like a duck. A brass-looking duck. I've got a one that looks like another Oriental. It's another Oriental thing. It looks like it's some sort of cookie jar. It's some sort of jar. I gotta get a lampshade. So I've been looking on this lampshade website, and that's real kind of boring. I mean, they got different kind of lampshades. They got ones that kind of look like a cylinder. They also got ones with like a small top.
Yeah, what else? What other kinds do they have?
I don't know. They're
Make something up here. It's getting laughs.
Like spherical. There's also fiber optic stuff. Yeah, I'm getting fiber optic out in my apartment, Tony. Sorry, it was just so boring. It's hard to even do that.
I saw something on social media the other day that you were sitting in your living room the other night and an owl smashed into your window. Is that true?
It is true, and it's very weird. I didn't know if it was a demonic kind of thing. I didn't really understand because I've literally in my car recently, all these birds hit my side window.
Oh my God.
Literally, when I'm at like a red light, birds will just start going into my fucking side window.
Whoa.
And now it's happening in my apartment.
Whoa.
And now it's happening with owls. Now it's happening with hawks.
Wow.
Now it's happening with all different kinds of birds they have around here. Seriously.
You're not dating Alfred Hitchcock, are you? Another old reference.
Oh, it's the late 50s. No big deal.
You want to go to Arby's?
Yeah. Double beef and cheddar.
Ooh, steak bites. I love the Arby's steak bites.
Oh, you do? What else do you love from Arby's?
Well, the fucking Tomoka shake, Tony!
Whoa!
No, but that's all I really love. I really do love a Tomoka shake.
That's
I
it?
just do that right there.
What do they call
No,
it?
nothing else from Arby's.
What do you call it?
A Tomoka shake! That's how I order them, and the birds are fucking flying into my window, dying. Seriously, it's been a weird. That's why I've been down recently, Tony. It's weird.
Birds have been flying into your windows.
Correct. And it's now on some social media stuff.
There must be
You heard about
I saw that. I also heard an ostrich tripping up your ass.
Is there something that you're leaving out, perhaps? Do you have some type of food that you've left out? Why would birds fly in your windows? Is there something like
energy thing, I think, Tony?
Wow,
Worried about, yeah.
Don't they say if a bird flies into your house, it means somebody's going to die? And I don't want to be morbid, but isn't that like a thing?
Yeah.
God, I've been watching a whole bunch of fucking police cam videos. That's what I've been doing. And dear Lord, Tony, right before this, again, I kind of haven't been feeling great. And I'm watching this one. I didn't even click on the next video. It just goes on. And it's these two police officers, and there's this crazy guy who won't roll down the window. And he to give the fucking driver's license, and then they end up breaking out the window, and then he shoots the one guy in the neck and the stomach. And then it shows the process of them walking off the roads with the other police cruisers from their fucking police cams. There's police cams everywhere. But it kind of didn't help my mood before I got here.
What's that got to do with a bird?
Why do people say you laugh like an owl?
You know, go there, yes, why is it so?
Okay, well, if Stupid recommend the book Spot Ingram by Louis C.K. one more time.
You don't talk so happy for me for like that. She don't know one picture like that before. She find us like that. She don't want share no money. I don't see Mama Caro. I would rather not like the don't specify the doesn't have my guys. I rather not see my colleague don't stay like me. I don't even want to open my uncle there. The person who called it disturbing for here. Whether it's not now, you are this, Rabbi, Caroline, Rabbi, I don't even want to open my uncle there. The person who called it disturbing for here. Whether it's not now, you are this, Rabbi, Caroline, Rabbi, I'm using this one. For sure. I don't understand. I thought you check out with this one again. I said, send the WhatsApp number. Let's chat on WhatsApp. Like she may have not the kind of the ice flight flight and I'm book the flights.
No, I tell me go book flight. I'm saying no saying like.
I never see anything pay for. I don't pay for it. I see. Like you kids, you never not do for me.
No. Don't you believe in love? Don't you believe in me?
Wait a minute, which economy? Good luck, economy.
That's important.
Sorry.
Let's move on. Baby.
I know, my love. You can't just be doing this on my own. I love you too.
I want you to get beyond them online.
Okay. But do you want like I need your details, you get. I need your name so that when you get to the airport, you just see them crying down, okay, it's your this thing. Just talk for me, let me put I need your passport, you send everything to me. Send your passport, your name.
No, I will come myself. I will do like and you just tell me
yeah, we for the
no. Don't need
you come home. Yeah, no, sharp. Let's go to the game. The problem that
Let's bring that up after the break.
Even if you do something to show them, if it's the kind of act that had you done it for basic, you would be exempt from financial liability. Even if you do it for showing, you're exempt from financial liability. Okay, I mean, we're going to have from that Nehemiah says that's fine, but when you hold on to easily from the fiscal, that's fine if you hold like from the fiscal. Element the less like from the fiscal, occasionally, but if you don't hold on the from the fiscal, which makes sense, or many reject that concept, they say your expenditure covered by compensation is when you are liable to that penalty. But if it is something to show you, and if we're not liable to that, you are liable to pay. So if you reject that penalty, then what do you do with the head fish? Both of these opinions are agreed. Namely, that the sun is committed to going through blood vessels. This is the injury is from this one, therefore it is going
This is day 44 of this bitch. And some of the older kids are like, what the fuck is that? And they're like, oh my god. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? They're like older and I'm like, I don't know what's going on. And even some of the kids in my grade are like, can you believe that just happened? That just happened. Now, I can tell, I smell everything. I smell from this fucking school. Every kind of fart. The loudest stuff. Kids, I had this one fucking legend. I'll even talk about it. That's how good it was. I don't know what it was. It was the absolute best part of the history of words. Like we say, you ask anybody from my class, they will say, they'll remember where they were, they'll be like, wait, sit down for this one. It's like one of those things, like a dateline in the 60 minutes, we had to sit down for this one. And they'll all tell you exactly. I've told the story before, but I'll tell it again. I had something, I don't know what it was, but to this day, I've never had a fart like this. Or like a day where I had like, it was like, I had a boiler maker in my fucking stomach or some shit. Not to drink, just like literally a boiler. Like, this school had no air conditioning. They had like intermittent air conditioning. It was everything. I just remember there were such bad smells. There was ginkgo and there were. There's peel and sweat and sometimes like spoiled food, old milk, like.
Yo, what up? How are you, big dog? Shalom, what's good, son? Excellent. Dude, just living life. How'd you find out about me? Please remind me. An anime server? Okay, very well. Did you watch? Cool. Did you watch the Super Bowl? Are you kidding me? They had like a whole dedication to Latin America. The entire halftime show was in Spanish. Dog, I had an Australian in here. You know the Australian. There's going to be an NFL game in Melbourne next year. All right, very well. All right. What about the Winter Olympics? Do you know that there are 56 Australian athletes competing? Baby, I'm into everything cool. All right. Well, I'm in. All right. Well, I'm in everything, baby, and that shit's cool too. All right. Have you been on Twitter Spaces recently? Yes or no? Go. Why not? All right. I mean, it's something you can listen to. You don't have to like do anything, but it's 24/7 Web3 discussion. Are you into cryptocurrency? All right. Well, and you're not in the Web3 Twitter spaces? Okay, but what about like meme coins or okay, what kind of business do you run? Oh, very cool. You have a big heart. Very well. Do you know what raw comedy is? Dog, it's Australia's biggest open mic competition. Man, you don't know anything about Australia. No, I'm just busting your balls. Do you not know what raw comedy is though? Dog, you got to get on board. It's Australia's biggest open mic competition. Do you know what comedy is? Who's your favorite Australian comedian? Okay, who's your favorite American comedian? That's hilarious that you think. But okay, excellent. Do you know who James McCann is? He's from Adelaide. Yeah, I know. I'm having to teach you about your own country. I mean, am I not? Am I not? I'm over here teaching you that you have 56 Olympians in the Winter Olympics. I'm teaching you. Do you know about the JJJ, the music radio? Fuck yeah. I saw he got his ass whooped. There you go. Do you like UFC? All right. All right, very well. Are you excited for the White House UFC event July 4th? Dog, I'm into everything cool. I'm into everything cool. Dog, Nickel, the guy from Venezuela. Yeah. What about him? Yeah, dog. We've known this for a long time. It's arguable. We basically kidnapped their leader and staged a coup, and now we're running that country. We've done it to essentially every Central and South American region. Yeah, that we basically have large corporations that want the resources of those places. They come in, they change the leadership, they put in some puppet leader, and that puppet leader does everything that the United States says. Word dog. All right. So yeah, I mean we're all related. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone, thousands of us globally. It's a pretty common name within the Ashkenazi Jewish community. It's like having the name Kennedy as an Irish person. Maybe they're part of me. By DNA, I have familial connections. That's even closer. Baby, this is the biggest event in global history. I don't work. All my food's taken care of for me. I'm financially independent. What more do you want me to do? This is what I enjoy. 100%. I could be traveling the world. I While I enjoy traveling, I really am a homebody. I like to learn, I like to be entertained, I like to be comfortable more than anything. So I make my time streaming my life 24/7 and meeting new amazing individuals who don't know anything about their own country like you. Now, let me ask you this, my man. I'm just busting your balls. What are your thoughts on Robert Irwin? I'll wait. You don't know who Robert Irwin is? Dog, he's like the biggest celebrity in Australia. Dog, dog, please, dog, dog. Do you know who Steve Irwin is? All right. So he has two children. Bindi Irwin, his daughter, and Robert Irwin, his son. Yeah, dog. So just living like a pimp. That's what I'm doing. Going into Twitter Spaces, telling people about what I do, and well, of course, it's going to change in a couple of years. Yeah, I know the best investment strategies in the history of humankind. It's called data. aside from data, though, if you want to make a quick buck really as fast as possible, get into Pump Fund and just whenever a coin is launched, buy it immediately and sell it within like 3 minutes, and you'll essentially every single time make at least like 1 or 2x, and then you just keep doing that. And no, most of them do. Right when they launch, they all go up, and so you just buy them right when they launch, and then you sell them within a minute. It's basically it's a cheat code. Yeah, absolutely, it works. Well, yeah, because you didn't sell soon enough, right? Yeah, exactly. So basically, you say to yourself, I'm going to ape into a coin. I am going to only be in it for 1 or 2 or 3 minutes until it 1x's, 2x's, 3x's, and then I'm going to get out. And so you just have to be happy with taking small. Exactly, but that adds up very, very quickly. It's a cheat code, dog. Dog, I know all the cheat codes. Again, data. Data's the biggest cheat code of them all. Data's more valuable than petroleum, dog. Train AI with it. Do you know about AI? I mean, you know how valuable AI is, right? Well, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data, specifically human data, overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource. So, I mean, how much money do you want to make? Dog, you you create your own data. Yeah, dog. So you basically recognize that human data is the most valuable asset in the world, and you create your own. You basically generate your own human data and recognize that it will be extremely valuable in the future. It's the number one resource on earth. It's more valuable than gold, silver, oil, cryptocurrency. Human data is number one. It's more valuable than water. It was. It depends how much. It depends how much of it you have. There's another person in here. Um, he recognizes it. His name's Spirit Man. Spirit Man live streams his life 24/7 on YouTube. He's been doing it for like 300 days. There's a lot of value in that data. I've been doing it 24/7 for like 1,500 days. There's a lot of value in that data. The different social media platforms, the different social media platforms, they pay you for. Uh, no, you still own it. So- right, and then you get paid from that. Yeah, I mean, but you have to recognize views can make you money, the data itself can make you money, endorsements can make you money. There are multiple profit streams from this. It's not just one profit stream. That's what makes it so valuable. Well, no, that's not necessarily true. A lot of influencers bot themselves. In fact, the majority of influencers bot themselves so that they have what's considered a larger audience, and then they get more money from it. But the number one job in the United States that a young person wants to be is an influencer, and that is now the number one job as a global desired career. It used to be athlete. It used to be like football player or basketball player or soccer player. It's no longer. Influencers taken over. You can do whatever you want. You can talk about whatever you want. Literally, whenever you turn on the camera, money starts to get generated. It's like a free money glitch. Yeah, or whatever. I mean, like I'm wearing, I'm 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 sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. All I have to do is wear their shirt, which costs me nothing. I'd have to wear a shirt anyway, and have their pillows and comforter and stuff, and I generate money enough. They don't. Oh, no, 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 no. I disagree with you on that. What it takes is consistency. Consistency is the key. I mean, if you want to consider consistency as a skill, I agree with you there. You could be someone who has a million views on one video, which is fine. You can monetize that. But what's much more valuable is 1,000 views over the course of a year. And you might say, but why? Because you have a lot more content over if you create an entire year's worth of footage for people of the future to be able to study. Absolutely. Like, let's take it like this. You could have a data is very important. Like in the past, okay, let's put it like this. People in the past would write journals and diaries, and they would say like what the weather was like and what was going on in the world, and they would talk about their passions and their dreams. And you could have perhaps 100 pages of a really famous person, which is valuable, or you could have a lifetime journal of someone with maybe 10,000 pages worth of journals. And maybe they might not be famous immediately, but the fact that they had so much content over the course of their life becomes the backbone of many of our history interpretations. Like they're able to shape history due to their words. Maybe they weren't president, or maybe they the king of England. That's exactly that's exactly from the 1970s until the late 20 like the late noughts. And so for like 30 years, and that's become the backbone of the global television archive. And she worked for Apple Computer, and she and And she and her family basically used the funds that she made from Apple to be able to take on this project. And now the reason why much of our video archive exists is because of her. So she may not have made huge amounts of money over the course of her life. She did, though, because she had Apple stock and stuff. She lived comfortably, but in 100 years, she'll be seen as an icon. That's exactly right. It already can. I can give AI a 12-hour video of mine, and it gives you minute by minute timestamps of everything that was going on, an analysis of the language, and summaries. I mean, it's incredibly powerful. You have to understand, it's about influence. If you're not live streaming right now yourself, but if you do it for 10 years straight every single day, you're a millionaire. Just about guaranteed. If you do it 24/7. And here's why. Because you'll have people who come to you to say, "Hey, I've seen what you're doing. I like your content. I have this cereal I want you to be a spokesperson of, or this clothing brand I want you to be a spokesperson of, or I want you to drive this car." And you're going to get on podcasts and you'll get interviews. You will see perhaps exponential growth. You didn't know who Mr. Beast was 10 years ago. You can go back and look at Mr. Beast's first video, which is like in 2014, and he looks much younger, and he's just like, "Hey, everybody, I'm making a video for myself in 10 years." You do what you need to do, baby. It's your world. I just live in it.
Brought in a stink bomb and put it in the locker room, and it cleared up. And that was very pungent, like rotten eggs, like sulfur. I remember the dean of police comes in and he's looking around and trying to figure out who did it. I remember watching this thing break. Like somebody kicked it into the fucking locker and shattered the wheel fucking fan. I remember that. It just stunk really, really bad. And to open up all the fucking windows. I can remember teachers at school would smell so bad after we came in, after playing football, all sweaty. They would take the door and go like this and just try to wave out some of the fucking smell. And when you're a young guy, like you're just fucking full of hormones and adrenaline and stuff. And like we'd smell farts, every kind of fart. Farts in the stairwell, farts in the hallway, farts in the school, farts in the room. Like I had this thing that these documentaries that you go like this, and I'd make people think that I was farting. And it became cool to be like a fire. Like you have that fire, like that would be really good. Anyway, why? Because it was just funny. Whenever anybody did anything, they had to go like some kids couldn't take it. And there's one day I had the worst fucking gas. Not because I had farted so much, but the smell was unlike, it was like a sweet potency that has never been emulated in the history of humankind ever since. Nor have I had it previously. It was sweet punches. That's the best way I can describe it. So the first, and the other thing is, you never, or you did absolutely, like, do everything you could to not fart on the way to school. So you saved it all up till you got to school, just because you didn't. You're like in an enclosed place with people. Once you got to school, especially when you got in the locker room with all the boys,
Yo, what, baby? Yeah, so you're over here. I'm, I'm telling you, like the way to success, and you get it, but you don't. Okay, so 10 years ago, Mr. Beast, well, maybe like 12 years ago, he was worth nothing. He was living in fucking North Carolina, and he had nothing. Now he's a billionaire. He kept up with that dream, and I'm just saying to you, like, you want the easy way. The easy way is creating content. I mean, well, so you have to recognize it's the idea that it is human content that makes it valuable. AI cannot replicate human data. People think of it like this. You know how people pay a lot for handmade things like watches and cars? Like the most expensive cars are the ones that are made by hand. The reason why is because it doesn't involve machines. People are willing to pay a premium for that. It has more value. Additionally, look at art. Like people could be like, well, art can be created by computers, and it can be, but it's not as valuable as art that's been created by great artists. And the reason why is because people value the human touch. And the same is true with content. Yeah, you can create really cool videos using AI. There's no doubt about that. I think it's great. I do it all the time. However, no machine can recreate your reaction to it accurately. It's not real. And people recognize that. When they know that it's AI generated, they know that it loses, at least to human beings, it loses much of its appeal. That's one of the reasons why people value going to concerts and being able to see the actual artist as opposed to listening to AI music or computer produced music. It's because they can connect with the and we're at the point where, I mean, if you've heard of the theory, it's known as the dead internet theory. It's where much of the internet has already for at least the last near decade been replaced by robots and been replaced with artificial intelligence, and thus we're moving more and more away from human content, and people long for that. People love that. Look, I can just tell you right now, I've got one, two, three, four, I've got like 5 different people in this stream who just like being around a human. They could be just live streaming to like some AI model or whatever, but they don't. They like the human connection. And that's just in this Discord. I've got another 20 different YouTube streams that are going, and random people in there who just literally like to know that it's a portal into someone's life and it's real, that anything could happen. That's the thing. It's anything could happen and it's real. It's part of history. Anybody could say like, "Hey, we're just going to play anime or play a cartoon or play perhaps a movie," but that's predicted. It's generated. Anything could happen in this stream. I could say anything. Any random person could come in here, and that's exciting. In many ways, yeah, there are similarities to that, and then you don't get in trouble, and people like that. That's right. I mean, look at old photographs. Okay, people like old photographs because it's like a snapshot of history. That's what these live streams are. It's a snapshot of history. People study this decades and centuries and millennia into the future to understand what life was like in 2026 and 2025 and 2024 and 2023 and 2022 and 2021 and into the pandemic. I mean, that's going to be really important for society. in many ways, but it's not just about my life. It's about world history events. 24/7, I keep the radio on in the background that captures the news world events because there's been evidence of historical revision, and I don't like that. I like historical, I like I like historical accuracy. So I want somebody to be able to go back in my stream and know exactly what was going on, not just in my life, but what was going on in world history. And if somebody tries to manipulate that in the future, somebody can go back to my stream and say, no, that's not how it played out. Yeah, I mean, 24/7. I'm live streaming on YouTube. Dude, you don't even know this? Okay, go to at the top of this stream, or pardon me, at the top of this Discord. Do you see under welcome there's a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams? Okay, click that, and then do you see a link in there? Click that link. Look how many live streams I have going on YouTube right now. Right. So you can see my life from 360 degrees, 24 hours a day. And you may say, well, Rabbi, you only have like 100 followers on each one of these accounts. I know. I recreate an account every few months or so that I don't lose it all. If somebody wants to come in and ban my account for copyright or some other misinformation or whatever they may want to do, I don't lose all of the data. So it's basically redundant, and I have many different streams, and that I get paid for those on some of the platforms. And more importantly to me, far more importantly, the money doesn't matter to me. I don't even collect it. It just sits in a pool. What's important to me is the fact that my life, I mean, I I live comfortably. That's all I care about. I'm taken care of. I don't have to worry about, I don't have a boss. Nobody wakes me up. That's the key. That's the freedom that I enjoy. I don't have a boss. Every single person in this world has a boss, but I don't. Exactly. But I don't. Nobody wakes me up. I do whatever I want. I wake up whenever I want. I eat whatever I want. I'm able to communicate with anybody. I mean, I have religious restrictions, but those are ones that are, imposed on me traditionally. And if I wanted to, I could break them. I recognize that I have the freedom to do that, but I enjoy the fact that I'm part of a religion, and that's important to me. Um, and every single person on this earth, every Israeli, every Jew has at some point eaten something non kosher because the fact that some things are really difficult to detect, like a small aphid in broccoli would be considered non kosher. Okay. So nobody, yeah, so nobody has a perfect record in this world, but I do my best to buy kosher, eat kosher, and maintain a kosher status, and have for as long as I can remember. Thank you. I do my best to. I do my best to. If you're wondering what just closed down, I just have to restart one of my cameras that is in this stream. So, when are you going to start streaming? That's my question for you. Yeah, and you okay, but I mean that's part of the reason why people might like you. Okay, so you're a business owner right now, and you do your best to help. And let's just be honest. In 12 years, you're not going to be a billionaire, right? You want to be, but there's like, come on, be a realist. You're not going to be a billionaire in 12 through your business. Like if you no, like that's a very good point. But no, come on, let's be realistic. You started a business. You might be a right, but even a millionaire, the odds of you being a millionaire in 12 years, I don't know, 25%, 50%, something. Okay, okay, multimillionaire. Let's say 100 millionaire. The odds of you being 100 millionaire in maybe 12 years are pretty low. You'll probably you'll probably you'll probably get up to like 12 million, 15 million, 30 million. People, absolutely. But if you just said to yourself, you know what? If I just took, I don't know, $10,000 or $20,000 and had a nice setup where I could stream my life 24/7, I would be a billionaire in like a decade. I mean, look at look at Mr. Beast did it. Why can't you? Uh, with if you botted yourself, you could easily be Mr. Beast in 12 years. No doubt. No doubt. Absolutely. Mr. Beast is the biggest botter on YouTube. He's his company bots him. Yeah, I mean, does he buy the bots? He did in the beginning. So, but there are arguments for that. Okay. Um, you can recognize that if you were to say, I mean, you're a millionaire, so you have a business. If you were to say to yourself, all right, well, I'm gonna just have a live stream going. You don't always have to be on the live streams. Like right now, I've got like 20 different angles, and of them, I just walked over there. I was on like maybe I wasn't on this one, I wasn't on that one, and I wasn't on these, but I was on three others. You don't have to be on camera every single second of every single moment of your life. That's not necessarily what's super important. It's the fact that anytime anyone wants to watch your stream, they can. Even with Mr. Beast, with as much content as he has, if you're really dedicated, you'll watch all his stuff within a few months. Every single video of his. The same is untrue for my streams. You would literally to watch every angle that I have to spend a century dedicating your life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year to watch all the content that I've created. And it would even take longer than that. And that's just I've just been doing this for like 4.5 years or so. Um, just think about how much content I will have the opportunity to have made if I do this for 50 years. Um, I mean, I don't have brothers or sisters. I'm independent. Um, I, I mean, my cousins uh, recognize that the data is really important to me, and I would say generally my family is very positive towards it. It's like archiving. It's archiving human history. That's a very cool thing. Absolutely, 100%. That camera behind me is listening to the radio and transcribing every single word that comes out of it. And you can even get it now. This is pretty I think phenomenal. Like you could there are some more advanced YouTube videos that I have. Like basically YouTube is always adding different features. So in the future they'll be able to make it so that all my videos are 8K, and they'll be able to make it so that I've already seen this where they have voice one, voice two, voice three, voice four, like however many different voices are going on in a different video. You're able to get the the transcript of each one of them individually. So like right right now, like the radio will be transcribed, but also my voice will be transcribed and your voice will be transcribed. Exactly. And absolutely. And once you get to 8K, the human eye cannot perceive anything more in depth than that. So we kind of hit a ceiling for what a human could even be able to detect with the naked eye. And we're not that far away. I choose not to at this point. Here's why. I mean, I could have. I could, yeah, I mean, I'm very look, before I started streaming, I was with a lot of women. And so I have like a memory bank of just excellent relationships with really beautiful women. And I know that when I go viral, which could happen any single day or any month or whatever, I'll be the most famous person on earth. Or arguably, I'll have more data than any person ever. I have more data than Mr. Beast. I have more data than T Series. I have more data than PewDiePie. I have more data than all of them combined. You could combine PewDiePie and Mr. Beast and multiply it by 10, and I have more data than they do. And I'll be able to use my role as a global leader not only to be able to improve it, but have any woman that I want. I'll be the most eligible bachelor on earth. And every woman on earth, no matter like this is something that I've learned, no matter how tall a guy is, how athletic they are, how rich they are, the thing that a woman wants more than anything is to make her fucking friends jealous. And the best way to do it is to get with a really famous dude. Fame is an incredible aphrodisiac to women in many ways. It's the most powerful aphrodisiac. Every woman wants to be with the most famous man on earth. It is. Absolutely. Absolutely. Every woman exactly. But essentially what I can give women is the opportunity to be remembered in the annals of history. Just like if you wanted your name in the Bible and you did something of note, your name is in the Bible. In the same way, if I find you to be attractive enough, you'll be on my stream and you'll be remembered in the annals of history. Hundreds of millions of years into the future, when humans have been able to travel interstellarly and intergalactically, somebody somewhere will say, I want to see what life was like back in 2026 on Earth and know what was going on and what someone's life was like. Just like we have cave paintings or hieroglyphics or Renaissance paintings. Everybody wants a snapshot of what history was like in the past. And in the same way, my streams give people that opportunity. And any woman out there, if I were able to say to somebody, hey, would you like to be in a Renaissance painting? Absolutely. They would go for that. They'd want to be on the world's largest live stream as well. Now, do I live stream my life because I think it's going to get me a lot of ass? Absolutely not. I've had a lot of ass in the past, and it's great. It's wonderful. But at a certain point, There ain't no pussy like new pussy. You always get bored. You want to move on. What I don't get bored is live streaming my life. And that's really it's power. I'm able to talk about world peace. I'm able to talk about futurism. I'm able to talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, cryptocurrency, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial super intelligence, artificial general intelligence, things like that's correct. Yeah, excellent question. Absolutely. People live stream their life. They don't archive the live streams. What makes mine unique is I archive mine. So if you're a Twitch streamer, and that's cool, and you're live streaming, and all the people on Twitch are live streaming right now, and that's really neat, right? Their streams erase after 14 days. And if you have a premium account, their top tier is 90 days. It's gone. It's like it never happened. Even with people who are like, "Hey, I'm going to do the world's longest YouTube stream." That's cool. It's not archived. And YouTube says been there, done that. It's a difficult thing to prove. And additionally, the Guinness World Record Company is about advertising, and a lot of the things that I stream are copyright infringements. So, like today, I watched the Super Bowl. That is not something that you're supposed to be streaming on YouTube. Did I do it? Yeah. And I just have a way around the copyright infringement, which is playing multiple things at the same time. Exactly. And that allows me to get around things. But I mean, like I have friends of mine who have Guinness World Records, and it really hasn't done that much for their project. So I know that that is something that I'll have officially in the near future. I don't really sweat that one out. What I think is really important, and what's important to me, is just maintaining the consistency of 24/7 streams, and every 12 hours I restart my stream and I start a new one. And that means that it's archived, that you can literally go back and watch what I do. The person in here, Spirit Man, what's important about his streams, and he's recognizes he has to restart them every 12 hours. And he and I have been looking for people who do what we do, basically archive their streams every 12 hours. He's the only person I've ever met who is archiving their stream every 12 hours like I do. And he's been doing it 250 days. I've been doing it for about 1,600 days. He does it from one angle. I do it from 20 angles. I'm not putting him down. I'm saying if I wasn't doing what I was doing, his stream would be the most important stream in the world. Yeah, I would say so. And then I do it on so many different platforms. I don't just do it on YouTube. I do it on Rumble. I do it on Twitch. I do it on YouNow. I do it on Billy. I do it on so many different streams. I do it on Instagram. I've been live streaming on X, on a video live space of X for 360 days. No one's ever done that we can find an X space for 365 days on video. I mean, I have more video content on X than any person ever. And you have to understand how valuable this is going to be to people of the future. To understand aging, like I have myself on here for like basically 5 years of my life, and people will be able to study my aging, my eating habits, my drinking habits, my breathing habits, my sleep habits, which I think will be really important because not a lot of people stream themselves when they sleep. Every aspect, behavior patterns, every aspect of human interaction, every aspect of human existence is essentially archived on this stream and will be able to be studied by people in the future. It's incredibly valuable data. It is. It is. Well, I appreciate that. And what I'm saying to you is, you're a business owner. I understand you got to run your business 100%. What stops you from just getting a computer, a cheap computer, and then every 12 hours just archiving your life? You can always mute it if there's something that you don't want to have on camera, or you can stop the stream, or you can go into another room and talk with someone. It it's automated, yeah. So like basically when you do a YouTube stream, so long as it's less than 12 hours, it's automatically archived. If you don't want it, then you delete it. So all you'd have to do is just get a computer if you don't already have one. You create a YouTube account. I recommend also creating a Rumble account, a Twitch account, and a Kick account, because then you'll have 4 times the audience. And when you first start, for the first few months, very few people are going to check you out. But then people will start to follow you. And every time you go live or start a new stream, more and more people will follow you. I mean, I have 2,800 people in this Discord. I have not had this Discord the entire time that I've been doing this. I've only had it for um, about 2 years or so, and I have 2,800 people in here. And it's the middle of the night in the Western world, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in here, 6 people in here, not including you, who are like dedicated to what I'm doing, or in their own way, or just like being around me. They like not being alone. They like having a connection with people. It's really a beautiful thing. Yeah, so usually when I wake, I first say a prayer. I then wash, do the hygiene things that I need to do, go to the bathroom. I do record a lot of that footage, but I can't upload it to YouTube because it's against their terms. So I just have it on a GoPro, or sometimes on Instagram or X. They have different things that you can put. Oh, it's no big deal. If I shower, a lot of times it's just from the waist up. I sing in the shower, so that's content. Then once I'm done with that, I have my morning prayers that I say. So I don tefillin, or like we Orthodox Jews do. After what's called shacharis, which is morning prayers, I teach a class anywhere between 1 and 3 hours. Like this morning's was 3.5 hours on what's called nida, which is basically how a woman, um, what how a woman is able to keep kosher, and basically a clean state of purity while she's having her period in a marriage. And I go through. I It's not always on that, but that's just what today's lesson was. But I really, it's a class about Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism. And I've been doing that at least for 1 hour every single day for the last 44 days, to some extent, yeah. But it's not just like me with my eyes closed. It's literally like I go through biographies of great Kabbalists of Judaism, and I read their biographies on camera. And then oh, that's not what it is. It's more about uh, it's about meditation, certainly. It's more, yeah, I mean, certainly. I mean, it's not like what you would think of with magic, though. It's more about studies of how to get closer to God, and how to become enlightened, those kinds of things. And it's really the history of that as well. So I do that. I also have a lesson in Yiddish that I do every day. So if you know what Yiddish is, it's essentially uh, German Hebrew hybrid language that was developed in the Ashkenazic world. in the medieval period. So we have a Yiddish lesson. Then I have a video that we watch, a different video that we watch every day from basically a Hasidic dynasty, and so I've been going through all of uh, the short lessons that are on Hasidic dynasty, of which I'm a part. Then what we do is we have an open topic. So like today was about women's issues, and it could be anything. And previous days it was about like butchering of animals. Um, it's been in the past as well about like AI and how AI affects us as Jews. I mean, it's all very religious, and so I do that anywhere between 1 hour and 3 hours every single day. Then I go into sometimes longer though. Like today's was 3.5 hours. Then I go into Twitter Spaces. So if you know what Twitter Spaces are, they're basically like usually they're audio rooms, but sometimes they're video rooms like the ones that I host, and they have things called chill-in shows where you can go in and talk about yourself and promote your project. And so in the last 100 days or so, I've gained like 3,800 followers on X just doing that, which is a lot. These are real people. These are not bots. They're people who are familiar with what I do and are positive towards it. And so I'll do that for a few hours. Certainly have coffee and eat and those kinds of things. Then I have people come in here in the afternoon, and then it gets into the evening, and then I have been playing. I play games with the people in here, usually every single night, and we catch up on our day and how everything went. But then we have games that we play. So like with Miss Aquarius who's in here, we play bowling every night. We do a bowling game, but then with some other people in here, or they're not in here currently, we'll play pool, we'll play golf, we'll play like Go, if you know what that is. We'll play dominoes or dice. We'll play like they're mini games, so they're easy to run on your phone, and they don't like overtake your computer, and they're just. I am 40. Okay, well, you'll be 40 someday, and you'll have a lot of this knowledge as well. So, we do that, and then basically, then it's time to go to bed. And then before I go to bed, I'll either put a podcast on or some kind of history lecture. And then also 24/7, I have Jewish history lectures going on. So if you see in that other stream that I have, there's like someone talking on there. He's a rabbinical colleague, and I have his classes that are going 24/7. So literally, you can come into my stream, and there are a few things going on at once. There's basically Jewish practical law discussions. There's 24/7 as well, radio going that basically is archiving global history events. Then we have podcasts that I watch like almost constantly. I've also got some other music that plays low in the background of some of my streams to just so I avoid copyright strikes. And then I'm live in a bunch of different Discords as well. So I'm live in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm live in like half a dozen other Discords. And the people who see me in those Discords either come in here or they'll see me from YouTube. So basically, anybody could come in at any given time. Now, if you're like, well, usually when I see you, there aren't many people coming in. And that's true because it's 2:36 in the morning in the Western world. But if you come in when it's, daylight, I'll get over the course of any given day at least a dozen or two random new individuals who come in here and we connect. And then I also coach people, I mentor people, and assist people in Web3 and getting jobs. So I review their resumes if they have them. If they don't have them, I help them to create a resume. I help them to create different job application accounts, and then I help people be able to promote their projects in Web3. And the way that I have them do that is I have them create a link tree and then about 30 different social media platforms, everything from Reddit, Imager, Instagram, Threads. Well, so that they can promote their own token. What this does when they create all this different social media, it's a 5-part strategy. One, it allows them 30 different places to promote themselves. Two, it allows them 30 different places to promote their clients. Three, it gives them 30 new communication channels to be able to connect with new clients. Four, it allows them to dominate social media, search engines, and AI. And then five, it makes it really difficult for them to be impersonated. So they do that, and I look it over, and once it's good, then I help them to join different communities in Web3 on X, on Discord. On... Okay, certainly. Do you have a link tree? Okay, absolutely. I'll send you what I send to everybody. Do you have an X? Okay. So that's okay. And so I recommend that you create these, create a business account for each of these. So just one moment, I'll send you a message on X. All right. Or not on X, on Discord. All right. And then I'll just send you what I send to everybody. And this will change the game. I mean, I, especially for your business. I mean, I know that like you're already a millionaire, which is great. I mean, that's wonderful. But this could push you to being a multimillionaire pretty easily by just promoting your business better. Like, if you don't have an X for your business, you're not communicating well with people in the open world. And you've got to recognize that, nobody, like, you could run paid ads. Exactly. You can run paid ads, and that's fine. But why not allow these free websites to do the work for you instead of paying some SEO, instead of paying some SEO company tens of thousands of dollars a month to be able to promote your company, just do it yourself. So what I want you to do is go read through the message on Discord that I just sent you, and you're going to say, that makes complete sense to me. Now I know I put in there how to get a job. I know you don't need a job, but just read through what I sent to you, and it should make complete sense to you. On Discord, check your Discord messages. I recognize that. I appreciate that. I am only allowed to have 1,000 different friends on X or on Discord, and I'm already at the limit. But I did send you a message so I can message more people. So go read what I. Okay, well, okay. So what you have to do at the very top, do you see of your Discord? There's like a blue like chat icon. Click that, and then, all right. So go and read it, and you're gonna say, this is the key of how to market yourself, and it's all free. Thank you. I have a heart of a teacher. I mean, rabbi means teacher in Hebrew, and I've been a teacher in the past, and I get a lot of joy in seeing people become successful using information that I help to share. That, like, I get a great joy out of that. Absolutely. So we can talk about all of that. Read what I just sent you, woman. Doesn't it make sense? All right, I'll do it. You're welcome, big dog. I'm here to help you. So if you run into issues, let me know. Everything that I tell you is free, and you'll never have to pay for it. So if you do that, you'll change your life. I agree. I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. Well, when we first met, I was 30 something. 44 days ago. Oh, okay. Well, then, all right. I mean, I'm not that much older than my 30s. I'm 44 days out from it. Guess what? It's the same. It's the same when you hit 25. It's the same when you hit 30. It's the same when you hit 40, and it'll be the same when I hit 50, God willing. It's the exact same feeling. It's just another day. No, I think that you can reverse aging and also perhaps be able to use mind uploading technology to be able to live indefinitely. So I don't really see aging as anything that really affects me. Exactly. Essentially, it's known as, well, there's life extension technology. There's also reverse engineering pharmaceuticals, but there's oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, peptides, nootropics, to get you to be like 120 years old at least. But with age reversing pharmaceuticals, someone who's 120 might have the body of a 50-year-old, but eventually your body's going to break down. And when that happens, then there's something known as mind uploading technology, which is already being experimented, which is where you, with your consent, you scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. Is an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that there may be a future of digital immortality. Thanks. I can tell you this. I've been doing this for 4.5 years, and I've had many of these conversations. Sometimes I have multiple of these conversations within an hour. Um, so I have rehearsed it. Thanks, baby. Cerebral license, please enlighten me. I have not, but I'm not closed-minded to it by any means. If it's, I mean, do you eat it? Yeah, so generally that would be considered kosher under most halakhic determinations. Kashrut, generally the way that you're thinking of it, has to do with eating or drinking an item and how it's doing. Especially if the Yeah, I mean, we have many people within the Jewish community who have to inject insulin, and perhaps they have to inject testosterone. That's all kosher, absolutely. Okay, that's fine. What animal? Okay, that can run into you can run into an issue with that. However, even pig extract. Yeah, there's that. There's that too. Um, there's at least within Judaism something called pikuach nefesh, which is um, the doing something to either for the protection of a human life. So if you can make the argument that this is the only type of way to be able to protect your life, there's an argument to be made. But that's still probably considered somewhat experimental, and we just have to wait a few years, and there'll be some kind of synthetic version of that we wouldn't have to get it from a non-kosher animal, perhaps a synthetic way. All medicine basically evolves like this, and especially to avoid it having to be made by a non-kosher animal. So I'm not too worried about that. It's something that is just a matter of years for scientists to recognize that there is uh, a market for it. I mean, it's not just Orthodox Jews who live by this. It's Muslims who keep many of the same criteria through halal. So that's a much bigger market for this type of technology than Judaism is. So the people who run these pharmaceutical companies many times recognize that these types of technologies are going to have their experimental phases, especially with types of animals like this. But eventually, there are kosher alternatives that arise. There you go. So it's insufflation. So you lost like that's great. Is it a GLP-1? There you go. And so like, that they having to inject something like that might have some issues. But just to show you the advancements in science make now GLP-1s in the United States are available orally. So you can just take a pill. So it just takes time. And I'm someone who doesn't really want to take too many risks when it comes to my health. But I will once, usually about 7 years have passed. Certainly am open to different pharmaceuticals, different therapies, once they have been able to kind of work out the kinks. And in the same way, I think that the technology that I talk about, things like teleportation, space elevators, space tourism, are very similar. Like, I don't want to be the first person to teleport, but once a million people have teleported and I know it's safe, then I'll do it. Yeah, I mean, there are people who are going to want to be, you know, for lack of a better phrase, the guinea pigs of this. And some of them are going to have some complications. It's inevitable. I don't want to be one of those people. But once I know that thousands of people have done it, I'm willing to do it. When trains were first developed, people didn't really know how the train would work, and they would think that their brain would fly to the back of their head if they got onto it, if they were going at such a speed. Many of the same types of questions arose in terms of air travel, but all of those issues have been worked out in the past 100 years or so. And as someone who believes that life extension and perhaps aging and maybe even mind uploading technology are reality, I'm in no rush to be able to utilize any of these different types of technologies. Like, essentially, what I'm saying is that because the idea of reverse engineering exists, and I think, once it's available to the general public, I'll be able to utilize it. There's no time limit on my life. I don't fear death. I know I could die. I certainly know I could die, but I think I'm at a very interesting point in society where we will be able to extinct death. Well, essentially not die. And if you think about that, makes us a new type of species. We no longer are Homo sapiens. We're something new because Homo sapiens die. That's part of being human. But if we don't die anymore, we're a different kind of species, and we evolve into something different. Agreed. All right. So have you created your link tree yet? Baby, I embrace solutions. I reject excuses. You could create all of that stuff within a day or two. Come back to me, and then I'll look it over. I'll make sure it's good. I'll make sure it looks professional, and we'll move on. Yep. It was a test when I was in junior high, and it was extremely high. It was 160. Yeah, but I mean, I do stupid stuff all the time, so I think that I might have just had a good day, or it was a test that I was uh perhaps perhaps well acquainted with taking. I really think that someone who has an IQ of 160 one day could have an IQ of 130 another day, simply because testing differs. But I have 100%. But I have had the ability in the past to show extremely high levels of intelligence. But again, you know what? It's interesting that you say that. Yeah, a lot of times I go into these spaces and people are like, you speak too quickly or you sound too posh. I mean, I was told that within the last 3 hours. I go into these spaces and people speak really slowly and they're not used to speaking really quickly or reviewing the types of technology I discuss. I mean, I talk about really futuristic topics. Uh, and I excellent. Well, I can tell you when I go into a space, I have something that I've rehearsed for the last for some time, and most people don't have their pitch rehearsed as well as I do. But this is what I tell them. Hi, everyone. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you'll ever meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. Proud to say that we have over 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth-sea water onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. And when people hear that, they're like, what the fuck was that? And I recognize that. Not everybody has their their pitch down that well. Not I agree. I agree. In fact, people, I got a nickname. People call me AI. They literally come in and they're like, Rabbi, we know you're AI, but we would not, or we know you're not AI, but we would not know that based on how you speak. We literally have to go into your profile and see that you're live on camera for us to know that you are not a robot. And I recognize, okay, I mean, I can speak slowly and I can adjust my message to but in general, I got things to do. I've got people to see. I've got goals to accomplish, and I don't have time to mess around. So I want to be fast. I want to be to the point, and I have a lot to cover as well. And a lot of times, these people don't have the time to be able to listen to you. But if they do, and they say, "Wow, Rabbi, that's really fascinating. Please keep talking," I'll say to them like something like this. In addition to being an app developer and a rabbi, I'm a futurist. I'm someone who likes to study the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like teleportation, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, intergalactic travel, things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, cryptocurrencies. That's exactly right. I mean, I come from, I would say, a successful family, but we're no different perhaps than else. And I I mean, I've studied a lot. So let me finish my pitch and then we'll go through all that. Things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, cryptocurrencies, things like Santa Claus machines, replication, things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind blowing goal, and I'm really excited to be able to witness it. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting to be able to archive. In addition to talking about subjects such as these, I like to talk about things like life extension technology. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was probably about age 80. I want to increase that with your consent, utilizing different resources such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, to get you to be 120 years old. But 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you don't want this, it should not be forced on you. But if you want, you should be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that there may be an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts? When I say that to people, I can tell you, I've got it rehearsed. Like you can tell, like I've said it more than one time. But people are just like, why wouldn't you be? The fact that we won't die perhaps in the future, what's not to? That's amazing. Every civilization, ab- absolutely, they want to know about the next meme coin or the next token. How you can get them, $5 for a job. I'm someone who doesn't give fish away. I teach people to fish. And I want somebody to be able to put food on their table because they earned it, not because somebody gave it to them. That's why I give them a structure to be able to be successful. And in the last 100 days, I've helped over 100 people to be able to get jobs in Web3 and careers, not just in Web3, nurses, teachers, translators. I mean, one guy is from Iraq. He was in construction. Now he works for the United States Embassy in Baghdad as a translator. He's working on coming to the United States. I've got another guy who who was in Tunisia who had a dream of coming to the United States. We talked about it. A year went by. He came into the stream. He's in California. We're basically neighbors. Uh, Basically, like, I'm able to change people's lives, and that's really exciting. I've had people who are nurses who don't like being nurses who have been able to quit their jobs to be able to pursue Web3 just as a social media marketer. People pay them because they created 30 different social media platforms, and people pay them to promote their different projects. I'm about solutions, not excuses. And so many people are about the here and now and the making a quick buck, and that's cool. I understand that, but I'm playing out the long term. I have a mindset like someone similar to Mr. Beast, who's like, hey, if I keep doing this consistently for 12 years or whatever, I'm going to be a billionaire. I think I think if I do this, exactly, but I really feel this way. If I do this for 12 years, I'll be not a billionaire, but a trillionaire. Oh, 100%. I think I might beat him there. And the reason why I say that is I'm talking about $1 trillion in the bank. I'm not talking about stock options. No, I'm talking about cold hard cash. And if people recognize that I can revolutionize, well, so I have what I need. I live comfortably. I would like to do more good in the world, though. And so the plan would be essentially to create a 501c3 where which is in the United States, a tax setup where you essentially create a charity or not for profit. And we have essentially like a global fund to be able to help the people of the world with with desalination, with agricultural drones, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding, all the things that I talked about, and really revolutionize people's lives. And that's what I would like to do. And that's what I want to live stream. It's an incredibly interesting project. And when people say, all right, Rabbi, so you're gonna make us all rich, how are you gonna do it? It's not just one way. It's in four different ways that I see it currently, and it could expand, but there are four revenue streams. There's the data monetization, which is giant. Data is worth more than petroleum. Basically, what I'm saying is that I'm sitting on an oil derrick. I'm sitting on a gold mine with all of the data that I have. Secondly, there's the social media. I have more social media than any person on earth. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. And much of every single one of these accounts has a lot of content on it. I mean, tens of thousands of posts. As we're speaking right now, I'm posting to Instagram. What am I posting to Instagram? I just literally post videos of myself with songs over it, and it gets likes. It just organically, I get 25 likes per video by literally I'm talking, and it's not even playing my voice, but I just play a song over it, just some popular song, whatever it may be, and I get I get interactions that way. And I can tell you, I have so much content; it will take generations of people to go through it all. It's just a giant treasure trove, and so I'm going to be able to monetize that. Additionally, endorsements. Yeah, no, no. Then they're going to become famous. You want that data. It's important for you to do it. No, you can't. Nobody, nobody cares. Nobody cares about that. They care about you. You're the character. It would be like this. Do you know what Sesame Street is? Okay. You know, like Big Bird and Cookie Monster and Bert and Ernie and all those guys? Okay. So there's something called the Children's Television Workshop that runs all of Sesame Street. But nobody cares about that. They care about Big Bird and they care about Elmo and they care about Cookie Monster. They care about the people on camera or the beings on camera. Does that make sense? So let's say you were to pay some Filipino person $1 an hour or $10 an hour or whatever you want. That's fine. That person is going to be the one who becomes influential, and then they'll eventually break off from you and do their own thing independently and just live stream their life. And you will have given them all of the tools to become influential, but you won't have any of the influence that they have. They basically will have been able to be the creator. And if, just to finish up on how else I plan on making people rich, endorsements. So I currently am a spokesperson for $100 million cryptocurrency, and I'll be able to basically not just endorse cryptocurrencies in the future, but things like Honda and Pfizer and Deutsche Bank and the NFL or whatever else I want. And I really anticipate wearing like an F1 suit if you've ever seen like an F1 driver, and just while I'm on be able to promote these different companies 24/7, take all the money from that and put it in the 501c3, basically the big pile of money. And then the final way I'll be able to do it, I'm at the epicenter of cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is a multi-trillion dollar industry. And what I say will turn to gold. I'll have the Midas touch. Basically, any single cryptocurrency that I endorse is going to green candle. So what I'm saying to you is, when I say that there's a very good chance that I may be the world's first trillionaire and even beat Elon Musk to this, you may say, wait, but the Tesla stock's worth a lot. Okay, I understand that. But I'm saying he doesn't have a trillion dollars in the bank. I'm talking about having $1 trillion in the bank. That's what I consider to be a trillionaire. I don't care if you have real estate. That's fine, but he doesn't. That's the thing. I'm not talking about perhaps anticipated profits. Look, if the Queen of England, no, he is generally secular. He does not have a Jewish background. He's South African. Okay, what about it sounds Jewish? Okay, I mean, there's no Elon in the Bible. What about it? Oh, I can say this. It has Hebrew origins, but like the term Musk is like not any Jewish as well. Um, there is a if I recall, and it's been a while since I've done the etymology on names, but I believe there may be yeah, I think it's in the book of Judges. There may be, but it's not like a popular Jewish name. It's not David. It's not Mordecai. It's not Chaim. It's not Michael. It's not Moshe. You know what I'm saying? Like it can be. I mean, it's really a it's a it's an either an Americanized or anglicized version of some Hebrew names. I mean, um it has Hebrew roots. So you're right, it does. Is it a popular Jewish name? No. Now that's absolutely true. But I mean, Elon and Eli are different names, obviously. But yeah, I mean, I was a yeah, yeah, exactly. Certainly. Um, I mean, I don't feel lonely here, and I've got people who literally sleep with me. Um, and right. Um, so to the name Elon, just because someone has a name which I believe is like Oak Tree, does not necessarily mean that they. It certainly doesn't mean they're Jewish. Michael Jordan's not Jewish. He has a Jewish name or a Hebrew name. Michael Jackson, arguably, well, there are arguments there, but um, people like Moses Alou, Hebrew is one of the root languages of many people for the last 3,000 years, but there are also many variants of it. So I can tell you this: Elon Musk is not openly a Jew. He has been to the Western Wall. He has Jewish children because he's reproduced with some Jewish women, but he himself is not known as a Jew. Even though he has done that. I mean, I don't know how much Hebrew he knows, but just because his first name is of Hebrew origin does not make him Jewish. The way that he becomes, the only way that he's Jewish is if his mother's Jewish or he's had an Orthodox conversion. That's the only way. No, he could do it. So basically, he would have to live within an Orthodox community for a year or two, and keep kosher, and um, essentially learn Torah, learn Talmud. Not he wouldn't learn it all, but at least dedicate himself to that. It's really not that hard. The big thing is, well, it's not. Just not, he wouldn't be able to drive on Shabbat, and he wouldn't be able to work on Shabbat. I mean, there are some keep kosher, those kinds of things. But if he wanted to dedicate himself to that, he absolutely could. Well, certainly. Now, back to Elon Musk. His with his name, like Musk, I don't know. Like a lot of times, people change their name, especially their last name. So, uh, I can tell you that I've been at Shabbat tables where the question has been raised: Is Elon Musk Jewish? And the the overall consensus is no. But that doesn't mean that, like, you know, perhaps he couldn't be if he wanted to be in the future. And Elon has had a huge increase in its popularity as a name. In 2008, it was the 33, like 3,310 most popular name, but it's increased incredibly over the course of 10 years, 885. So it's become more common, and then it's become, like, you know, likely more common within the Jewish community as well, especially because it has Hebrew roots, but it's not one of our more common names within Judaism. Though, you know, there are some Israeli businessmen certainly who have it, but the big ones, Moshe, Shlomo, or like Solomon, Samuel's, like those are more common. Daniel, Michael, certainly, like you can get into Zechariah and those kinds of names as well. But I think that the name Elon is definitely growing, and Elon Musk has certainly had an impact on that. But as I just from his family history, he hasn't purportedly uh, been known as a Jew, and we as Jews don't, you know, practice Judaism in secret, and we he has openly said that he's secular. In fact, he is very I would say he has a lot of Christian. He has. Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, we're all agnostic because nobody really knows. But yeah, Sam Altman, I mean, there are arguments to be made too. Some people who say that they're Jewish are not Jewish, halakhically, by Jewish law. About 50% of all of Israel is not Jewish by Jewish law. Their mother's Jewish, or they had a Jewish conversion, a kosher conversion, an Orthodox conversion. So there are a lot of people who are consider themselves Jewish because their dad's Jewish. They're not Jewish. They can't marry my. That doesn't count. And so, you know, there are a lot of those cases in Israel. And then there are a lot of people, like 20% of the population, that's Muslim or Christian or something else. So less than half of, if someone were Israeli and they wanted to marry my daughter, I would have to have a look at their familial genealogy to ensure that they were Jewish. And if they weren't, they would need a kosher conversion. So for Elon Musk, even though he may have a name that is Hebrew and he married like an Israeli, or he didn't marry an Israeli, he reproduced with an Israeli, there are arguments to be made depending on his wife or the baby mama's her genealogy, that that child may still not be considered Jewish. It's complicated, and things happen, especially when we get into migration of people, especially from the Soviet Union to Israel, or reform or conservative people who make Aliyah, which is essentially moving to Israel, and they recognize that their children cannot marry halakhically Jewish children. Then they have to convert. So a lot of them go to other countries and just get married, which that's fine. They're allowed to do that, but they don't have Jewish um, marriages. So, or yeah, they don't have, or at least Orthodox Jewish marriages. Well, I don't know. Oh, absolutely. No, 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 no. I'm not above that by any means. I'm a man, and that means I can reproduce into my 90s. There's no time limit on it. So I could find a wife who's 25 years old and be able to sit down and have a huge family with her. And that's probably what I'll do in the future. My power is not based on a biological clock like many times a woman's can be. And I'm somebody who recognizes that. Yeah, but you'd still be able to get some viable options at even age 90. There are men who are near 100 years old, fathered children. So I'm not worried. No, that's not how it works. You still have viable sperm at age 80 or age 90 even that is just as good as a sperm that you had when you're 18 years old. 100%, absolutely. I mean, we see what's happening now. Robert De Niro just had a child. He's like almost 80 years old. His wife is 25. Child's fine. Same with Al Pacino. Al Pacino just had a child. He's in. So then you run into issues where there's a higher um, rate. There's a higher rate at a problematic pregnancy, where because due to the age of the woman, there are more complications that can happen. But some of those can be avoided, perhaps with surrogates. But there's surrogate options. A woman, a woman can freeze her eggs and then essentially in vitro fertilization and use a surrogate and basically have the same odds in many ways as she would have had if she had had that child at age 20. I mean, even still, all you have to do, sperm's very easy. All you need to do is find basically just one viable sperm, and you can impregnate a woman, an egg. Um, so they'd be able to basically, you would ejaculate into a petri dish or essentially get a sample from you. And even if you were 90 years old and 90% of your sperm was not viable, 10% is, and you have hundreds of millions of sperm, or at least at least tens of thousands of viable sperm, but more than that, even at age 90, and you just need the laboratory basically to use one of those sperm cells to impregnate an egg, and then you're going to have a child in 9 months. It's just biology. No, I mean, yeah, I have a plan. I don't have it down to an age though. I'll go viral. I'll travel the world for a few years, do a lot of good, set up all these not for profits, basically have a harem of chicks who I slay, just a roster, have a good, and eventually find the one for me, and then exactly, exactly. And I would not be able to do that without data. In fact, if I wanted to, absolutely. I think that every woman in the world would want to reproduce with someone. I mean, I do it for good reasons. I want world peace. I honestly have less faith, for lack of a better term, but less. I don't find IQ to be as important as emotional intelligence. To me, emotional intelligence is far greater. I have even higher emotional intelligence. So I can tell you that I've taken emotional intelligence tests and been the highest person that the test has ever seen. Now there were ways to play that as well, so I kind of knew I was kind of going for a very high score. But if anything, I have extremely high emotional intelligence, and what that allows me to do is be able to empathize really well with people, to be able to communicate really well with people, to be able to teach really well. And to me, that interpersonal communication is far greater, a far greater determinant of success in the world than simple IQ. We see a lot of people with extremely high IQs in society who are nomadic, who are antisocial, and just because they may be able to calculate something quickly or accurately does not necessarily mean that they're going to be successful. What what we do see, so many of them do, but it's not necessary, and some of them don't. Some of them have perfectly average IQs, and they've just been set up. I would tell you this right now. I would say I would disagree. I think emotional intelligence is more important. And we could argue that one. But basically, once you get the job, it's about how you're able to network within it. And emotional intelligence, if you're highly liked, if you're highly sociable, you're going to get more promotions than the person who's just smart. That's, that's, and that's how you become successful. I wouldn't nec- I wouldn't necessarily say that Certainly. I mean, there's some cutthroatness in that. You need to have fortitude. You need to have determination. You need to be aggressive. Yeah. And I think risk taking certainly hasn't um, certainly has a plays a role in that. I I really wouldn't underestimate emotional intelligence, though. Give me someone with a really high emotional intelligence in a job over someone with a really high IQ any day. Any day. And here's why: they're going to be able to understand the environment faster, they're going to be able to make more people happy in a shorter amount of time. And when it comes down to moving up as a for a promotion, the person with the higher emotional intelligence is going to do better. I mean, it's like the same to say, give me someone who's attractive over someone who is just average looking. The person who's attractive is going to move up in the ranks far faster. Now, if you're looking for someone who's going to be able to come up with some equation where perhaps human their human behavior doesn't have as much of an impact, give me the person with the high IQ. I'll take that all day long. But if you want me, if I am picking someone who needs to be intelligent uh, and emotionally intelligent in order to be able to get a promotion, give me the person who is emotionally intelligent. They're going to be able to lead a team better. They're going to be looked up to as a leader. They're going to be followed. They are going to have accountability and integrity and a dedication to excellence and a dedication to mission and teamwork, much better than someone who's just very smart. And that proves out. If you look at coaches and even CEOs, they're generally not the people with the highest IQ. They're the people who've been able to navigate the company in the best way. Now, there is some nepotism to that. Last thing, yeah, okay. I agree with you. No, there's no doubt about that. They're both important. Which do I think is more important to success? Emotional intelligence. I just do. Because that's practical. If you give me someone with high emotion, yeah, I mean, I see it as this: IQ will help you to perform well on tests. EQ help you to perform well with people. And businesses are not tests. Businesses are people. And that's why people with high emotional intelligence do well. But also someone's attractive. You can give me someone who is attractive with high emotional intelligence. I can tell you that person will be CEO of their company within a decade or two. I mean, that's a killer combination. Even if they have an average IQ. An IQ, especially with AI nowadays, can in many ways be replaced, or at least the field can be leveled, because maybe someone previously who wasn't that good at writing a paper or doing a math equation can just plug that, or to code, can just plug that into AI, and AI has a far higher IQ than even the smartest person in the world. And what the high IQ person cannot do is the reverse of that: to be able to go to some kind of machine and create a really good emotional quotient, a really good emotional, improve their emotional intelligence. That's something that you learn by doing. It's about behavior, it's about how you relate to other people. So, let's just take someone who is uh, average intelligence, they can go and use AI to make it seem like their intelligence is much higher and have the job results of someone who with a higher mental acuity, and then they would be able to use their emotional intelligence, their interactions with those around them and their environment, and being able to adapt to be able to be far more successful than the person with a really high intelligence quotient, which basically gets limited now because AI raises everyone's intelligence, and the person with a high IQ is unable to replicate the same results that the person with the high EQ had, because there isn't a machine that allows them to be able to improve their emotional intelligence. I'm in agreement with I'm in agreement with you there. Yes, absolutely. Yes, it is. So as eventually we may kind of all become the same drones in the future, uh, some type of kind of brain computer interface. But until we're there, the fact that people with high in, emotional intelligence can have a high IQ using AI is a game changer. And I can tell you this: if you gave me someone out of college who had, let's say, average, like, what would I think? Would I rather have extremely good looking, extremely high emotional intelligence, or um, extremely high IQ? I would take extremely attractive over both of those other two. There's something still about aesthetics that are very important to society. People want to be around good looking people. So even if somebody's not that smart, that person may rise to the top because they're very good looking. But what, especially with plastic surgery and different therapies, you can cheat. Exactly. So that it depends how much money they have and basically what they want to do. But give me someone who has high emotional intelligence, who utilizes plastic surgery to be able to make themselves as attractive as possible, and that's a killer combination. And then give that person AI, which basically raises their IQ, and you're going to be a very successful individual. I disagree with disagree, I disagree with I disagree with I disagree with the emotional intelligence of Bill Gates. He's always been seen as a nerd. He's connected himself with basically bad players in many industries. He's not seen as very personable. He's not seen as cool. In a lot of ways, I don't think he has very high emotional intelligence. In fact, he just had to apologize for in Australia. He made a statement for some of his network that he felt that was not a apt use of his time, so to speak. Uh, they've all been set up. So I hate to say it, but um, Elon Musk, his grandfather owned an emerald mine. Bill Gates, his father was one of the heads of Planned Parenthood, and his mother was a trustee on the board of trustees of the University of Washington. His grandfather was a banker. Jeff Bezos, his grandfather was one of the heads of DARPA, which created the internet, which created GPS, which created uh, like technology, like basically really advanced things. So he's been set up. His family comes from like extremely wealthy ranchers. Sergey Brin, Larry Page. I mean, they basically were set up in many ways with uh, Google, or they were basically put in an excellent position. Someone like Larry Ellison or like Steve Jobs. Like Steve Jobs is an interesting one. He was adopted, but he was adopted to a upper middle class family, and his location helped. He was in Silicon Valley. Um, it absolutely, and you look at. Uh, he also set himself up with really important players. But if you look at the success of Apple Computer, it's not because of Steve Jobs. It's because of Steve Wozniak, who frankly is the brains behind it, but isn't one of these super mega rich people. I mean, he's very wealthy, but not in terms of uh, looking at becoming a trillionaire, which you would expect. But Steve Wozniak wasn't as personable as Steve Jobs was, as it's been discussed. Steve Wozniak was the brains, and Steve Jobs was the salesperson of Apple. Exactly. I'm That's an excellent way to put it. Steve Wozniak was the IQ, and Steve Jobs was the EQ. But frankly, all of these guys are all westernized men. There are people in India and in China who have far higher IQs and far higher EQs, but because of their location, nobody knows who they are. Right. But I'm in agreement with you. And that gets into your social network. And it also gets into what kind of opportunities you have at education. Look at Elon Musk. Look at Elon Musk. He was born in Africa. He's almost a trillionaire. So you can't necessarily say that. I understand, but he was born in Africa. I agree. I agree with you, but I would say I would say that he would still be a multimillionaire if he never left Africa because his grandfather owned an emerald mine. I mean, that's like being born on third base and, you know, being happy that you hit a home run. It's like you were born on third base. It's not that impressive. I mean, give me someone who literally started from either a low income family or middle class family and they built a business up and they came from nothing. That's really an interesting story. Someone whose grandfather was an emerald mine uh, with a with a negative with with a negative reputation. He was known as a slumlord, basically that he wouldn't take care of his properties or the people in there. Like, oh, 100%. Exactly. Very bad reputation of that family. Well, I mean, we take our beginnings certainly biblically, but going back to 18th century Germany, and it's been about connections ever since. Um, and we're a central power within the world and have been for 300 years. Absolutely. Abs- 100%. Well, I am. I mean, I would say that my power is potentially uh, still to be determined. My man, I am. I've got my friend here, Riser, and I know you said it was getting late where you are. Riser, this is I am. I am is from Australia, but I have to rip on I am. I am does not know what raw comedy is. We had to teach him about that. We had to teach him about the funny people in um, Australia. So he's got some work to do. Riser, how you living, pimp? I'm awake and I'm. Yeah. Did you watch the Super Bowl? It started at 3:30 Pacific time. Extremely boring. I mean, I can tell you, I watched um, all the highlights, and the one team scored 12 points. So the Seahawks, who eventually would win, they scored 12 points in the first half, and the Patriots scored zero, which is generally like that, meaning no touchdowns in the first half, which is pretty exceptional. And then we had a situation where we had some scoring in the second half, but it was what's called like garbage time, where like the other team's not trying that much. They're already up like two touchdowns. They could really care less. So yeah, and then there was Bad Bunny who did the Super Bowl halftime, which none of it was in English, and there were a lot of people pissed off about that. I watched that, and I didn't know what. Uh, I watched the whole thing, but I watched it later on, and it was very boring. I shouldn't say it was very boring. It's actually really exciting. I misspoke. What I want to say is the reason why I found it boring is I don't know Spanish that well, and it was entirely in Spanish, and there was no English, none. Oh, I shouldn't say that. Wait, maybe like a little bit of Lady Gaga. She performed as well, and there was a little bit in English, but it was like just like a few lines, and it was 13 minutes long, all in Spanish. But I thought it was really cool. The like they made him like Bad Bunny go in like different environments, which was cool. Um, and they had somebody get married during it, which is pretty interesting. But here's the thing: it wasn't supposed to be Bad Bunny. It was supposed to be Taylor Swift. And the reason why Taylor Swift has didn't perform at the Super Bowl, nor has she ever, nor will she ever, perhaps, is because when you are a Super Bowl performer, there are some caveats. You don't own the footage. And Taylor Swift, as you know, is like really big on owning her own art. But the NFL, that's a bunch of billionaires, and they could care less about Taylor Swift. She's just a $1 billionaire person. They have combined like $600 billion amongst all of the 32 uh, owners, or maybe not that much, but pretty close when you combine them all and the worths of their teams and everything. I mean, that's right. She doesn't get to film it. The NFL is the one who films it, and the NFL gets the footage. And that means 30 years from now, the NFL can use her footage and she doesn't have a say in it. And she wants control over it. Another major issue is The people who perform in the Super Bowl halftime do not get paid anything. It's they do it for free. The reason why they do it for free is because it automatically essentially makes their music the next day become number one on all the streaming sites. So they see the performers see the benefit of it. And Taylor Swift is already basically number one in most things in streaming. I mean, it's not like she needs more record sales or anything. So she doesn't see it to as that beneficial to her. And she, as you know, I mean, they all want to become billionaires. She already is a billionaire. So she doesn't necessarily need that much more money. To her, what's important from what I've read is control. She wants control over her art. That's why it was such a big deal when she bought her music from Scooter Braun and that conglomerate, that she had control over her art. And this happened within like the last year. And she I mean, that's exactly what it is. Yeah. I mean, that's why we talk about how important data is to people. But she wants control over her art and her data, and she doesn't want to give that up to the NFL, even if it's only 13 minutes of a show that she would give. She wants control over it. See, the thing is, she wants to be able to use the halftime show to promote herself. And the NFL does not allow you to do that. She wants to be able to take different highlights and use them in the future. Hey, this is when I performed at the Super Bowl halftime show. Here's a song that I used. I want to put on an album for that. None of that is your data. It's all owned by the NFL, and they are very protective of it, and they don't let you use any of it. Well, a lot of times the NFL is really protective of what people say in regards to what they call the shield, that NFL logo. And if you have, like, let's just say, just an example, Kanye West performed at the Super Bowl like 10 years ago. And he goes off the deep end, whatever, like a couple years ago or last year, whatever. And then he goes and starts using his NFL halftime show to promote himself. The NFL doesn't want to be associated with that. And if the NFL doesn't own that data, then Kanye West is going to be able to put that out and basically detract from their brand, from the NFL's brand. If the NFL does control it, then Kanye West cannot come out and really promote himself with that content. Does that make sense? I mean, in the United States, if she wanted attention, she would have done the halftime show. She gets no money for it, and she doesn't control the data. And I know that they were discussions. I mean, let me get the specifics um, of what exactly. Why doesn't she do it? What does it have to do with her controlling the data or the footage, and also you don't get paid? What's the deal? And also the uh, billionaires don't really need her. All right. So Taylor Swift not performed at the Super Bowl halftime show, and her decision stems from a combination of factors related to value, respect, and personal. All right, excellent, my friend. Peace. While the NFL take care, my friend. While the NFL does not pay halftime performers, relying instead on the exposure and global reach the event provides, Swift reportedly rejected the opportunity because she didn't want to perform for free, especially given her status as one of the most influential artists in the world. She doesn't need exposure as she commands massive audiences and record breaking sales of her own. There were reports that she requested ownership of her performance footage and rights to promote her own project during the show, which the NFL reportedly refused. This aligns with her long standing fight to control her music masters, including her recent acquisition of the rights to her first 6 albums. For Swift, ownership isn't just about branding, it's about creative and financial control. However, in a recent interview with Jimmy Fallon, Swift clarified that the real reason is not about rights or money, but about her emotional investment with her fiance, Travis Kelsey, who plays for the Kansas City Chiefs. She said she's too focused on his performance throughout the season to commit to choreographing a high pressure halftime show. She emphasized, "This is nothing to do with Travis. He would love for me to do it. I'm just too locked in." I mean, come on, that's what she says. It's about she's not going to get in. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not Taylor Swift's spokesperson. I'm just saying that it's about she's not going to get any money for it, and she doesn't get to control the music or the rights to the show. I get that. Would- I would. I love Taylor Swift. I mean, they're like she has like maybe 5 songs that I really like, which is a lot for an artist. Um, do I buy her shit? No. I listen to her shit on Spotify? No. But she has some classic songs that I really like. And if you look at my like if you look at my uh playlists over the course of my life, she's been on some of them because I think that she puts out some hits, no doubt about it. She has now, but again, that's all very subjective. But the idea that she would bring in a huge female audience to the NFL Super Bowl, it can't be understated. She would bring in a lot of people and a lot of interest, more than Bad Bunny. But I'll say this: Bad Bunny brought in a huge audience globally. It was top viewed, um, the top viewed halftime show in history. He's the Pornhub chart. He's nothing else. What other charts do you know that he knows? Oh, I think he does, but I don't think he knows charts all that well. Oh wait, okay, yeah, he's good with Instagram. He's good with Instagram news. If something happened on Instagram, Zoot's gonna know about it. He knows about um Australian pop charts. I'll give him that. We have had that discussion, and then he and I went through the Billboard Top 100 for the last year of 2025 to see who would win the top song in Australia. I mean, like we have had those discussions. I'm not denying that, but he he's not someone I would like. I don't know if he could name 5 Bad Bunny songs. I agree with you. My question for you is this: are you ready to lose it? That's correct. They have been expanding the game, especially in Latin America, like and just globally. So they're having a game in Rio de Janeiro next year with the Dallas Cowboys, and they had one last year in Sao Paulo, and the year before in Sao Paulo. They've previously had preseason games in Mexico City. They're looking to expand that footprint. It's free money to them. And also, they're taking these teams, these NFL teams, globally. So, also, they're playing in Melbourne next year. The LA Rams are playing the San Francisco 49ers in Melbourne. And they're going to play 3 games in London. They played in Dublin this year. They played in Frankfurt this year, Germany. I mean, oh yeah, they're like every season. There's a certain part of the season where they play a bunch of games internationally, and the games are on at like 6 a.m. Pacific time, and I watch them too. Believe it or not, like yeah, no, no, no. They're broadcasting in LA at 6 a.m. So I guess in New York they'd be at like 9 a.m. But they're like in Frankfurt. They're played at Frankfurt at like 5 p.m. And people watch these games, and I know I do. And they're also lining up these teams to be connected with different cities. Like Kansas City is becoming like Sao Paulo, Brazil, like their team, and the Jacksonville Jaguars are becoming like London, and the Pittsburgh Steelers are becoming Ireland, and the Buffalo Bills are becoming Toronto, or already basically Toronto, and the Seattle Vancouver connection's pretty big, and there's one other one that's uh, well, they're trying to increase it because it's free money. They see all the money that the Premier League's making, and they say, "Look, why can't we like for too long has soccer been cutting into our profits? Why don't we start cutting into their profits?" And um so they've been doing that. There's another team. Oh, Dallas Cowboys and Mexico City. That's been like a huge connection too. And like for as big as I mean Mexico City is one of the largest cities in the world. Sao Paulo is one of the largest cities in the world. Why not have your home team like Dallas, but also be able to add all of Mexico to the fan base? If if that Mexico is very much like a Dallas connected uh, country, and the NFL hasn't played an NFL game in Mexico City, only preseason. But even just with preseason, you get generations of people who are Dallas Cowboys fans, and they're doing the same in these other countries. And so with Bad Bunny, he basically opened the halftime show to a Spanish speaking audience. And the NFL basically was like, look, we're going to try to get Taylor Swift. If we can get her, that's great. We'll have a ton of women watching our halftime show and the Super Bowl. And if we can't get her, we're going to go with Bad Bunny, who is technically American from Puerto Rico. And we're going to get all of the Spanish speaking countries like really involved in this, and they see it as a win-win. Now, my question for you is this: are you ready to lose at Scrabble? Excellent. And excellent. Dog, I got to be honest with you. William Montgomery is not that funny. Can you hear me? What the fuck is Riser doing? Riser, you jerk yourself off all fucking day. You sleep 13 fucking hours. I give you open invitations. You decide to come in at 4 fucking in the morning to jerk yourself off publicly. It's incredible. But isn't it amazing? Riser, can you hear me? Riser, yeah. Hold on. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Isn't it hold on. Isn't it amazing? It's 4:14 in the morning, and all the people I have in this Discord. But the other people are real people. I mean, I can just tell you, I did this for a long time, just alone, and it's really nice to have other people who are in here. All right, so here's why William Montgomery has been sucking recently. He is not a very consistent performer. Here's a few reasons. Number one, he doesn't memorize his sets. I understand, but he comes up and he just reads off a note card, and also um he misses about one or two performances every month on Tony nowadays, and it's because he can't come up with. No, it's not because he's touring. He has a contract with Kill Tony, and he comes up with the excuse that he's sick because he can't come up with material. And well, he did it as an alcoholic and a cocaine addict, which helped. All right, well, you do that. You get some coffee, and then I'm gonna whip your ass. Does that sound like a plan? It's decaf, dog. It's decaf.
As a result of that dream, I create Rabbi. I think a lot of people, when they try to explain the technology and how it works, even the people that train AI will very cautiously say, we don't fully understand what's going on here. And the way that the computers are learning could be influenced by something unnatural. And believe it could be. It sounds like you.
So, supernatural AI move us towards. So, you talk about one of the things you mentioned, the Ouija board and communication. Is that just kind of like technology compared to where we are today? Is the Ouija board just like the primitive technology compared to AI, which is kind of the more sophisticated version of that?
No, you kind of the comparison I like to kind of think of is that, when you, Hasbro actually for Halloween had an AI Ouija board online that people could go play with. But you kind of look at going into an AI somewhat in a divination way, asking questions of, is my house on it? And depending on the prompt, a lot of times people are using these things as dividing to talk with their loved ones.
What about, okay, who's answering these questions? So when you go to this AI Ouija board or just AI or anything else, and you ask a question like that, just like I want.
Yo, dog. How your puppies? Puppies. How your puppies? How are your puppies puppies? It's a pun. Overextended stay? Is this with a dog where they keep the ovaries but still get neutered essentially? I know, whatever. Hey. So is that hormonal? So basically, she had a hysterectomy. Is a hysterectomy in a dog, like a canine hysterectomy, the same as an ovary sparing spay? Seems like it would be. Or it's close. Oh yes. Yes, a hysterectomy in a dog is the same as an ovary sparing spay. So you should have just said she had a canine hysterectomy and I would have known what you meant. Did she have a cone? Does she still get a period? Does she bleed around your house? How old is she? Oh, I know what that is. It's like where the moon is orange, but isn't it like there's a special? It's like the when the moon is red. Right. Happens like at least like I want to say once a year or once every couple of years. But yeah, it's rare, and it just there you go. How old is she? Oh, she's pretty young. All right. Now, here's my next question. Um, it's not even a question. I just wanted to say it. So normally when I make my fucking um videos on that one account that like only you have access to, that I don't promote, I just like do my lip syncing or whatever. I normally never get anybody who likes my shit, and I kind of like it that way. I don't want people to know about that account because it's kind of like I don't want to say a secret account, but it's like I don't want it to get banned and I don't want to promote it or anything like that. Okay, but I recently, just in the last like 48 hours, kind of just was like, you know what? I'm gonna just instead of me lip syncing all the songs, I'm just gonna have the music going over my video of me just doing whatever I'm doing. And I get so many fucking people who like my shit because I'm putting out so much content. I've got like 10 follows on that account in the last 24 hours and like 150 likes, something like even more than that. And I find that to be interesting. All right. Next thing I want to. Okay. So I don't do lip syncing though, just because it takes too long for me to make sure my mouth is moving at the exact same time of the video. And like I'm making the videos right now, but I'm talking to you and I play a song over the video. Like just go to that account and you can see what I'm doing. Oh, Prodigy Progeny, baby. Dog. It's Prodigy Progeny. Do you need me to spell it? Isn't that no? I mean, I thought about creating a bot to do it, but I'm doing it on my own. So basically, can you see it's just me talking, but it just plays a song over it? Here's the thing, I'm just getting a lot of fucking interaction with it. Anyway, next question. I've been like 500 in the last like 3 days. No. It's not that many. I'm kind of joking with as many as I've done. Well, each video takes me like a minute and a half to do, and I don't have to do anything. I just have to have it. I just have to hit a button basically, and I'm not doing it for people to like me. I'm just saying a lot of people do. If I look, okay, I'll just give you statistics of the last month, and keep in mind I've only been using this strategy for like the last few days, but man, I got another person who like my shit. Bunch of hot chicks too. We've got all right, let me go to my all right, here we go. My activity. Likes. Oh fuck. No, that's who I like. Where the fuck do I find it? Your activity, notifications, time management, insights. Here it is. All right. I've gotten 39,000 views. That's a lot of fucking views. 39,000 in the yeah, I mean combined. I'm up 1,000, I'm up 1,500%. I'm up 1,500% on views and 1,500% on profile visits. I've reached 27,000 accounts. What I'm saying is just it's like I'm up like 1,300 interactions. So I've got 372 likes, 26 comments, 8 people have saved my shit, 468 people have shared my shit. Well, whatever it is, I'm just saying that like it is like some of my I don't know. It's just like before I would never get any interaction, and I've been doing this and now I get like a lot more interaction, and I'm literally just making these videos as we speak right now. So it doesn't cost me anything. Like it's not like I even have you'll get fucking limited or banned very quickly. Well, that's what I'm saying. Or I say, why don't you tell me when I'm getting in trouble so that I don't push the limit? Or tell me you're not allowed to use this feature for the next 24 hours or whatever. Does that make sense? Instead, exactly. Instead, what they'll do is not tell you anything, and then you log into your account and it'll say you've been banned for inauthenticity or whatever. And I can't stand that shit. All right. With that being said, are you ready for an invitation? As I previously said to you, it's decaf coffee. I mean, I don't even know. No, it's reverse caffeine coffee. I put depressants in it. No, it's got tranquilizers in it, dog. I put extra tranquilizers in it. Dog. He's been very unimpressive recently. Riser, I'm just going to be honest with you. Yeah, it is. And I'm not saying that they're going to not renew his contract because he's still. Are you serious? I have the worst fucking things. Because he still is someone who is like something that the audience still likes. but he's just not as funny as he was. He used to be funnier, and if you're like, you mean to say that cocaine and alcohol made him funnier? Yeah, he played more along with Tony. He's got like a few bits that he does, like Tony he'll be like, all right, William, what have you been up to recently? And he'll be like, Tony, I've been doing my row machine. He's like, oh, cool. What else have you been doing? He'll be like, and I was doing puzzles, and I was on eBay. And he's be like, what else were you doing? And he'll be like, I was hanging out with my dog, and like all kinds of shit like that. Like he'll get really excited, but he doesn't do that stuff as well anymore. And are you gonna go, or are you gonna sit here and jerk yourself off? Oh, so you're not even gonna go? All right, I want to ask you, how do you think Canada's going to do in the Olympics this year? Firstly, have you watched any Canadian coverage of the Olympics? Do you watch it on CBC? Right, I've been trying to watch it on CBC, and a lot of their shit is on the app, and it's not that, at least in the United States, it's not that easy to get. I have really been trying to watch it, and I haven't really had any fortune. Anything. So long as it's in English, I'm okay with it. Right. I mean, I don't know what they're saying. This is gonna change Bad Bunny's fucking career. I hear him on the radio right now, and they would like never play him on the radio on this station. They'd only ever play like English speaking people.
Tremendous success tonight. Another fun fact about these two: a flag bearer for Team USA. Jackson was.
No. I'm saying, but I'm listening to an AM station. Like they never play music, let alone like non-English speaking music. You know, I forgot he was in it. What did he do? That's right. Did he speak English? So you didn't watch any of the Super Bowl? I was. It wasn't. It was played in Santa Clarita, San Francisco. Um, well, I'll tell you this. I fucking watched the first drive, and I could tell it was going to be a boring game, and I slept. So don't consider yourself missing out. But then I did something really interesting, which I don't know why I don't fucking do this every year. I mean, I guess because it's cool. But then I watched I watched the I watched all the highlights. So you watch every single play, and then um I watched every play, and what else did I do? I watched every play, and just 1 minute. I watched every play, and oh, it didn't let me put my fucking word down. I watched every play, which was 23 minutes of footage. I watched Bad Bunny with no commercials, which was 13 minutes of footage. And then I watched the top 10 commercials. They were terrible. So I was like, wow, in like less than an hour, I literally feel like I watched the whole Super Bowl, and I didn't have to watch any of it. And normally I like to watch it. It's like an American tradition. But frankly, I don't know any Bad Bunny. The two teams aren't of interest to me. So it was just one of those things. Right. And I could kind of tell that. That's why I started watching it at the beginning. And I could tell just how the teams were playing. I really could. I was like, oh, they're not very good at all. Yeah, and then last year's game was like the biggest blowout in fucking Super Bowl history. So it was. They haven't had a good game in like a few years. Baby, I'm gonna beat you 10 games in a row. Oh yeah, for sure, no doubt, no doubt. Zoot and I have been playing Um, you're good at doing that. Oh, that sucks. That's not good. How many of any country? How many Olympians, Winter Olympians, can you name? No. Who are competing this year? That should have been clear. Have you ever known anybody who has played curling? But have you ever met anybody who has been a curler? That's really interesting. I haven't either, and it's like a really rare sport that, like, I mean, nobody in the United States plays it, and I find it interesting that basically it's just so rare that, like, you are somebody who is like in the heart of fucking Winter Olympics world, and you can't even name somebody who fucking plays curling or whatever curls. Yeah, I know people play shuffleboard though, but nobody. Dude, I think pool should be. You're
They might put it on me. I live in a place outside of Columbus.
Sounds you last night.
You're the
Oh,
first
I
gentleman of the United States. If you go down there, as an artist, and they were saying not in the States. But, you know, the Native Americans were here for centuries. You know,
what is this? Where it says, "Thou that knowest do that." Right down the middle, so I said, "I'm
You are the psychic diva, so I feel like you have to throw a little controversy in there once in a while to keep things going, keep things exciting.
I mean, what do you want me to do? Dog. That QI really fucked the whole left side of the board. I agree.
In Detroit, we have Henry Courtney's Field Village, and we have Edison's workshop, so you can go and actually examine his workshop as he was working on these things. It's really quite fascinating to see these things with your own eyes, what some of these different devices look like. As a psychic diva, and I think about when you're trying to get into the mindset, you're trying to communicate.
Dog. I'm ready for it. Hit me. 12 totem? You think 12 is good? Oh, okay. This could be a major mistake. Oh, that's good. That's a fucking fish. That was really good. I am not even bullshitting. That is awesome. What are your thoughts on this lead that I have? Oh, that was great.
spots. I usually get freezing cold when parents are around, even though there's some of the things that other people can look for. And I wanted to ask you, because I know you're kind of looking at the phone, I respect that. Have you ever had anything that happened to you that was in the realm of those things that were kind of unexplainable? You know, yes, and sometimes you notice those things and you wonder, okay, what was that? What let's say I notice something out of the ordinary, or maybe things happen on a pattern and that pattern doesn't happen. I find myself staring at them, waiting for confirmation. I need to look.
Did you know that there was a streaker at the Super Bowl?
And when it doesn't happen again, I say, well, there's no way of telling. I take a mental note that something strange happened, and that was it. It was a blip in time.
Sometimes. I also saw a thing. I don't know if this was really true, but a guy made a bet and won like $300,000 by guessing that someone would run on the field, and he was actually the person who ran on the field. I don't know if he got to keep the money, but that seems like a really easy way to make a lot of money. Dude, you could fucking destroy me here.
The dream aspect of it's fascinating because the dreams. And I don't even know that, but because everyone says you should have those type of dreams. Only once in my life I can recall where I had a dream that's come true. And here's what happened. When I was younger, I was probably, I don't know, before I was a teenager. I woke up.
So even though I don't think that William Montgomery's been funny recently, I'm still obviously his biggest fan. But he has not been that funny recently. Yo, dog.
I tell my parents, and it may have changed the course because if she wouldn't have called or my parents would have called, that could have killed her. So I think that's something like that happened once in my life where I look back at it and say, that doesn't seem like it. Yeah, that's a really good one. I just want to also mention that
Big dog, you're up. The guy who streaked this year, though, was smart. So he didn't get a public indecency charge. He kept his pants on. Right. Probably picked up a small charge, but nothing big. Yeah. Well, like, it was in the middle of it didn't interrupt the play. He made some moves on some guys, and that's one game in a row, just in case you were keeping track at home. He was able to dodge some people, and then he like slid down and they stopped him. How do you have rollerblades on grass? Dude, cutthroat. Oh, you started. Don't play anything. Don't play anything. Zoot, cutthroat. Zoo, what did you think of Bad Barbie or Bad Bunny? Yes, you did. We watched part of it together. What up, baby? What happened? Yeah, it's 3%, and it's trick shot. Doug, what are you talking about? And your ex girlfriend was it the girl? Did you munch your box? Oh, so she's down to fuck. Wait, this is the crazy girl though, right? Penalty. Penalty. Because it is. Next question. What do you have to do? I don't know about that. Oh, yeah, you're right. Is that how it works? Nice scratch, Zoo. All right, so Zoo, you got her number. That's tight. Did you munch her box? Isn't this the crazy girl who stole all your money? Dude, I like how I keep asking that question and you don't answer it. You had to pay for her heroin habit. Not the same girl. Okay. So who is this bitch?
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
So who is that? How long did you guys date? 2 months? Okay, how'd you lose your phone? Yo, Doug, remember that time I asked you a question and then you were dead fucking silent? Like, why are you such a bad communicator? How did you lose your phone? Oh, hilarious. What are you doing? No, dog, it's where he gets blown to the orgy place. No, it's his adult bookstore. I know. And you lost your fucking phone at this place and you had to admit where it was? Do you think somebody
Super Bowl yesterday in the Olympics, which during the
Did you tell her that you were a finalist for Raw Comedy? Of course you did, dog. Good job, man. Did she say that's tight? What did she say? Did she say congratulations? I can't believe someone who's not funny could be a finalist for a whole fucking state. Are you in love with this bitch? You're not in love with this bitch.
Here's what's ahead on Wake Up Call. In a defensive, the Seattle Seahawks have won their second championship, beating New England in Super Bowl 60. Final score 29. Today's show hosts
What's that, baby?
in a video released Saturday after her siblings offered to pay others safe return, saying they are willing to meet any ransom demands. We're going to find out
Your whole what?
deadline imposed by the
He's about to fuck up.
Crashed about 14 seconds into her first. National correspondent Mario.
Dude, there are a bunch of. Oh, he should. He's not. He's not. It's not worth that much, but it'll be worth 10 points. It just makes it really difficult. Okay, so there's a kiss shot. It turns off the like protractor thing. The like line.
The Seahawks won their first title in 2014. Kaiser Permanente's last. Other workers and going on strike.
I agree. It's cutthroat. You are winning.
MLB described the most unusual and effective.
Well, to be honest, I don't know how to play either.
2020, the Royals in 2015, and the Braves in 2021.
Do you masturbate? Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about that. Zoo, you are the most horny motherfucker. I like how Zoot's cool. What'd you say, pimp? Yeah, baby. Zoot's done. So I'm basically fucked. So you didn't watch Bad Bunny? I figured you would know everything about Bad Bunny. You'd be a Bad Bunny homer. You'd be like, dude, I saw that Pedro Pascal was there and Lady Gaga and Jessica Alba and Ricky Martin. Did you know Ricky Martin played? No, he didn't. It's Cutthroat. Dog, I'm about to dominate. Did I lose because of that? Dude, this game sucks. No. Let's play Cutthroat, but no fucking trick shot. Yeah, let's try it. Zoot, what the fuck are you doing? Okay, well, how are you playing this game right now if you lost your phone? I mean, isn't that like an important thing to say? Where did you find it? Where did you find it? In between the seats? Zoot, the life you live is so wild. Yeah. So why was your girlfriend, your ex-girlfriend, at the fucking Riser? Go at the adult theater. What a shot! Her partner? So she's in a relationship with a dude? Oh, so this. Did she say that? Scale of 0 to 10, this bitch. Why not? Riser got fucked.
ultimately it's adultery.
Tennessee Senator
Listen.
All right. I mean, is that a good thing? Or dude, quit with these fucking distractions. Dude, STFU, dog. You're not helping anything. So, Zoot, this goes a 4. She's a 4, and that's why you dated her for 2 months? She's terrible looking? All right, so she's a 4. All right, so she's a 3? Okay. I don't know. I mean, so was she a 4 when she had brunette hair? Right, she's a 3. Well, I can tell you, if Zoot dates her, she has a terrible sense of humor. Like, just off. Did you tell her that you've got to get checked for chlamydia or gonorrhea? Yeah. Did you tell her that you are patient 0 for a new strand of super gonorrhea that you developed from the adult theater? Or no, it was like an orgy hotel. Zoot, in Australia, did they not teach you to answer questions when people? All right, well, I don't see you making that shit. Oh, serious? Fucking serious? That was some bullshit. That was the. Good job, Zoot. Good job, Zoot. Baby, I don't know. You're the same guy who lost his phone at an adult theater and went to the police over it, and you thought you got pickpocketed. Who the fuck wants to stick their hand in the pocket of some dude at an adult? Like, dog, I don't care if you have the newest fucking iPhone. I'm not sticking my head in any dude's pocket at a fucking adult theater. Right next to a big old cum stick. So, Zoo, do you masturbate openly in this place? Do you masturbate openly at this place? That's absolutely disgusting. And that doesn't. Is that legal in Australia to openly masturbate in an adult theater? Dog, that's why Pee Wee Herman lost his fucking career in the United States because he got caught doing that. He was like a giant children's television star who got. Oh, are you fucking serious? That was an unreal miss, Zoot. Zoot, you had the win. Or Zoot, you had the win. I like how slow Riser, you gotta. Yeah, but he's distracted by Pee. He's distracted by Pee Wee Herman because he's got like a friend. Zoot's fucking Zoot. That's a great question. Like, chance of finding love at the fucking police station. He had a movies and TV show, dog. His name is Paul Rubens. And I know he's now your new hero. Zoot's like, it's not weird to masturbate in adult theaters. Pee Wee Herman did it. Yeah. Right, sir. Zoot, what the fuck? Get off of Wikipedia and get in this game. Zoot, what the fuck are you doing? Zoot. Zoot, you have 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. Zoot, come on, man. Zoot, what the fuck? Zoot is so in. What is the word? Zoot is. Oh, what the fuck is the word when you don't care about others? Zoot is so. Thank you. Zoot, you're so inconsiderate. Zoot, I have to say though, that was like the most baller shot I've ever seen you have on this hole. Zoot, that's gonna be your fucking. He's your like hero. Are you? Is he gay? I don't think so. He just was known as a pervert, but even what he did was not that big of a deal. It's not like he like there are a lot of people do way. No, he was not doing that. He just got caught masturbating in an adult theater. Just like Zoot. I think it was in Florida. Give, give me this fucking win. Give me this fucking win. That's a miss, Riser. That's a miss. Can't believe Riser. I cannot. Riser missed. I like how you refer. Nobody understands that. Who gets to go when? Look how good a shot this is.
Okay, during the stunning opening ceremony, in a long time, just because it was a little more subtle, it was less spectacle, and just very classic and cool. Just loved it. But at one point, South African native Charlie appears on stage.
Yeah, baby.
Stunning, of course. She appealed to
Oh,
viewers from around the world.
he's written more. He wrote more science fiction material than any person ever. So he wrote more than he has more published material than any person in global history. Now, in answer to your question, yeah, I don't read that shit, so I don't know. Not to say I don't read science fiction, but L. Ron Hubbard is his own like religion, so I don't get into that. At the adult theater? So you went to the adult theater, the comedy club, and the police station?
Let's say good morning now, national correspondent Rory O'Neill. Let's talk about those Olympic Games, shall we?
Riser, do you like your shot? Do you really? I think that it's one of the worst. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Beautiful. Riser, that was one of the best shots I've ever seen. Are you serious? Are you fucking Riser? How many athletes from Australia do you think are competing in the Winter Olympics? 69 million. No, it's like it's not 69 million. It's like 20 million. It's like 20 million. It's like 54, 56. How am I in front of him? How am I in front? How am I in front? Oh no, I'm not in front. Zoot and I are tied. Yeah, baby. Zoot, your shot sucks. And unless you get hit your ball, unless Riser hit your ball, I'm gonna put you out of your misery. No, Are you sure about that, son? Hit my ball, Zoot. Just the absolute worst thing that could happen to him. Basically. That's what I'm. Hit his ball. Are you fucking serious? I can't believe I missed that shot. There's no way Zoot makes this shot. Come on, dude. Dude, did you watch Happy Gilmore 2? Are you a bigger Kendrick Lamar fan or Bad Bunny? Go. What are your thoughts on that? I don't need to memorize the percentage. It's about feel, baby. Shit. That's a terrible shot, Riser. Zoot, that's a bad shot. That's one of the worst shots we've ever had the opportunity to witness. Look how good this shot is, though. Are you fucking serious? Look at this shot, folks. Look at this shot. Oh, it is okay if you know Spanish. Look at this miss, folks. If you didn't, I thought it was okay. I thought it was pretty. It was like had a lot of shit going on. But do I think? I mean, I bet if you were a Spanish speaker, it was really good. But I mean, I don't know. He's like Zoot would put out the shit he puts out.
Sang at a real wedding during the show. Turning Point USA held its All-American half tournament and featured performances by Kid Rock. Yeah, be very watched it on the show. Come back on what you thought of the show.
I mean, I get that, but I I would have preferred it to be in English, of course, but I understand that NFL is going for a certain market, and I could see them having a Chinese one in the future. All right, I've got one. Zoot's in it. Zoot's already in this game. Riser, you have an invitation. This is only 3 holes. It's just some old game that was started and we didn't finish it. Zoot, you're up. I bet you Zoot doesn't know this is a game, which I understand. Zoot, you're up, dog. Zoot, you're already in the game. Just look at your games that are already going. There you go. Hit it. Go. Zoot, just go. Hit the ball. There you go. That was good. That was really good. Really good. Don't hit. Oh, ho, ho, ho. That was baller. I mean, I thought what he said about losing his phone and hooking up with some formerly brunette 4 was pretty funny, but they help you to be able to think on your feet. Though we could have them right now. Absolutely not. Gentlemen, what did you think of my shot? Gentlemen, we'll start with Riser. Riser, what did you think of my shot? I don't understand. Bullshit. We all got that. I don't think has ever been done. Yeah, I don't think we've done that. You're gonna try to water bump me like a bitch? Maybe Zoot. Yeah. That's garbage. That's a garbage shot. It's one of the worst shots we've ever seen. Folks, I remember. Oh, stay right behind that fucking house. Baby. Zoot. Zoot. Being wild. No, you can't waterboard me. You know it.
Commercials. We were just talking about the commercials that I don't have a standout one that I love. We used to like huddle by the TV.
Look how good a shot that was. What are your thoughts on that? Are you fucking serious? That's a miss. That's a devastating miss. Sexiest shot ever. Riser, what are your thoughts on that shot, baby? No, he couldn't have. I still have a bigger lead on him. Dude, we tied? That's garbage. Just shit happens when you party naked. This one has. I know, Zoot. As I previously said, just one of those things.
Two men have been stabbed during LAPD spokesperson says midnight. The younger man stabbed the two guys that were both taken to the hospital where one of them later.
Right, so are you gonna go or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? That's a miss. One of the biggest misses we've ever seen. Terrible shot. Worst fuck. Go, baby. Get it, Zoo. That's a miss. Riser's got a miss. He's going to hit the corner. Fuck. I need one of the greatest shots in the history of the game. It's certainly not that. That's a garbage shot. That's absolute garbage. Make it. Riser has one of the easiest shots ever, and he left it short. He left it short. I can't believe he left it short.
This is going to be a free and fair election. It's going to be conducted like every other election where states have the ability to administer.
The answer to that question is no. I need one of the greatest shots in the history of the game right here. Fuck that.
Quarterback Sam Darnold and his Super Bowl MVP running back Kenneth Walker III are continuing a most Super Bowl tradition. They're going to Disneyland today. Darnold is a native of St. Louis. He played for USC, of course. Walker was named the Super Bowl MVP following the Seahawks' 29-13 Super Bowl 60 win at Levi's Stadium. Time to get in your business as we do every weekday morning.
Roger, did you know that Zook came in here? I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Do you want me to bring you a time machine to show you the thousands of times that you've played it? That was the best fucking shot on this whole I think I've ever seen. I think mine would have been better had your shitty ass ball not been in the way. Zoot, get it. Make one of the best shots you've ever seen. I like how it's censored Zoot. Zoot. Oh, Zoot, get it. Riser, what'd you think? Riser, what'd you think of my shot? Riser, what'd you think of my fuck? Newfie as fuck, and now Zoot's gonna fuck up. Newfie as fuck, dog. Yeah. Oh, get it, baby. Get it, baby. Get in the hole. That's a terrible shot. One of the worst shots we've ever had the opportunity to witness. I love how Zoot just had a terrible shot.
All right, we'll get more good stuff when it comes to getting in your business with Walmart's Denise Pellegrini tomorrow morning. Thank you, Denise. All right, when we come back.
One of the best shots we've ever had the opportunity to ever see, ever to witness. This is the Bad Bunny of shots. Did you guys know that I'm the biggest Bad Bunny fan in the history of the world? I loved his performance in Happy Gilmore too.
We'll talk about that more. Yeah, okay, we'll play some more of those. And if you would like to weigh in about the game, your favorite commercials, the halftime show, whatever, hit us up on the talk back on the iHeartRadio app. We'd love to hear what you have to say. From your Toyota dealer's traffic center, make it easy. We've got a stall in Irvine on the 5.
Zoot, that's a terrible shot, and I think we all know it. Are you guys ready for the best shot you've ever seen on this hole? Are you fucking serious? That was very close to missing. But it didn't. It was beautiful, and everybody knows it. I know it. You know it. Zoot knows it. Riser knows it. That's short. Maybe. Hit my ball. Thank you, Riser. Riser, thank you for the bump. Zoot's jerking himself off in the fucking adult theater. Zoot. Well, he has a new hero, Paul Rubin. He's oh fuck. He uses all his data to download fucking number 11 on the Pornhub list. Bonnie Blue. Incorrect. Remember what time we had to wait for Zoot? Zoot, you little douche.
This is Sarah Spade with the latest from iHeart Women's Sports. Presented by Capital One. American Gracie Johnson took home gold in the women's downhill on Sunday, just the second American woman to win the Olympic downhill after Lindsey Vonn did it 16 years ago.
Doesn't your dog have to go to the bathroom? But she has to go 15 hours without going to the bathroom? Or eating or drinking? The answer is you fucking love that dog so much, don't you? Like, I'm not saying it in a bad way. But like you truthfully love your dog more than I think most owners love their dog, and I think it's sweet. Is she your first dog?
Winter Olympics in Italy, the most expansive Winter Olympics ever. Follow 2 Guys 5 Rings and start listening. Today, listen to the 2 Guys 5 Rings podcast on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
There's no way you're gonna make this. You know who the champion is? We both won? How? We were tied. Dog. Dog, I'm gonna smoke you. Are you gonna accept my invite, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? Hey, I'm not. So you used to have a dog, and you. Called Vegeta.
Monday morning on even party hard. I used to.
Who is we? Who is we? Okay.
You're happy about Seattle winning? Or do you care? Here's what we're following in the case. Temperatures. Street heading back later. South Broadway. $10 at the box office. Here's the Rachel. $10 million. First, why would you be at the movie theater? You're going to be watching the Olympics.
Wow.
You're watching the Super Bowl. So much to do. Again, I'm hooked on the Olympics. Spent most of the weekend watching it. I was getting ready to go to a Super Bowl party yesterday and trying to cook my Super Bowl dish, which I didn't do that well. The house corn. It turned out to be good. I brought some for the group this week. And they're my guinea pigs. It actually turned out good. But I was trying to do that and watch figure skating. I'm like, I can't go to the party until figure skating is done. If you missed it, I think on Pretty Hard you can go.
Her name is Lindsey Vaughn.
We're a mess when it came to here's my one.
These Tiger Woods. Do you know that Lindsey Vaughn is Tiger Woods' ex-girlfriend? 1000%, dog. That's who we got after all those chicks from like Applebee's and whatever the fuck her name is, Norda, whatever, Jesper Parnovik's fucking nanny. Oh, you don't know what fuck Jesper Parnovik is? Well, you fucking should have been. You consider yourself. He was a really good call for a dog. He didn't shank that many babies. But look at this. That's true. Yeah, I did. I'm the American Austin. Yeah, that's why I said I'm the American Austin Powers. And I do know that Mike Myers is Canadian. I'm really biting off James Bond. Yeah, that's what Austin Powers is, dog. Look at this athleticism.
Who's the killer? Who's the killer? It's gotta be rooted in Anyone because of identity
Is that the excuse that you're gonna give for your shit? I think you can come back and win.
I didn't necessarily love the commercial itself, but it was like Hellman's mayonnaise, I think. And it was the guy bartending, he was singing Sweet Caroline. Like a Neil Diamond guy. I thought it was kind of cute and clever. And then when they came back to the Super Bowl, they had in the third quarter, like the whole crowd was singing Sweet Caroline. And I was like, okay, did they do that with Hellman's, or was that because
That's a miss, and I'm really proud that it's a miss.
it was kind of fun to hear the crowd singing Sweet Caroline? And it reminded me of last year, which I thought was much better.
That's just a miss. It's a terrible shot, and everybody knows it.
And then you still hear it around stadium.
I was, but I came up with a strategy. A multi-billion-dollar. Miss. Get out with your 2%. Get out of here with. Get out of here with your 2%. Can I move? I don't want to hear your fucking excuses, and I have shit to do. I have to pray, I have to teach a class, and I have to shield myself on X. Thank you. When are you gonna play? When are you gonna be back? I did not ask you to leave. I just said I have shit to do. But why don't you come back tonight? Or are you gonna sleep for fucking hours, back to back days? Same here, dog. And it's because of you. I publicly blame you. No, you're cool. We enjoy each other's company. That we keep each other up. I understand. All right, big dog. Let's end on a high note. Why don't you come back tonight and watch fucking William Montgomery? He's on Kill Tony, douche. He's on Kill Tony, douche. His dog. I'm the biggest William Montgomery fan possible, and that's why I understand. It's like somebody who sees their favorite artist not live up to their potential. They can certainly say that they could be better. That's how you know I'm a true fan. with Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny's gonna caddy for him. Okay. No, and I think that's the dumbest thing I may have ever heard in my entire life. I think they were more like mimes, like all body language. That's not what I said. You asked, do you think the first language was like hieroglyphs or whatever? And I said, no, I think it would be body language before that. Body language is more primitive. Yeah. So you come back for Kill Tony tonight. All right. Hey, when are you launching your coin? Or is it just like another thing that you just burned out on? No, you are the what you I will tell you this, my friend. You are not a good project founder. Does your project have a Reddit account? Yes or no? Go. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't. You No, but whenever you have a post, you can put it on Reddit, or you can post with that account on a cryptocurrency subreddit. They do. They have some subreddits that are shilling subreddits for meme coins and micro coins and things like that. So, what's your Reddit username of the greatest cryptocurrency ever? That's what I'm talking about. You're over here sleeping for 15 fucking hours. I've given you the blueprint. I've given you the textbook strategy on how to be successful. And you're like, okay, well, I could just jerk myself off all day. And that's what you're doing. Doug, I'll quote you directly. And I quote, Bad Bunny is my hero. He is the official spokesperson of the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. I cannot wait to create a Reddit and a subreddit to promote my coin. And William Montgomery has had lackluster performances recently. Unquote. That is a direct quote of yours. Riser, who won the Super Bowl? Go. Yeah, that's correct, dog. That's absolutely fucking correct. Okay, the next question that I have for you is why don't you come and watch Kill Tony? It's on at 6 p.m. Yeah, I do. What's it called? Everybody knows that. Do you like Jeremiah Watkins? Okay, why don't you like? Dude, if you ever watch old Kill Tonys, the old band used to interrupt so much that it became annoying. That's why I said it. Yeah, dog. I've watched 300 fucking podcasts with that man. Dude, so much. Sometimes they would. Sometimes their shit was funny as fuck, but they just interrupted so much. It would be like somebody taking swings. They'd take 10 swings and one would be funny. The one that they would have that was funny would be really, really funny. But it's like, dude, you interrupted 9 other fucking times. It wasn't worth it. There was a reason why they didn't move them to Austin during the pandemic. They said, like, uh, Jeremiah Watkins in his interviews said that he just got a call one day from Tony Hinchcliffe, and he was like, "Yeah, we're basically deciding to go in a different direction, and we're moving to Austin, and we're not going to be, doing the show anymore." Right, exactly. And but Jeremiah Watkins did have the opportunity to do stand up at um the crypto arena, um and or it was at the forum actually, and they he did a good job. And no, it was a Kill Tony at the forum, and they're doing a Kill Tony in May, and another one in LA at what was it? Um, at Intuit Dome, and I looked up tickets, but they went right away. They were like, they went really quickly, and I'm sure they wouldn't let me live stream from there, so it would kind of like you can't even have your phone at those fucking things. Um, but one day I want to see Kill Tony live. That'd be cool. Anyway, oh yeah, and it's gonna be on Netflix. Did you watch the one that they had on Netflix from January? No, you didn't. You didn't even see William F. Yeah. I will do it under one condition, and that is I don't have to do an Australian accent. Exactly. So I would be like, crikey, who left this device on a chair in the adult theater, and why is it so sticky? I can't believe that this device is stuck to the chair. I'm trying to get it off and I can't. I'm going to go ask one of my colleagues to see if they can assist me. Excuse me, can you please help me to get this device that is stuck to this chair removed? Why, sure, I'll help you. So, as we both attempted to remove this device from the cushion, we recognized that this was a bigger job than for just two people. So we went and got the manager, and the manager said, "Wow, that is a really stuck device. I wonder if we could get a tool chest and see if we can get a crowbar to perhaps unlodge it from the seat cushion." So we got a crowbar and had to use 3 different people's leverage in order to get this device unstuck from the cushion. Fortunately, we were able to do so. When we turned the phone on, we saw a desktop wallpaper of an obviously identifiable Bonnie Blue, and the ranking of Pornhub was kept track of in a very diligent way within the browser. So I said to one of my colleagues, who do you think would have left this device in the adult theater? And their response was, there could be only one person. It's the guy who fucks all the fours in this adult theater routinely. And I said, why do you think this phone was left in the all gay porn part of the cinema? And my colleague said that there's only one person who regularly attends this area of the theater, and their name is Zoot. So we took the phone and we decided that we would take it to the front desk. We certainly used some latex gloves to be able to ensure that we didn't make contact. And all of a sudden, the phone went off as a ringtone. And the ringtone that we heard was the Pornhub theme music. It went ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum. And we tried to answer, which we did. And on the other end, it just so happened to be Zoot. Zoot, how are you? Why, yes, Zoot. We found your device. Can you please ensure that you could describe some aspects of the phone to us so we know that it's yours? Why, why's your phone? Why's your phone so sticky? Seemingly. Can you please answer us the question why you're in the? Oh, of course not. But it seems as if you're in the middle of several simultaneous mini games but you've abandoned them all. Is there a reason for that? Oh, most certainly it does. Well, we've got this phone. We're going to leave it at the front desk. We're going to put it in a Ziploc bag, and you're free to pick it up whenever you wish. Oh, sounds wonderful. There's this I was making all these fucking different videos, and one of them I I forgot to put um sound over it, and so it was just a little snippet of where Zoot and I are talking. And Zoot asked me, "Do you know who opens for me?" And I say, "Yeah, the same people who close for you. They're known as the Crickets." And I thought that was so funny. And I thought it was hilarious that like the video caught that part of it. He thought it was funny too. Um, he's starting to think so. I like how this has gone to his head. Like he's getting his old ex girlfriend. He like mentioned it to her, and she's like, "Hey, I'm in an open relationship. I'm a 4, but you know, let's get back together." I mean, I don't know. I wish the best for him. I absolutely, positively though see his comedy career exploding. Oh, we didn't ask him. Did he perform? He, I'm sure he would have told us, but he told me last week. He's like, "I'm going to perform, and I'm going to." He had like this whole political statement he was going to make, and I was like, "I don't know if that's a good idea." And then he was like, "I'm just going to go up and bomb," but he didn't. He should have told us how he did. Anyway, he's a sensation. He's an absolute. He's sweeping Australia, sweeping the countryside. Everybody knows it, and I really think that Australia's comedy scene will be put on the map. I did say this. If I go viral, if when I go viral, the Rhino Room of Adelaide will be like one of the comedy hubs of the world, like giant. It will be giant. There will be people who will like camp to just go there. It'll be like the new comedy mothership of Australia. Do you know where you can open the second one? That's incorrect. No, no, he's talked about it, but it's not New York. At least most recently. Okay, guess again. Incorrect. Guess again. I'm not giving you a hint. I think that you can tough this one out. Incorrect. You didn't really guess it. You you just assumed that he wasn't going to be doing it somewhere, but I didn't say yes or no. No, warmer. Word. I looked into it. We were gonna advertise on his podcast in 2016, and so it was like pretty early. Still didn't have a Spotify deal or anything. Um, but I wasn't the one doing the negotiating. We were doing it through somebody else. So it didn't get as far as I would have. Like when I do it, I fucking go right to the source and I say, how much is it? But at that time, it was something like we had a conflict. Like he was still doing ads for like he wasn't doing Fleshlight at that time, but I think we found out he was, or like the owner of the business found out he was doing Fleshlight ads, and it was like I don't know. And he also didn't know who Joe Rogan is. We had an SEO guy who came in and was like, "Hey, I see you're doing billboards. I see you're doing radio ads. Have you ever thought about doing Joe Rogan's podcast?" And the owner of the business was like, "Who's Joe Rogan?" And like, if you don't know who Joe Rogan is, you're not going to want to pay anything to do his podcast. But looked into it a little bit, and to see him to go from Fleshlight ads to he can do anything that he wants is fucking amazing. Now I have a question for you. That one guy who was in here earlier, right before you came in, he was like, right before you came in, there was a guy in here. Yeah. Apologies. Yeah, I thought you were saying yourself. Yeah. And I'm serious about this. I don't understand why anybody doesn't believe me. But if you do something long enough, you will eventually, I think, be successful at it. Now, it's difficult to do things long enough, but we'll take Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan just kept doing this fucking podcast, and he's been doing it now since December 26th, 2009. So that's like 17 years or close to it. And he has like more than $500 million. Now, Mr. Beast, who started in like 2014, is now a billionaire. Why don't you do the same? Like, you're someone who is always looking for a business, and I think the business is right beneath your nose, and it's yourself. And if you say to yourself, look, if I do this for 10 years, even like, what would I say for you? I would just say to you, just start a podcast. And if you're like, okay, well, where do I get guests? It's really easy. You just go on Kick and you say, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? And dude, 95%, in fact, I never got anybody who said no. Every single person I ever asked to be on my podcast was on my podcast. And if you do one of those podcasts every single day for a year, you'll be the next Joe Rogan in your own way in 10 years. Hold on. Hold on. You didn't tell me to start a podcast. I already had a podcast long before I knew you. Yeah. Um, did you have on a state comedy finalist of South Australia? Was your podcast video? That's baller as fuck. Um, okay. I mean, that's what you're always trying to come up like, hey, I'll start a car company. By the way, that zero emission, the Zen car, that was pretty cool. Though the fact that no noise, that gets dangerous with blind people, so it should have some kind of noise. But I thought it was really, yeah, that's why Teslas have to have a sound, at least in the United States. No, but in the, in the, in the United States, an electric car has to have a. I mean, it's not just blind people; it's children, it's anybody who just can't hear the vehicle. But I thought it was cool. All right, so you gave up after 6 episodes, and that's cool. I can tell you why I don't do my podcast anymore. It takes too long for me to upload it. I just found that to record one. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. My big thing is making sure it's on YouTube. If I do it on Spotify, if I have it go on Spotify, that means I have to download it from YouTube and re-upload it on Spotify, and that takes too long. Wait, and that takes a long time. Okay. Oh, I mean, maybe it's just the way that I did it. I didn't do. Oh, that was another thing. I didn't want people to have to stop their stream. Like a lot of the people I was going for were streamers, and so the advantage of me interviewing them was they didn't have to stop their stream. They could just do it while they were in the stream. So I didn't have to send them a Google Meet or anything like that. Well, yeah, no, it is. Well, so why don't you do a podcast? What happened? Are you being serious? What happened? Oh, you're serious. Okay, I don't want to go into it if it's uncomfortable. So I thought you were being funny. You had a traumatic brain injury? Like an event happened to you? Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah, certainly don't want to get into that. All right. Well, then I understand. But you're someone who's like, I want. Why don't you live stream your life? Dude, that's absolutely true. I was going to say that you have like 300 hours of yourself recorded on this stream, which is really cool, and they're really interesting conversations. We have some excellent discussions. Project Looking Glass, and we go into the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and business ideas. There's everything from bear bear scare to all of our history with zoo. Of any person who has a lot of themselves on the stream, it's zoo. Uh, you should know the guy in here. His name is um, Spirit Man. I think I told you this. He does what I do on YouTube. He doesn't do it from as many angles, and he hasn't done it as long, but he's done it like for almost 300 days. Um, I mean, he has like 300 followers on YouTube, which is like not what. I mean, that's to be expected. I've told him like that's if you're not being promoted, that's about what you're going to be looking at. Um, he is very. Uh, I mean, you can look him up on if you want to look him up on YouTube. His YouTube channel is Spirit. Just a moment, I'll get you the name of it. And you can see his setup. His setup's a little different than mine. His like mine is because I have so many different streams. Mine's like you can see my whole body. Um, his is generally like from the waist up, but he does sleep on camera. I mean, he really does do like basically what I do, except not from as many angles and not from for as long. But like, I think this is becoming more popular, which is tight. Well, it's the lean in. Like basically, if we know anything from Edward Snowden, he said everything's being recorded anyway, so why not just try to monetize it? Um, I would not be the first person to do this though. I'm the first person to archive it as much as I do, and from as many angles. That's the thing. There may be someone out there. There are people out there who have just done live streams for a long period of time, or like nature cams that are live streamed on the internet, but they don't get archived. And that's what's important about mine. The fact that every 12 hours I restart my streams. That's what's important about Spirit Man's. Every 12 hours he restarts his streams. So you can go back and view any day of his life for the last almost full year on his streams. That's really important. And Yeah. Isn't that wild? I have a theory that they do have it. They just don't allow people to get it. Okay, so if you want to see his stream and how he's set up, um, maybe. So his thing, if you look up Spirit Peaceful Revolution, you can see his deal. And he does a hunger strike. Though he eats. Yeah, he's Canadian. Dog, when I found out somebody came in my stream, they're like, "Oh, I know somebody who does what you do," and I was like, like I've been looking for somebody, and I tried to get his attention for a few days, and he just was. I finally did. Well, I don't think that. But did you see his stream or no? All right, well, why don't you fucking look it up and follow him? All right, so look up Spirit Peaceful Revolution. Yeah, dog. But it was so nice to find somebody who goes through the same issues that I go through, like troubleshooting and making sure your mic works and falling asleep on camera and eating on camera and like he has some IRL video, but he's like it's too hard to do IRL while you're live streaming. It's just a lot of data, it's lighting, it's power. It's just like it's way easier to just do it from your house. I'm like, I agree. And he is someone who is worked in trying to do like world peace, which I think is really cool. Spirit Peaceful Revolution. Yeah, baby. I mean, but he eats, so I don't really understand that part of it. Incorrect. Incorrect. Somebody saw my stream on YouTube and came in here and we were talking about something completely different. We were talking about Kabbalah and then so Jewish mysticism. And then I explained to this person later on in the conversation what I do. And he's like, "Oh, I know somebody who does that," which caused my heart to sink because it was like, how long have they been doing it? And how many different streams? And they're like, I don't know. And then I found, and then he's like, look up Spirit Peaceful Revolution. And then I did. And that's how I met this person. And then I sent them messages. And a few days went by without any response. And then he came in. And then we got to talking. And we talked for like 5 hours or something the first night. And then we like exchanged messages and stuff. And I was like, you should, we have like a common goal. You should live stream in my stream or at least be in here or in the Discord. and he's been in here like just about every day since. Oh, he's an interesting dude. All right. Dude, okay, yeah. So the thing that I see people do a lot is they say on X Spaces, $1,000 giveaway, and they just don't ever give away $1,000, or they'll give away $1,000 worth of their shitty coin, or what they consider to be $1,000, and no, there's no like. And this makes me think a lot. Like, there's no like giveaway police or like giveaway authority or contest authority. Yeah, they're but these aren't big enough to like qualify for that. And yeah, but these guys are in fucking Nigeria. Like nobody's gonna fuck with them. Wait, absolutely. If you The key is you just want to put it in the title of your Twitter space, and then you'll get people to join. But it doesn't say like we're going to be giving away $1,000 today. It could be we're going to give away $1,000 150 years from now. Right. And then they I mean that's what I'm saying. Like basically people just straight up lie that way. Dude, um I mean that's what people are doing. And I see people do that all the time to raise their how many people are in their um space, to the point where I see if I ever see giveaways, I don't even fucking pay attention to it. And then when they do giveaway, they're like, "Hey, we're having a contest. Be the first person to repost and like and bookmark, and we're gonna do a giveaway at the end." And then they just pick their friend, and it's like, they don't ever really give it away. It's just for show. So you know who Brendan Schaub is? Exactly. So he gets in trouble for doing this, and I don't know if he's being sued over it, but there's an investigation on him. So this is what he does, and I thought of you when I heard about this because you fucking love scam, and I fucking love this guy's downfall. All right, I know you do. So here's what he does. And he's done this like 2 or 3 times, and people are catching on to him. And he's not the only one to do this. This is a big thing that influencers are doing. So what they do is they say, hey, we're going to have a truck giveaway, or that's what Brendan Schaub does, or we're giving away a car or whatever. But I'm going to give you what Brendan Schaub does. He goes, we're doing a truck giveaway. All you have to do is buy a piece of merch on our merchandise site, and you're going to be entered to win. And you can be automatically entered if you send us a postcard or something like that. So it's no purchase necessary. So what he does is he gets all these loser douches to go and buy a fucking hat of his or a t-shirt of his or whatever it is. And then Brendan Schaub drives the truck for like 6 months. And after every show, he goes, we're giving away the truck. Like, all you have to do is buy a piece of merchandise. And he makes money on the merchandise. He makes pretty good money on the merchandise. Then once they're going to do the giveaway, he gives the truck away to a friend or like a colleague or confidant or something. And he says, oh, we did the truck giveaway, you know, like, thanks for everybody who entered. And then the person who won the truck then sells the truck and takes the cash for it and gives it back to Brendan Schaub. So basically, Brendan Schaub's making all this money on the merchandise and not losing that much on the truck. Does this make sense? Right. And so there are some states where like they're like even more intense about this than others. But this is what happened in Brendan Schaub's. Like, I think it was his second truck giveaway or I think it was. So it was when he was in LA and he's like, hey, we're doing this truck giveaway or whatever. All you have to do is buy a piece of merchandise or whatever. And the guy who won in Colorado. And he was like a truck, what would I call it? Like someone who does modifications on trucks, which is exactly what Brendan Schaub does. And guess from what state Brendan Schaub is? Colorado, where the guy won. And so all these people are like, dude, you just literally found somebody who does truck modifications in your like home state and just gave him the truck. So he then moves to Austin. He comes to Austin and he's like, we're doing another truck giveaway. It's $100,000 truck or whatever. And they do the same thing for 6 months. They just say, everybody buy this truck or whatever. Hello. Everybody buy this truck for 6 months, or everybody buy the merchandise for 6 months. And then everybody buys the merchandise. And then they're going to do the truck giveaway. And wouldn't you know it, they give away the truck. And of all the states, there are 50 states. They do Canada as well. Where do you think the winner's from? Like they're not from Colorado, but they're from Texas, which is like, all right. And so he gives away the truck plus $10,000. And wouldn't you know it, the next day, the winner, quote unquote, was some like pastor or something. The winner basically sold the truck or put the truck up for sale in Florida, in the same city as where Brendan Schaub's manager is based out of, like in Palm Beach or something like that. And so all these people are like, dude, you are running such a fucking scam. And then he doesn't so he actually had to put a post up on his Instagram saying, hey, I didn't know that this person was just gonna straight up sell the truck immediately. I had no idea about this. But you should know, like thank you to everybody who participated or whatever. All these people are like, dude, you are just scamming people to get people to buy your shitty ass merch, which nobody wants. And then on top of that, the way that he fucking does this is so stupid. Like, I don't even know why this is considered illegal. I don't think it is, but he'll say this. Like when the contest first starts, hey, if you buy a hat, that's one entry. If you buy a hat and a shirt, that's 2 entries. But by the time you're getting towards the end of the lottery, they'd be like, if you buy a hat, it's 500 times the entries. If you buy a shirt, it's another 500 times. So if you buy a hat and a shirt, it's 1,000 times the entry. Like, he just makes up fucking numbers, and anybody who like has a brain would never fucking participate in this. And then you go to the website to actually see, and it's all the people who bought the merch, they have reviews, and of the reviews, let's say he's got 20 things you could buy. Of the 20 things you can buy, there are only like 5 reviewers, and they buy multiple shit, and they all give it 5 stars, and they all have these like fake reviews on them. And I mean, he's a huge scammer. I fucking can't get enough of his shit though. I am absolutely obsessed, and the reason why I'm obsessed is because his subreddit is so fucking funny, dude. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm all in, dog. I'm so in that I'm obsessed with a podcast that is obsessed with his podcast. I'm obsessed with it. It's called 10 Minutes of Shab. I fucking stream this 24/7. I've watched every fucking episode. I'm in their subreddit or I'm in their Discord. Like, you have to imagine when you have a popular podcast that's based on how shitty your podcast is, that's some like fucking in um that's some wha- oh yeah, a ton of yeah, that's some inception shit. Yeah, so here's his fucking I am so into the dude. Hey, I wish somebody else I knew fucking was into this guy's life as much as I am, because but I'm glad I found the Discord because those guys are more obsessed than I am. So all I have to do is type in giveaway and like, oh, there are a bunch of threads about the giveaway. Last giveaway of the week, y'all. Scam giveaway is over. He's already preparing for an anticlimactic winner, and he admits he doesn't even like the car. The car giveaway grift explained by an expert. So they have this guy who like explains like what this scam is. Um, yeah, that's exactly right. Oh, dude, that's the funniest shit about this. There's a whole there's a whole language that you learn to speak when you fucking start watching this guy. And it's even on Wikipedia. It's called Schwabanese. And there's like it's so fucking funny. You literally learn like new English because this guy fucks up so many words that and then people just use it to mock him in his subreddit. It is it is hysterical. It's absolutely hysterical. And the thing is, for as shitty as he is, he's not the worst person on his own fucking podcast. The guy he teamed up with is a 4-time sexual predator, according to the Los Angeles Times. This guy raped chicks, like in when they like basically they're like Los Angeles Times articles about how Brian Callen is a serial rapist. Like it's it's ridiculous. So these guys have this podcast, and it is such a clusterfuck. They used to they used to do it when they were in LA. They used to do it from like a really nice studio that Howie Mandel paid, like they would rent from him, and it was like but then Joe Rogan moved to Austin, and these guys were basically losing their notoriety. No one wanted to be on their show anymore because Brendan Schaub is seen as a total douche, and his partner is seen as a rapist. And so they're like, dude, nobody wants to be on our show anymore. Maybe we go to Austin and it'll change our careers. And Joe Rogan said to Brian Callen, move to Austin, it'll change your career. So Brian moves to fucking Austin, buys a house in the middle of nowhere that's way too expensive for him, and he's like having to pay a mortgage in Austin and a mortgage in California because he's basically he was married. Then these allegations came out, and his wife divorced him because he was cheating on her, and so he's got to pay alimony to her, $25,000 a month. Like I fucking know everything about these assholes' lives, and he has to pay like her mortgage and stuff. So he's got 2 older kids, and then he met a new lady, and she lives with him in Austin, and he's got 2 younger kids. Then there's Brendan Shaw, and this guy is has nothing going in his life. Everything he touches turns to shit. He says that he was in the NFL, but he was not. He did play Division I football, like 3 plays, like nothing the NFL wants. Then he gets in the UFC and he goes 10-5 in the UFC. He was on the UFC show, The Ultimate Fighter, during their like really big year. But he wasn't a very that good of a UFC fighter. But he was the first professional athlete that they say that had a podcast. So this podcast that they had, The Fighter and the Kid, used to be really popular, especially when podcasts were new and Joe Rogan was doing his thing. And Brendan Schaub became the #1 guest in the history of the Joe Rogan Experience, and he could use that as leverage on people to be like, "Hey, come on my podcast. I'm the #1 guest on the biggest podcast in the world." So people would do that. But then they found out that Brendan Schaub was just a grifter and he was cheating on his wife with all these girls, and that all came out. And his partner turned out to be a serial rapist, so they just were like two bad guys. And then so they moved to Austin. Now that they're in Austin, remember I said they had like a really nice studio in LA. In Austin, they can't afford any of that shit. So they do their fucking podcast from like a storage unit, and it's not even like the storage unit is not dedicated to their podcast. It's really dedicated to like Brendan's cars. So they're doing this podcast and there's like all kinds of noise that's going on, air conditioning and fire alarms that go off. And these guys are trying to make this as serious as possible. Now, Brian Callen, the reason why he doesn't leave the podcast is because he's paid $25,000 per month to be on this show. And Brendan Schaub has to. That's the beautiful thing. They used to get millions of viewers. Now every week, whenever they do a show, it's always 40,000 viewers. And the thing is, they're just botting their own. They're botting their own podcast to try to keep numbers up so that they can continue to get sponsors. And so they have these sponsors who come in. But then if you, oh, for sure. But they absolutely do. So they're always getting new sponsors. Like nobody's ever consistent. And whenever they get a sponsor, you have to understand these guys have a subreddit of nearly 200,000 people. That's a big fucking city. I mean, not like a giant city, but it's like a big, it's like a small to medium sized city of people who just love to shit on anything that they do. Yeah, exactly. And so there's like this whole lore, there's a whole language. Like, and the thing is, there one of the things that they do is they say they refuse to read the comments because Joe Rogan says don't read the comments. So they do everything that Joe Rogan says. And the thing is, if you read the comments, it's just people who are shitting on them the whole time. And the thing is, they're never going to turn this podcast around. Once you have a podcast that goes from 1 million people watching it per week to 40,000 bots, it's dead. Nobody wants this fucking thing. So Joe Rogan does not have them on. He has them on. Well, he 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 doesn't have Brendan Schaub on as a guest anymore. The only time he has him on is when they do fight companions because he can use his expertise, quote unquote, but not really. Joe Rogan knows a heck of a lot more than Brendan Schaub does about fighting. Joe Rogan has seen more fights than anybody ever, basically. And Brendan Callen just kind of comes along. So Brendan Callen, I'm misspeaking. Brian Callen, Joe Rogan said, move to Texas, it'll change your career. So Brian Callen moves to Texas under Joe Rogan's like guide, and Rogan like put out a special from the Comedy Mothership, and then you can start doing like big arenas and stuff. So Brian Callen puts out a special and it bombs. Not as badly as Brendan Schaub's bombed, but still really badly. To the point where Brian Callen can't sell out like even moderately large like places. Whenever he does a comedy club, it's always like $5 tickets and 2 for $5. Like basically like they're not even like comedy clubs don't even care about him anymore. And Brendan Schaub totally gave up on comedy because nobody was coming to his shows anymore. And so it's just these two guys that are on this sinking ship, and it's absolutely hilarious. This fucking subreddit. I check this subreddit. I'm not kidding, Riser. 50 times a day. I mean, I check it all the fucking time because it is so funny what people put together. I check it 50 times a day. Maybe not 50, but like at least 20. No. They refuse to acknowledge that this fucking subreddit exists until recently. They finally had somebody on who was like, "You guys know that there's a subreddit, right?" And they're like, "We don't really know that much about Reddit. Not really. Like people have told us about it." And they're like, "No, you have to lean into this. You have to understand that there is a giant audience out there, and some of the stuff that they put together is really funny. So why don't you feature it on your show and try to win some of these people back?" And so they have been doing that a little bit recently, but the thing that I absolutely love about this this Brendan Schaub, it's so fucking hysterical that I say this, but he is absolutely obsessed with his kids' sports to the point where it's like it becomes entertaining how much this guy cares about his kids' sports. Now, it'd be one thing to be like, well, maybe he's just a really good dad. Really good dads don't cheat on their mom and don't do it like all the time like he used to. Additionally, it'd be another thing to be like, well, maybe he really cares a lot about his kids. No, because when his kids fuck up, he like tears them to shit. And he he last year got thrown out of a game, uh thrown out of a little league game. It made so much media attention. It got on TMZ. Like who the fuck is in a T-ball game and gets thrown out and gets on TMZ? But this guy does. So he's obsessed because he thinks exactly. And once he left California, all the dads in where he was living, Calabasas, were just making fun of him about like, oh, thank God he's gone. Basically, this guy sucks. Anyway, but they weren't like nothing about his kid. Like the kid, he does his best to keep separate. But there's like this bomb that's gonna go off one of these days. His son is like 9 years old. His other son is like, I hate that I know this, 6 years old, and then he's got a daughter who's like was like a designer baby, and she's like gonna be 2 or something like that. And means that like both his parents are like the dad is Brendan Schaub, who looks like Turkish or Latinx or something. The mom is Mexican. They say that she was born in the United States, but then in other interviews they say she's born in Guadalajara. They say that she came here illegally. Just like you don't know what to believe with these people, but yet their daughter is blonde hair, blue eyes, meaning you're able to like choose some of the characteristics of the baby. And it's yeah, exactly. Um and they the thing is, it'd be one thing if it were like, well, how's his wife? Is she like a nice lady? No, she's like a wannabe Kim Kardashian girl who is like trying to be an influencer, and nobody gives a fuck about her. And so it's like these two. It's like this incredibly messy situation that 200,000 people can't get enough of. And I know it's a lot more than that. And then there are people who are in the comedy world who are watching this all the time. Like Shane Gillis comments on it, and like Steve-O comments on it, and Tony Hinchcliffe comments on it, and like um Brian Redband, like all these people know that like this is this is like the worst it's the worst podcast ever. The people, all they do is talk about the most lame shit. They talk about children's sports. And the funny thing is about the children's sports is Brendan, because he's like a failed like football player and UFC fighter, and he failed. There's like this list of things that he failed at. It's like 25 things deep. that he is putting all his eggs in one basket for his kid to be a professional athlete. And yes, his kid is pretty big right now as a 9-year-old, but once you start getting into kids like going through puberty and stuff, he's just going to be a regular kid. And on top of that, when he's playing sports against other kids and they start to find out that the whole internet thinks that your family is a huge laughing stock, it is a terrible situation for a child. So there's like that element to it that is just gonna implode on itself. So, on top of that, the reason why as well I get really into this is because the guy puts out a lot of content. Like there's a reason why Joe Rogan. He puts out 9 hours of content a week, which is a lot. And Brian or Brendan Schaub puts out a Monday show that's 1 hour. He puts out a Tuesday show that's another hour. He puts out he started a new Thursday show that's another hour. So that's 3 hours. He's got another show on Thursday that's 4 hours, and he puts out a show on Friday for 5 hours. So he puts out like 5 hours of content a week. So there's a lot to make fun of him for. But the thing is, he's not a really smart guy. He doesn't have any great takes. No one who is a good like podcast guest wants to be on his show because these guys are just such a joke that he just doesn't have anything to talk about. And these people in the subreddit, if the subreddit didn't exist, I would never care about this podcast, not in a million years. But the subreddit is so funny that people make memes about him, they make videos about him. Dude, they do parody songs about him that are just absolutely hysterical when you get into the lore to the point where there are several other podcasts that are dedicated just to this guy's podcast. So one is called 10 Minutes of Shab. They do another one called Raccoon Tweeties, which is like semi-related. There's another one. This guy Unique does it. So Brendan Schaub, this is Brendan Schaub's show. They talk for the first 10 minutes about what's going on in Little League Baseball, and then he spends 50 minutes talking about like world events, but not world events, like Instagram news. And then he goes to people's different Instagrams and shows their videos on his stream. So basically, he steals other people's content and shows it on his stream. So what somebody did was they took Brendan Schaub's videos and put it on their stream, and they were like, "Hey, this is this guy's podcast, and I'm gonna now comment on it." Brendan Schaub didn't like that, so he sued this guy with what he calls his monster lawyers, these beasts of legal minds, and this became a really important precedent in actually the YouTube world on like how much content could you use of another person. And Brendan Schaub ended up losing to this small little podcaster, a small little like YouTube account, and then Brendan Schaub like appealed the decision, and that's where we stand. But basically, like this guy has a dying podcast. He sues little YouTubers who like make comments on his stream. He is obsessed with children's sports. His wife would leave him, but she can't get anybody better. She's absolutely vapid. His co-host is a serial pedophile, or not. Shouldn't say that. Hold on, that's a different story. His co-host is a serial rapist. He does another show with a guy who got caught uh texting and sexting underage girls. So he has two co-hosts on different shows. One of them, the LA Times said was a, a rapist, and the other one is a pederast, or at least somebody who would ask underage girls to send him like nude pics. And this guy's like in the middle. And it's absolutely the biggest clusterfuck of a podcast that you could ever think. It's not interesting. Every time I put it on, I say, I absolutely hate this fucking podcast. But once it's done, I go to the subreddit and it's like 50 new things about all these people who are making fun of this guy. And it's hysterical. Dude, I'm gonna send you what I sent to Zoot, and this this is a it's like it's all the lore that you need to really understand what's going on. Do you know who Bobby Lee is? Y- Hold on, who is Stevie Lee? Isn't he a podcaster? Yes, yeah. Who? He's involved with these people somehow. Um, I was just gonna say that. Is that the Stevie Lee guy? Yeah, these guys are all related, and there's this huge lore of of uh Bobby Lee in this. So basically, um, if you go to the thing that I just sent you on X, it's called the Schwab Chronicles. There's a lot more than I misspoke. I misspoke on Discord. Apologies. So if you go to, you just watch these things one after another, and they're absolutely hilarious. Like people literally use the guy's own words against him. He'll be like Brendan Schaub will say, I hate when people mention their kids' sports. It's like nobody cares about your kids' sports. He literally will say that in one of his podcasts. And then the next 300 podcasts in a row, all you hear about in the first 10 minutes is about Little League Baseball and like youth football. And it's like, dude, did you not fucking hear yourself? Um, and this guy's just become an absolute laughing stock. All right, so in terms of Bobby Lee, this is so funny. So Bobby Lee has a podcast, I'm sure you're aware, Bad Friends, and then he also has one called uh exactly. And Brendan Schaub, because Brendan Schaub's a horn dog. Do you know who Kalila is? Okay, well they're not. That's it was his girlfriend, and they. All right, so while they were still to- while they were still together, and Brendan Schaub was married, he hit up Kalila, basically trying to like hook up with her, and she's like not interested. Aren't you married? Like, and there's this other girl named Annie Letterman, who is a stand-up comedian at the Comedy Store, and Brendan Schaub tried. There's this lore that basically one of their sets. Oh, they expose him in the worst way, to the point where they force him on the show and like confront him. That's what the chronicles are. That's what I sent you. And so Brendan, so so basically Annie Letterman and Kalila and Esther Pavitsky, they have a show called Trash Tuesday where they just go on and gab about chick shit. Well, this one episode, Annie Letterman, Trash Tuesday. So this one episode, they didn't mention any names, but Annie was like, "Yeah, I was at the Comedy Store recently, and this comedian, we won't name who they are, was like, hey, do you want to walk me to my truck?" And that phrase alone, like, ignited the comedy world. And they were all laughing at this person. They didn't name who it was. And Kalila's like, "Oh, I know who you're talking about. That guy uh messaged me on like New Year's Eve a few years ago asking me like if I wanted to hook up." And I was like, "Aren't you married?" And they're like, "Yeah." What a like classless move. And but they never mentioned his name. So what ended up happening was the whole subreddit, because all these podcasts are basically related. They're comedy podcasts that revolve around the Comedy Store in LA or the Comedy Mothership in Austin. They're all very incestuous. And so the Fighter and the Kids subreddit finds out about this, and they're like, "Oh, that was Brendan Schaub who did this." So people made movies, made fucking compilations about it, made like parody songs, and then the songs were actually really good. So like they actually caught on with people. They had people making Spotify channels. There's just all this content. And um so basically everybody started making fun of Brendan Schaub because it's like, dude, you are cheating on your wife with these comedians and they're on to you. So they asked Brendan Schaub to come on the show, or he asked to be on the show. And he comes on the show and he's like, yeah, I just want to get everything in the open, and like basically like I don't like the bullying or whatever. And they're like, we didn't even mention your name. Like the fact that you're here right now is you basically taking credit for these things, but we didn't say your name. We didn't we just basically, there was just one guy at the Comedy Store. And oh, the reason why everybody knew who it was Annie Letterman said, what do you think? Like, you're going to walk me to your truck and I'm going to suck your unfunny dick? And the fact that she said unfunny dick meant that like everybody knew it was the comedian who nobody finds funny. And so he gets on Tiger Belly and basically says, well, I hired a bunch of hackers basically to see who was behind my subreddit, because obviously it's become really popular and I have no control over it. And it turns out that I think it's you guys. I think it's from the Tiger Belly group. And they're like, what are you talking about? And he's like, I just had some hackers like dig into Reddit, and they said that the people at like Bobby Lee was behind it. And Bobby Lee, if you know anything about Bobby Lee, he can barely turn on a computer. And he's like, I don't even know how to turn on a computer. Like, he's like, and they asked Brendan Schaub, they're like, do you even know how Reddit works? And he's like, no, I don't. And they're like, you do recognize how difficult it would be for us to be like managing your subreddit and like hacking into your system and everything. So it's this mishmash of stuff. But if you like, you know who all these players are. They have this lore. Did you see in Discord I sent you a message? Okay, excellent. So like for instance, I want to watch one with you. Okay, do you see it says the race? So let's watch them both. We'll watch the part one. I'm ready when you are. Oh, thing. You're gonna be like, what is PF Chang's? So Brent and yeah. And what are homeless cats? So there's this one, like Brendan Schaub has no respect for any type of negativity in his world. And so this one time he had a fight at like some UFC fight, and he got his ass kicked. And then afterward he went to a PF Chang's, which is like a a Chinese restaurant that's like a chain. And when he got to the table, they had like a waiter there, and the waiter was like, "Oh, like I'm a big fan of UFC. Like, how'd everything go?" And Brendan Schaub was like, "Oh, I don't really want to talk about it or whatever. Like, could have gone better." And this is right after the fight, and so the waiter was like telling Brendan Schaub like how he could have fought better. And Brendan Schaub in some later interview was like, "Look, I don't give a shit about after I lose a fight, like what your fucking opinion is. You're just a server." And then he had this other interview that he did where he's like, look, if you're a detractor of mine, I don't care about your opinion. It's like you're a homeless cat. Like, I could give a shit about what you are. So the lore has become that, like, this group of 200,000 people in the subreddit, they are homeless cats who work at things. And so you'll see a lot of, like, descriptions about this, about what he does is, like, of these people who are, like, cooks in a Chinese restaurant. That's the lore. Okay. With that being said, I'm ready when you are. Tell me when you hit play.
Wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. And refer the rep out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and attorney are truly in sync because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 310-299-9960. That's 310-299-9960. Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com. This month, iHeartRadio is celebrating the stars of the 2026 Winter Games. The pride of Starksboro, Vermont, Ryan Cochran-Siegel carries one of the most famous names in American skiing history. A Super G specialist with a silver medal already to his name. He attacks the mountain with a smooth, technical style that separates him from the pack. Known for finding speed where others find trouble, he drops into Milano Cortina looking to upgrade his silver to gold. For Cochran-Siegel, skiing fast is a family tradition. For more Winter Games gold, search Olympics on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. Bill Handel here. It is Monday morning of February 9th. And some of the big stories we're looking at. Cassie is still missing. It looks like, from all intents and purposes, all evidence that she, in fact, was abducted. And the ransom. Yeah, it looks legit. Okay, I want to go back to the topic about general elections, in which it's like, and we're, for example, the Republicans would be cleaned, clock cleaned, and the Democrats are going to win, seats. And the president is trying. And how does he stop that? Well, nationalize the election. How does he nationalize the election? He argues that elections in swing states, Democrat states, for example, are fraudulent. Republican states is fraud, and Republican states is Democrat states. And the ones he looks at, and there's the fraud. What fraud? Illegal migrants are registered to vote in these states, and they vote and cause him to lose the election in 2020. And under federal law, the federal government does have the ability to make sure that illegal migrants not vote. And so, fraud has been committed, and now there are what Trump has said. We want all states to give us information. You want to do this? $1,000. And I'm gonna be here. And I'm gonna go.
I am.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not going to watch it? It's 11 minutes long. Okay. All right. Well, I'm telling you, there's a lot of content here. The BBC reporter? No, dog, it's a she. Alex Jones is this BBC reporter. Oh, episode 911? Episode 911 of the Joe Rogan Experience? Dog, look up episode 911 of the Joe Rogan Experience and let me know if I'm right. I mean, I don't know, but I just named another Alex Jones, who's a woman reporter for the BBC. Yeah, dog, it was just on the fucking. I'm in all the Joe Rogan shit, dude. So people are asking this, dude, why doesn't Joe Rogan, instead of having on like Peter Thiel and all these fucking weirdos, what billionaire people, why doesn't he go back to like who he used to have on? Eddie Bravo. So the last time Eddie Bravo was on was 2 years ago, and I believe it was a fight companion. Like they only have Eddie Bravo on when it's like something like fight related because he's like into that 10th planet and everything, but nothing like he used to have him on when he would just have these wild theories and stuff, and he would just start talking about aliens and stuff like that. And they uh they basically said, Joe Rogan now has gotten into this world where he's trying to become a billionaire, and his the people around him are like really influential people. They're the president, they're the head of the FBI, it's like the head of Palantir, it's Elon Musk, it's Mark Zuckerberg, and he's like basically not doesn't want to disrupt what they're doing. So, and he knows that Eddie Bravo is a threat to that. So they don't have, he hasn't had, because Eddie Bravo will cut the shit and say, dude, this is a big brother state. And this is what I've been talking about for a decade or more than that, 2 decades of being Joe Rogan's friend. And Joe Rogan knows that. And he's going to say, basically, like, you have on all these guys, but you don't confront them on it. You just let them go and talk about their book or whatever. And, it's like um, you're basically what's the word, like you're selling out, or the phrase, you're selling out to them. And Joe Rogan doesn't. Oh dude, I mean, the Joe Rogan subreddit's pissed off at him. They feel very disappointed in him, and they're like, the way that yeah, I mean, if you know anything about the history of the Joe Rogan experience, he used to have his own set of forums that were like Reddit, but just his own. But then people like basically would make like all kinds of like racist remarks on it and stuff, and he didn't want to have that as a reflection of him, so he shut it down. And then everything went to Reddit, and then Reddit is run by faceless moderation teams, and the moderator of the Joe Rogan experience, the Joe Rogan subreddit, his name is some I, no, absolutely not docs, but it's like something Rink, like Operation Rink or something like that. And he's only been a moderator for 2 years, and he's Canadian, which people aren't happy about because it's like, look, this is American podcast. This is like, why is it somebody from another country is running this like giant, like the biggest podcast in the world, but also someone who hasn't been. I'm in agreement with you on that, but many of the topics in the Joe Rogan subreddit are American politics, and so they feel like, hey, why do we have this fucking Canadian guy running this, and he's the top mod, and then all the other moderators have only been there like. It used to be much more political until this Canadian guy started running it, and he even put out an announcement: we won't have political discussions anymore in the Joe Rogan subreddit, and then he faced a lot of backlash, so he had to reverse that. I agree. But this was 2 months ago. They put out this big long message because it was mocked in the fighter and the kid. It was mocked. Like all of these subreddits are very similar. Like once you get into Joe Rogan Experience, then you get into Kill Tony, then you get into the fighter and the kid and Bad Friends and We May Be Drunk and Matt Secret Podcast. Like they're all the fucking same. Or they're all the same. It's like the Rogan verse. It's the podcast world. Theo Vaughn, Tim Dillon, they all be kind of the same thing. Anyway, 2 months ago, they came out with this big long letter saying we will no longer allow political discussions to happen. So all the people who put out like like stuff that affects Americans primarily, they wouldn't let any of that discussion happen when this used to be one of the biggest places to have it. And uh, the subreddit faced backlash, and basically all these people saying that it's been corrupted and that they've got this fucking Canadian who is at the top and he won't let anybody in. When people say, "Hey, why do you keep taking down our political posts?" He says, because the moderators decided on it, but he's the only moderator basically who has any say. And if you know how Reddit works, it's very mysterious of like who gets to be a moderator and then who gets to be a um an administrator, like actually. Well, yeah, I mean it's Connie Nast, and then from there it's I forget the parent company of that, but it's basically this like giant magazine conglomerate. And then also Sam Altman, who owns 10% of it. He's also OpenAI. Um, I mean, it's like Sam Altman got 90, or what is it, something like 60% of all ChatGPT responses are just from Reddit, and like 30% are from Google. Interesting. One time I tried to, so like at least with Snapchat, I was trying to go viral on Snapchat, and I had more Snapchats taken from my house than Disneyland did. Like there were two spots in Orange County that were bright red, and one of them was my house, and the other one was Disneyland, and mine was bigger. Oh, we have like a Doppler map, like it's like a heat map of where people are taking Snapchats. So there were two in Orange County, and mine was bigger than Disney. I created a I created a bot on like 6 different devices that every 15 seconds it would create a new Snapchat and upload it. So like Disneyland didn't have that much going on at that time. It might have had like, oh, maybe like 3 people per minute uploading to Snapchat, but definitely not 6 people, and not continuously and not overnight and stuff. And then I took a and then I took a screenshot of it, and then yeah, it worked. So I was able to create, like, when you looked at the map, it was like one of the most dense areas for people to be Snapchatting in the entire world. It was like, I think it got even pink. Like it had so much. But Snapchat is at least such a bad um way to communicate with people. It is like, I don't even know how you don't have like a page where people can look at your shit. You know what I mean? Like Instagram, you can look through somebody's feed, or TikTok the same. There's no version of. Oh, okay, I mean, they could have certainly changed it, but like you can only like save people's Snapchat. You can't create your own content where you'd be like, hey, I'm gonna well, you could make videos, but and so what I would do is I just had this bot that just would create a. I have like a significant amount of my life on Snapchat that's just been archived, and but you know how like they get popular snappers? Do you know what I'm talking about? There's this section people like can make money and monetize it, and like that's really difficult to do. To go from like anonymous Snapchatter to really popular is just I just and on top of that, it was like a lot of kids, and I didn't want to be like no kid is going to make me go viral. Who will make me go viral? Some pretty big influencer on Twitter or Instagram or YouTube or something like that. There's a much better way. Um, yeah, you can do so what I would do is I would create giant groups of people. You could have up to 300 people in a group, and you could have like different groups. And so I would have all these huge amounts of people, add them to different groups, and then spam them constantly until everybody in the group like just dis, uh, uh, dis, dispelled, dispersed, um, and like left, and then the only people who were in it were like fucking people in the Middle East. Like the Middle East is really big for Snapchat for some reason. Like Saudi Arabia is giant for it. Um, I don't know why. It just is. So anyway, I tried that for like a long period of time, and then I even got Snapchat Plus, which was it allowed you to use a computer to Snapchat, and I did all the Snapchat, the filters, all that shit. I did it all. I mean, I and it still sucks, and it's not even to me. It's literally just to get data on people. It is not to go viral. It's not to communicate. Like, let me ask you this. Let's say you had an opinion on Bad Bunny's halftime show. Okay, so what would you do on Snapchat? You'd create a 15-second video of yourself, and then what? Send it to your friends. That's it. But nobody can search that. Ag- Agreed, and that's why I did not find it to be beneficial. But I did try like to milk it for everything that I could, which okay, I'm gonna fucking compete with Disneyland, which was like the biggest thing that I could find around me. And I did. I was bigger than Santa Monica Pier. I was bigger than Beverly Hills. I was bigger than Los Angeles, and I was bigger than Disneyland. Disneyland's like the big place where people Snapchat. Now I couldn't keep it up, meaning, um, I mean, I could actually. I shouldn't say that. I could keep it up, but it was just fucking bots just snapping my fucking life for like maybe I did that for like a week, but nobody cared. Like I didn't get a fucking like out of it. I didn't get anybody who like reposted it. There's just no interaction on it. And I was just like, this is stupid. This is basically for people to just share their location and share their facial information. There's no interaction. There's no like let's say you were trying to start a movement of any kind. Snapchat's the worst fucking place to do it. It's like nobody's gonna see your shit. And I know they do have like promoted snaps, but those were I didn't like you had to be an influencer or like an approved influencer, and I wasn't any of those things. And so all I found the thing that I would do is just add a bunch of people to a group Snapchat of 300 people and then just spam the shit out of them. And then they all would disperse. And then I would just do it again. And I haven't found Snapchat to ever be really beneficial. So I'm sure it would be if, the big thing about Snapchat, why people found it to be beneficial is they allowed you only had to be 13 years old to use it back in the day, and I still think that's true. And they said that your facial stuff wasn't saved when it all was saved, and and then people would send shit to each other. Um, that's like, and it hasn't changed. Uh, I anyway, I not it's not a very good platform. Oh, maybe for the location information, but the big one with that one is pornography. I think that's a giant one, and I think that you get two people who are like 15 years old and they're sending each other, you know, like things they shouldn't be sending each other, and then yeah, and they both are charged with being uh, possessing child sexual abuse material, and then they both have like big records. It's like it's absolutely stupid that this has always been a stupid one to me. If you're a 17-year-old person and you take a picture of your genitalia and save it on your phone, that's illegal. Like it's considered uh, having like child sexual uh, abuse material on your phone. It's child pornography. I think that's a ridiculous thing. Like, and and kids are charged with that all the time. It's absolutely ridiculous. But that I don't. They don't have a different way to go about it. Um, and all right, so I mean, I don't control that stuff, but they don't because it's more people to prosecute. So um, there's that. So uh, I've never found Snapchat to be a viable way to share my shit. The best way that I have is X. X is definitely the best. In I've been doing this now 110 days of promoting myself. Let fewer than that. 100 days. I'm at 100 days tomorrow. So I'm at 99 days and I've gotten 3,800 followers. And I don't even do it every single day. And I mean, that's really good. Additionally, I'm closing in on one entire year of doing X spaces 24/7 on video. So, like, nobody does X spaces 24/7. Nobody does that. And nobody does it on video. And nobody certainly does it on video 24/7 for an entire year. So I'm pretty jazzed about that. I think that's a cool thing that like you could live. Oh, wait, that's different. Um, no, that's a great question. You would think that 38 people are watching me simultaneously. No, that means 38 people have viewed it. You mean on my X, that pink thing? Yeah. But yeah, you would think that because that's how all the other platforms work, but no. And that's what I thought when I said, at least with the pink ones, yeah. So like when you see somebody have 50 people and it's in pink, that means 50 people have viewed that. Um, I but that's not even what I'm talking about. That's a different thing that I do. That pink thing. I'm talking about X spaces. So, like, I have two videos on X going simultaneously. One is just that video that's like always on, and then another one's an X space that I'm hosting that's also a video. So I have a lot of data stored on X, and it's on a different account. But like, I think it's really cool. There's an entire year of my life on X. Like, I think that's baller. I think it's really cool that people would be able. You can certainly do it for the last 4 years on YouTube and on Instagram and some other places for long periods of time, but I've never been able to do it on X for this long and not get banned. I would always get banned for one reason or another, but fortunately, I have not been banned from that, and that's good. Uh, I only know of the BBC. No, the BBC presenter Alex Jones. Perhaps at one point it was maybe on my YouTube algorithm, but I don't recall. The BBC reporter, yeah, but the other person, what? Okay, so I'm familiar with in general with what you're saying. Okay, go ahead. Dog, I know everything about the Sandy Hook shooting. No, I know he allegedly the person who you're referencing lost their entire media empire and was sued for like billions of dollars and then had to lose their website. Elon Musk bought it, all that. I mean, what I've said, I don't know if that's all true. I don't know. I know that at Sandy Hook, um, there were some questions about the parents there, especially one parent in particular who was laughing right before going into a press conference. And I mean, yeah, go ahead. What about it? You mean to tell me you interrupted Brendan Schaub talk to discuss that? Okay, that's fine. I understand. Did watch 30 minutes of we could have been watching. Let's watch the Brendan Schaub shit. All right, here's okay. So if you look through all that shit, I'll be happy. Zoot would come to me. He'd be like, when he has absolutely nothing and he's just letting shit. Like he'll just be like, "Who's the biggest? Who's the worst? Who's the favorite? Who's the?" And I get that. Those are cool questions. But he goes, "Who's the worst comedian of all time?" And I would be like, "Well, aside from you, um, Brendan Schaub. He's got the worst ranked. Uh, he's got the worst ranked comedy specials in the history of IMDb. He has one comedy special that's a 1.7 called You'd Be Surprised. The reason why it's called You'd Be Surprised is because Brendan Schaub was on the Joe Rogan Experience, and or actually, Joe Rogan was on the Biter and the Kid, though it took place at Joe Rogan's studio. So they basically did a Fighter and the Kid episode from Joe Rogan's studio, and uh, Joe Rogan was like, "Look, you're like a talented individual and you're funny, uh, but you're gonna lose like your ability to like speak, and you're gonna get CTE and everything if you continue to do this, continue to fight." And they were talking about this one other fighter, and they're like, Joe Rogan was like, "How do you think you would do if you went up against this other fighter?" And Brendan Schaub's like, "I think you'd be surprised." And then Joe Rogan goes, I think you'd be surprised because he would whoop your ass, basically. And so Brendan Schaub, as a kind of get back on Joe Rogan, called his comedy special You'd Be Surprised. And it was on Showtime. It was like a big comedy special. And everybody told him, don't do a comedy special. You've only been doing comedy for like 2 years. You don't have enough material. But, Brendan Schaub was getting thrown all this money and is like, no, I'm going to do it. So he goes and does this comedy special. It gets a 1.7 on IMDb. People shit on it. They say it's the worst special in history. All right. So then Brendan Schaub goes and does other podcasts and I shouldn't say podcast, other stand-up. And eventually he's going to do his second stand-up special. And he entitles this one Gringo Poppy. If you know what that means, gringo is like a defamatory term for a white person. And he's like basically calling himself like the daddy of all like defamatory term for Americans or white people, but it's kind of it's used kind of interchangeably. And his comedy special comes out and it actually turns out to be pretty racist and against like Latin people who are like Latinx, even though his wife is Mexican and his children are half Mexican or whatever. It's kind of racist against them. And anyway, so with that being said, he puts out these two specials, and then I'm going to summarize the videos that we were going to watch. So Brendan Schaub comes out and is like, there's this discussion with this other comedian, and the other comedian says, I bet I could beat you in a 100-meter dash. And Brendan Schaub's like, absolutely, no way. And they get to talking, and they're like, the other comedian's like, I'll bet you $1,000 I can beat you in a 100-yard dash, a 100-meter dash. And Brendan Schaub's like, absolutely not. I'll just show you. Like, I'm a former football player, UFC, all this other shit. So there's all this hype for this race. And Brendan Schaub is like really cocky about it. He's like, oh, no way I'm going to lose, et cetera, et cetera. And they have this race. And basically, Brendan Schaub's racing this guy who's kind of fat. And the fat guy beats Brendan Schaub in a 100-meter dash. But instead of Brendan Schaub admitting like, hey, you were faster than me, you got the best of me, he fakes an injury. Whenever Brendan Schaub isn't going to succeed, fakes an injury. So when he says that he was going to try out for the Buffalo Bills, he says he tore his hamstrings. When he was in this race, he was losing, he says he tore his hamstrings. Whenever he says he's going to lose on anything, he says he tore his hamstrings. And he said that he said he was like coaching Little League Baseball or just like a parent helper. And the kids were like gonna tag him out, and he said he tore his hamstring, basically like so that he had an excuse for why he didn't perform as well as he wanted to perform. And so you'll see this is like a 30-minute video, but it's all of his talking about this and everything. I mean, there's another video of them that is just, this is just par for the course with this guy. You can never believe what he's going to say, and he's oblivious to everything. All right, so they, the fighter and the kid hired a producer. They had like a contest, no, they had somebody write in to the show long ago that said like, hey, I've been really getting motivated by your guys' podcast, and I've lost like 100 pounds by just like listening to it while I'm on the treadmill. And they ended up like inviting this guy to come move to California and become one of their producers. So this guy, his name's George. George is the guy who lost the weight. So George, there's this video of them. This is so funny. There's this video of Bert Kreischer, who was on an episode with Brendan Schaub, and Bert Kreischer was like, they're just talking, and George is like, yeah, I lost like 150 pounds or something, and Brendan and Bert Kreischer's like, wow, that's really good. Um, so what's the plan now? And he's like, well, I've got a lot of excess skin, and Bert Kreischer's like, oh, like so you're gonna get surgery for that? And George is like, well, I mean, it's a lot of money. It's like $10,000. And Bert Kreischer's like, well, I'd be down for a third of that. And then Brendan, because he's George's boss, doesn't really have anything to say. And he's not like he's paying for his medical or anything like that. Brendan Schaub's like, okay, well, I'll pay for a third of it as well. So Bert's like, okay, so we've got a third from me and a third from you. So you need to work on the other third. And then then the other producer of the show was like, I'll give you $1,000. So basically they got $7,000 together when easily Brendan or Bert Kreischer could change this guy's life and just get him the surgery. They're like kind of being cheap about it. And then instead of when at the end of that, when they're together, Bert's like, oh, I love you guys. You guys are the best. Like let me know when you need that surgery. Instead of allowing George to like get that last few $1,000s together and get the surgery, Brendan Schaub just fired him. and so they just he didn't even have the money to get back home. He had to basically like beg, borrow, and steal to be able to get money to go back to where he was from. So like that's just how Brendan Schaub operates. Like instead of following through on what he has to do, he'll just fucking fire the guy. And I mean, I just find this to be extremely hilarious. And he's going to be putting out a new episode this morning at like 9 a.m. It'll come out. And the comments on the show, absolutely, like they just roast the fuck out of him. And they there's this thing. Okay, so Brendan Schaub buys comments and he buys views for his show. So he'll buy like 40,000 views for his show, and then he will buy like 100 comments. And these comments are not high they're not like valuable comments. And there's this like classic version of what happened where like imagine you were given a spreadsheet. You had like number 1 comment, your episode is really great, thanks for sharing. And number 2 was I really like this episode, thank you. And number 3 was this is some really great comment. This is some really great content. One of them, but you would remove the number before posting that. You wouldn't put like one great comment. So one of these people put, it says and this has become such a big like inside joke that whenever you use this number in the subreddit, it automatically puts this bot account up, and it says just for a moment, let me find it. Let me find the exact phrase of, so you can imagine like okay, here it is. Here it is. It says 35 period. Your YouTube videos are truly commendable, and I must applaud you for your fantastic work, for the fantastic work you're doing. I was introduced to your channel this week, and I genuinely appreciate and derive great satisfaction from visiting it. I eagerly await the opportunity to see more of your remarkable work. Have a wonderful week and continue to produce exceptional content. So it would be one thing if they just put the post that is just like totally vague and fake, but they put the number 35. So whenever you put the number 35 anywhere in the subreddit, this fucking bot comment comes up, and it's just, oh, it's fun. I have so much I could tell you about this motherfucker, and I only started learning about him about this time last year or so. Oh, or like they were still in LA, but they were gonna make this move to, you could sense they were making the move to Austin. And if you know anything about the Joe Rogan verse, it's like these people who were talking about, and they all make fun of these guys so much. And okay, okay. So there is another podcast of 10 Minutes of Shab that dedicated 24 hours to watching the Gringo Poppy, the stand up special of Brendan Schaub for 24 hours. Like, do you know how much dedication you have to watch a motherfucker's like they got it to the point where they have it memorized. Like, and the thing is when he when Brendan Schaub put out this special, normally if I'm just gonna ask you, Rez, you know a lot about stand-up comedy. How long is a special generally? Exactly. I mean, that's a great number. It's 24 minutes. So basically it's like basically a an extended like Instagram reel. Like it's not even that long. And all these people make fun of it. Do you know who Steve-O is? Okay, of course you know who Steve-O is. So Steve-O got obsessed with this. Um Tim uh uh Tony Hinchcliffe got obsessed with it. Like to the point where Steve-O was like, I got so deep into this thing. Like, there's this huge lore about this guy. Everything he does turns to shit. Um, just one moment, and I will. I know you're like, dude, I don't fucking care. But the fact that I'm in it means you have to be in it. It's like, um, it is so fucking funny. Okay, so I'm just gonna go and look at their most recent uh post. Okay, so Fighter and the Kid. If I just go to, there's a whole Wikipedia just on this podcast. Like it's deep. It's really fucking. And I'm not talking on Wikipedia. Somebody created their own like Wikipedia of this. Um. Okay, so here's one. Uh. All right. Here's a perfect example of what this guy does. He wants to be like a truck guy, like where you like have like a truck channel. And hold on, I'm gonna look it up right now. Brendan. You think, oh, dog, dude, he's been there, done that. There's a whole lore about that. It's called All Gas, No Brakes. No, that's not what it's called. It's called it's called Drive Fast, All Gas, dude. And it hasn't posted in 9 months, but he does. No. You have to understand, Brendan Schaub truck. Uh, this guy. Uh, this guy. I'm gonna send you. This isn't long, and it's really entertaining. You'll see. He was on Fox. Uh, Here it is from TMZ. Let me, Here it is from TMZ. And like when your shit's getting covered by TMZ, like you're looking kind of ridiculous. All right, my friend, can you go to your Discord messages and let me know when you hit play?
Service provided by the manufacturer. See SOS or cancel button. Starting SOS call.
Yeah. I mean, fortunately, he wasn't hurt, but like he flipped. No, that's a different one. And he, if you see where he flipped his truck, he just flips it. There isn't a car within 100 miles of him. He flips it in the middle of the desert, and like these guys, it's just anything this guy does turns to absolute shit, and it is so funny. Like his okay, here's one. So he had a producer. He's had a ton of producers. He either, if it's a female, ends up having sex with the producer, or if it's a guy, it the guy ends up becoming really successful. So he had this producer named Mark, and what he would do is Brendan Schaub would have his producer Mark be the middleman between like what he calls baddies, like hot chicks on the road who will sleep with Brendan Schaub, or um, uh, he basically went to his producer, and so that there wasn't a paper trail between Brendan Schaub and the girl because he's married, he would go through his producer. So the producer, this guy named Mark, ends up just being this middleman to just basically hook Brendan Schaub up with chicks. And eventually, Brendan stopped paying Mark, the producer, like what he was owed. So Mark left. And then Mark has become a very pretty big star. He was in a Super Bowl commercial last year. I think he was in a Super Bowl commercial this year, and he was just on Saturday Night Live, and he's in an ASAP Rocky music video. Like that's pretty big. Like whenever you leave this guy, you actually become pretty successful. Um Brendan Schaub's other previous one of his producers, she does a non-nude OnlyFans and brings in like hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. She became like really popular OnlyFans, but for just doing foot content. And then like anybody who's anything becomes very successful only after leaving this podcast. Um okay, so I am going to. So then there's this thing that they do. Oh, this is terrible. All right, so Brendan and his wife are running low on money. They're like they moved to Austin and they bought a house in Austin, which was less expensive than in California, but they weren't expecting. So Texas doesn't have income tax, but it has like twice the property taxes of California. The property taxes and California property taxes are very high, but Texas's are way higher. But that's offset by the fact that there's no income tax. So Brendan Schaub gets this like giant bill at the end of the year. And he's like, what the fuck is this? I thought it would be cheaper living here. And it's like, it's not. And or I mean it's barely, but he like basically didn't like do the calculation. He just heard Joe Rogan is there and I'm gonna fucking pick up and leave everything and move there. And so he and his wife are like having to like come up with new ways to make money. So they're doing what they'll do is they'll find somebody who does something popular on TikTok or something like that, and then literally just steal it word for word, step by step, everything. They'll just steal it and try to like grift on it. And so they do this couples content, and they're just it's ridiculous. And you'll learn how he speaks. It is I mean, it's fine. Like nobody speaks perfectly, but he has this way of saying things. Like he doesn't say Super Bowl. He says Super Ball. It's a Super Ball, and it's like that's not the Super Bowl. That's a type of ball. Anyway, it's it's basically the absolute epitome of drifting on the internet, and everybody he encounters, he pisses off. You know who Dana White is, right? Exactly. So Dana White hates Brendan Schaub, and that's why he doesn't let him do anything UFC related. And but Brendan Schaub's always like, "Oh, we're friends. We're close." Even though Brendan, like one time, Dana White was asked, "Why don't you have Brendan Schaub like to a UFC event or something?" And Dana White's like, "Oh, he can come. He's just got to pay for a ticket. Like, we're not gonna let him represent the business." Um, and but I will say this: sometimes Brendan Schaub comes up with like a win. Like last weekend, he was in New York City. I hate that I know all this. He was in New York City for the Ring magazine awards, where that not the king of you know that guy, not the king of Saudi Arabia, but like his right hand man who's behind all the sports. Do you know who I'm talking about? The excellency guy. Do you know who I'm referencing? All right, so there's like this one Saudi Arabian guy who's like a billionaire who is funding all of these like big boxing fights between like Logan Paul and all those those like influencer fights. Well, anyway, that guy was there, and Brendan Schaub did a roast for it. Um, it's I mean I can't really describe it. You got to check it out yourself, but it's absolutely the funniest fucking shit. And then when you're in it, you're in deep. Like, and I remember when I didn't know what this was. It just Reddit would always send me this subreddit, like subreddits you may like. And I was like, I don't know why it keeps pushing me this fucking subreddit. And then I looked at it and I'm like, this shit is stupid. I don't understand any of this. Why are these people not speaking normal English? Like, and then I just one day something clicked and I was like, oh, this isn't a normal subreddit. This is literally a hate subreddit of hundreds of thousands of people who hate this guy. And so, okay, I don't want to take up much more of your time, but I will do it with one more thing. So Shane Gillis talking about the subreddit. Shane Gillis subreddit. So you know who Shane Gillis is, right? So I am now going to send you right, if I can let's see here, Brendan. Do you know what podcast cringe is? It's a phenomenal channel where there's just this guy in South Africa who just makes fun of the whole Joe Rogan verse. He doesn't even make fun of them. He just like plays clips of theirs and talks about like how they're inconsistent and things like that. And there are all types of videos on all these guys. He does like Shane Gillis though. And let me see if I can find it in this subreddit. Shane Gillis. Oh, so when you're like in on the joke, they say that you're homeless because that's like a homeless cat. Okay, Shane Gillis homeless. Oh, okay, here it is. Let me see.
Connor discovered a certain subreddit where they make fun of a certain podcast today, and it's the funniest. He got on there, it was like, it's so funny knowing it's just a subreddit of like 20,000 dudes that are just constantly. Oh yeah, fighting against subreddit. It's like it's so funny. Being the fighter the kids actually great because of what they spawn is creative.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So Ari Shafir, and this is when the subreddit was smaller. It was only like 20,000 people, but then it grew to like 50,000, and now it's like almost 200,000. All right, check your DMs.
So Joe Rogan has never done anything gay, according to Ari. Or to Ari's knowledge, Joe Rogan's never done anything gay. Yep, we got that out. Brendan Schaub. Ari doesn't. I was looking at the fight of the kids Reddit. Fucking hilarious. Tough stuff.
I'm gonna send you another one where he talks about it.
Brian Shaw lets it slip that Joe Rogan is cheating on his wife.
Just watch those two. I mean, like, that should be enough of a teaser. Like, if those guys think it's funny and I think it's funny, we're funny fucking people. And this is funny shit.
Today, and it's clear that it's a result of surgeries. This judgment is done. And based on evaluated, that Shem is going to result in this injury. We incarcerate Ruvain until the time of death of Shimon. Then we adjudicate this as a capital case. Unless, of course, Shimon has
Accumulation of a million.
walking on his own volition, his own power, his own force. Outside, then we release.
Roger said. No, who's the guy who attacked? Who's the guy who attacked the MMA guy? Oh, fucking! I don't even. Whenever someone's like, I don't even think about it. Watch. Don't think for a second. We're not. Every once in a while, I'll fucking not watch for like 3 or 4 days. But well, it's funny. I shit on people that will. They're talking about Fortnite. Yeah, it's like you're like a scum.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't find how to fucking.
You guys also have homeless cats.
Of course, dude. Of course. I'm on the streets.
Please enlighten me on Wings of Redemption. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. To the point where, like, this guy's life is a sinking ship. What you're saying, but the only way he stays afloat are the trolls who support him. Exactly, and it's hilarious to know that, like, this of these comedians, like, all these comedians, they're like the biggest comedians in comedy, and they're all waiting for something to happen with this guy, and his either the podcast ends or there's a big blow up or whatever. So you should know that you got to get into it. I'm telling you, if Shane Gillis says it's funny, and I hate to say it, but if Ari Shaffir is saying it's funny, and that's just two of them, everybody knows about this. It's like the undiscussed or it's there's like this silent majority of people who know about it, and it's good stuff. And then once you get in it, there's 5 hours of content a week. You don't have to watch any of it. You just go to fucking that subreddit, and people shitting on him and shitting on how he shits on other people. It's absolutely phenomenal. I can tell you this. There was one thing I would say to you up until last week. I couldn't name of anything, but okay. So last week they had the episode that went into the Epstein files, and the guy who's the serial rapist, Brian Callen, he's going in there saying, I don't think anything really that bad. I didn't really look into it too much, but like basically like some of these people are like 14 years old, 15 years old. Like that's back in the day, that's not really that bad. And Brendan Schaub's like, who are you? Like, these are children. Like, I can't believe you're even like considering this. You have like daughters that are older than these girls, and you're even saying like, if they went after my daughters, it would be a different story. Like, how are you able to like live with yourself? And there were all these videos that were made on Brian Callen. The reason why people suspect that he took this stance is he's the son of an international banker. And basically they're wondering like, was his dad tied to it in any way? And basically like there's nothing good that came out of those fucking papers, like, or those files. They're absolutely terrible. There's no one should be proud of anything that's in that. But yet this one guy is like defending the people. And the reason why he's defending the people is because he's still trying to work in Hollywood, even though he's like 60 years old and nobody gives a shit about him anymore. And because he has like all these ties to it. And so he was trying to defend it. And Brendan Schaub came out and was like, what are you talking about? Like, there's no defending this. You can't defend people who are talking about like some of the things that they talk about. And then like Brian Callen was like, well, I didn't really look into it that closely, but I'm just going to give my opinion on it. And they're like, no, then you have to look into it closely. It's absolutely the most disgusting stuff you'll ever see in your entire life. And so what am I saying? That's the only thing that I've ever seen him say where he like, I actually took his side and was like, good job standing up to your fucking serial rapist. Like aside from that, is there like Brendan Schaub? Well, so here's the thing. Uh, Brian Callen he's been in a lot of movies. He was in like The Hangover, and he used to be on Mad TV and some other shit. And he doesn't want to piss off any Hollywood directors. And Woody Allen is in these files, and it's like really bad what they say Woody Allen, like just to be associated with this. And so Brian Callen doesn't want to burn that bridge. So he's like, well, I don't know. I wasn't there. The waters are murky. They're muddy. I don't know exactly what happened. And Brandon Schaub's like, dude, they're talking about 9-year-old children. Like, what are you talking about? Like, there's no murky waters in that. It's not, we're not talking about somebody who was 17 and a half years old and it was a leap year and all this other shit. It is seriously like, this is statutory rape. I don't know what you're talking about. And they basically like come out and like attack that. So then there were these other podcasts that were made to say like, yo, things are fucked up in this situation when Brendan Schaub is the voice of reason amongst this like creepy dude. And like here is, I'll send you I know you're sick of seeing this, but this is like another example of this is fucking hilarious. This guy, okay, so we were talking about Snapchat, right? And so there's this other guy named Chris D'Elia, different than Brendan Schaub. So I have to explain. Chris D'Elia? Oh yeah, dude, absolutely. So Brendan Schaub does a podcast with Chris D'Elia as well, and so there's just this classic. It's even like a meme now of someone who like really recognizes that they they made a mistake. So let me just make sure I got the right. Because he was caught messaging. He was caught. He was caught messaging a bunch of 17-year-old girls and like 16-year-old girls, and trying to manipulate them to, if he didn't want them, to suck off Brian Callen, who was like 55 years old at the time, and then he tried to manipulate them to send him like nude pictures, and um they, and also Joe Rogan no longer, like, Joe Rogan allows like all the different shows on his Spotify, but this one he didn't put out because um he doesn't and exactly. And okay, I don't, did it ever get released? Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, it was released. Yeah, 100%. It was up for many years, and then when this came out about Crystalia, then he pulled it down. And like, Joe Rogan, he has his fucking friend who's been accused of rape on there, but not Crystalia's, who has been accused of um like, well, I forget what they called it. They called it, well, grooming of underage girls. Even though he was never like, he was never convicted of it. It's just it's, I mean, I'll send you the video. Well, so Crystalia has a lot of money. His dad's a big producer. Here's the thing with all the people that we've named, you name them, they all have very successful parents. So, just about. Crystalia's dad is a Hollywood producer. Brian Callen's dad is a international banker. Bert Kreischer's dad is the lawyer for the Church of Scientology. Tom Segura's, yeah, in Clearwater, Florida. That's why he's from Tampa. Segura's dad was an executive for Merrill Lynch. Um, Whitney Cummings' dad is a venture capitalist, and her mom was an executive at Neiman Marcus. Like, they're all, or Bloomingdale's or something like that. They all, no, that's not it. Here's the thing. Nobody of this group of people, like, if you want to be a comedian, you have to either dedicate yourself to it all the time, or you have like a side job. The reason why these people were able to do this is because they could go on to, like, they could go on tour and live off their families when your normal comedian could not. And so that's why they basically were able to differentiate themselves. Um, so I don't know about that one. She's been a bitch recently. I'll straight up say that. Um, she bots her, exactly. So, you know, exactly. Now let me see.
New accusations of sexual misconduct. This stayed in 2018. Allegedly, the actor released a statement at the time saying all of his relationships.
Okay, so I'm gonna send you two things because I can't find it in just one video, and but they're not long. Everything I'm sending you is short, and um, will cover it really well. No, I don't care. This is important shit. This is the history of comedy. All right. So let me know when you hit the first one. I accidentally. You're gonna watch. I sent two separate videos, and we're gonna watch them together. And you tell me when you hit play, and I'll hit play on the first one, and then we'll do the same for the second one. But then you'll know all about Crystalia and this fucking meme and the backlash.
Crystalia responds to new accusations of sexual misconduct. 3 women claimed to CNN this week that the comedian exposed himself to them without consent on separate occasions. D'Elia's attorney told Access Hollywood in a statement on Thursday that the client denies the allegations and, quote, emphatically states that he has never engaged in any sexual conduct with any woman without her consent. Actress Megan Dress told the outlet that she and D'Elia had been hanging out with a mutual friend at Restream restaurant in 2011 when he allegedly unzipped his pants outside Dress' car after she agreed to give him a ride home. Dress said she'd met the now 40-year-old several times before and considered him an acquaintance. She recalled being caught off guard when D'Elia allegedly started trying to engage in flirty small talk before he so, telling CNN, quote, I was very confused because it just didn't fit the moment. And he took down his zipper and asked me to touch him, and I said, what are you doing? No. And because I wouldn't touch him, he started to masturbate. I couldn't believe it. 2 of Dress' friends claimed to CNN that she had told them about the alleged incident within days. Dress additionally said she felt flustered and uncomfortable when she ran into D'Elia unexpectedly at a different venue months later, where he allegedly whispered, you, in her ear. Another woman who wished to remain anonymous told CNN that she was working as a overnight manager at a Cleveland hotel where D'Elia stayed in 2018 while in town for a scheduled performance. She claimed D'Elia complained his air conditioner wasn't working, so she went up to his room where he allegedly answered the door completely naked. The woman also claimed that D'Elia later called back after she returned to the front desk. He allegedly asked her to return to his room to fix the AC, and she refused. 2 co-workers told CNN that she had told them about D'Elia's alleged behavior at the time. The woman added that she had included the alleged incident in her manager on duty report that night and informed her supervisor. The hotel group that manages the property told CNN that no incidents of guest misconduct were reported by guests or staff for the dates in question. Rabbi claimed to CNN that D'Elia exposed himself to her and a friend in 2015 when she was 19 years old. Rabbi told the outlet that she and her friend had met D'Elia after one of the comedy shows in suburban New York State, and he invited them to a party after they exchanged numbers. She claimed that she and her friend arrived at D'Elia's hotel room where he was alone and allegedly put one of each of his hands down the women's backsides and started groping them before they made an excuse to leave. Then, according to Vitarelli, D'Elia allegedly followed them to the door and pulled out his erect penis. Vitarelli's friend, who wished to remain anonymous, corroborated Vitarelli's account to CNN. Vitarelli first told her story to the Los Angeles Times in June amid other women posting accusations of misconduct from D'Elia, including claims he had pursued underage girls. The actor released a statement at the time saying all of his relationships have been legal and consensual, and he also issued an apology, saying in part, I really am truly sorry. I was a dumb guy who absolutely let myself get caught up in my lifestyle. That's my fault. I own it. I've been reflecting on this for some time now, and I promise I'll continue to do better.
All right, so that's actually different. So there was that would be not cool, any of that stuff. But there's another level of it where you're going after underage chicks, and that's where he. So I didn't know actually a lot of that. But the reason why I knew that he's called Chris Pedalia or whatever, is because he was asking chicks on Snapchat to like send them naked pictures or whatever. But he didn't know that Snapchats could be saved. Like you could like screenshot or like take a screen record. And so now I want you to watch the second video and let me know when you're starting. Okay.
This woman is a teacher. She taught in a middle school and a high school. She recently charged for sending one of her former students nudes through Snapchat. She was also Miss Kentucky at one point. And her excuse was that she was trying to send a nude photo of her through Snapchat to accidentally her
her students. And when he responded, she freaked out and sent him home. She's full of shit. Obviously, be better at lying. But also, where she deserved to go to prison for 2 years for sending a teenage boy to jail. She said it more. And she let you find out. That kid's probably damaged for the rest of his life. Wait, she did it for work? Yes. But here's the thing. She through Snapchat. Why does she have her students Snapchat? Yeah, well, that's weird. Let me see your body. If I'm 15 and this history teacher sent me those things to me, it's such a weird. Wait, hold on. Hold on a second. How did it come out? Like, how did they? The boy's mother ended up finding her. It goes away, right? How they? He probably saved it. You can screen record or take screenshots. Some people do some crazy shit. Yeah, he said it says Dean's parent reportedly found the photos up on his phone, which he sent Snapchat. Also, mom could be in a cock lot. Who knows where this was? Am I right, fellas? Yeah. He sent a picture with years in jail. I mean, but dude, if there was some extra shit going on, I'd have heard of it. I'm telling you right now, because this is your trusted news source. Oh, really, dude? Your boy's Hollywood, man. People don't think Hollywood is bad. People think Hollywood is evil, bro. Whatever you think that is, that's what I am. And you'll be like, oh, really? And sure. Every now and then there's a Harvey Weinstein. Really? Every now and then there's a Harvey Weinstein. Okay? Every now and then, but that's just like in real life. In real life, sometimes there's bad guys. But anytime it's Kevin Spacey fucking pops up, people are like, well, you know, he was in on that, and you know that, and you know this and that happened, and you know that's what happened, and this guy was in on it, and that's why they made this movie, so they can, Now, was Kevin Spacey probably, did he pick the part in 21 because he was around fucking 20-year-olds and he could maybe plug one in him? Yeah. Oh, really, dude? Oh, yeah? I'm praying that what I'm hearing isn't true. Maybe that's because
So you can see that, you know, do with that what you will. But Crystalia is not a good dude. But yet, Brendan Schaub still. I do too, and I always have. But you still have to understand, Brendan Schaub is so desperate that he still does a podcast with Crystalia, and he does a different podcast with Brian Callen. One guy has been accused of being a rapist. The other one's being accused of being like a pedophile. And this guy's in the middle. And he's still the biggest punchline in the whole deal. Like, it's fucking. Oh, excellent question. All right. So to do car content. Oh, big time. Big time. We could just go to his last. I'll just read you quickly what it says. It's called. Okay, so he mentions this on the Joe Rogan Experience. Drive fast, all gas. It's an anti-electric vehicle. Like he likes gas vehicles, and so he started this this like car channel, and he writes. This was 10 months ago. So he had He hasn't done anything in 10 months. And the comments are, the first one is, "What are we doing here?" The next is letting Bob. That's that's his nickname. Letting Baba unscrew stuff is like giving your little brother the controller with no batteries. LMAO. Next is Baba and the Thun. Next is, oh, he's a car guy now. Then fast, all gas out like a little kid trying to dress up like daddy. The next is, my favorite part is when Brendan didn't show up for half of it. The next is, I'm supposed to pretend that you know stuff about cars now. No dice. I mean, like, everybody just shits on him. Next is, brought to you by Blue Scorpion Venom. If you're like, what is that? It is just like, he's always into like what do you call it? Like experimental nutrients and shit like that. The next thing, there's one thing left to do: install training wheels. The next one, this video hits harder than Roy Nelson. That's the guy who beat his ass. Straight to the face, no head movement. Next is, oh yeah, baby. Nothing like some primo drive fast all gas content. Next is, if I wanted a power stroke, I'd call your mom, dude. The next is, always been a gearhead, which is supposed to be gearhead, but you can't pronounce it correctly. Uh, Dude, there's not a single positive comment on here, and he doesn't read the comments. Joe Rogan said, "Don't read the comments," so he never reads the comments, or he says that he doesn't. No. Yeah, he reads the fucking comments and he's obsessed with them because he has to go in and ban, at least on his Instagram, anybody who says anything negative, because his Instagram has like 1.1 million followers. So he's got to keep that like looking good so that he can get more and more sponsors. But they never have any sponsors that last more than a few weeks. And the only reason why he even has sponsors, this goes into lore. I hate that I know this, but there's this company called, I believe, Podcast One, that ended up like owing Theo Vaughn a lot of money. And like there was maybe another company that did something similar. They went under. Basically, they ended up owing Theo Vaughn a lot of money. They ended up owing Brendan Schaub a lot of money. And Brendan Schaub, instead of like demanding the money, just said that he would take stock instead. And the stock ended up being like worth nothing. But this company still like is able to get um some pretty big advertisers. So because of that, they have this network like Theo Vaughn and Brendan Schaub and all these other people who do podcasts and they advertise on there. And so like basically the fact that Brendan Schaub owns a lot of their stock means that he keeps getting advertisers, and uh the fact that he keeps botting his channel means that exactly. And Brendan Schaub and Theo Vaughn, they used to do a podcast together called The Fighter and the Kid. Or no, pardon me. It used to be called The King and the Sting. And Theo Vaughn got sick of Brendan Schaub and was eventually like, I don't want to do this anymore. And so they rebranded The King and the Sting. Eventually it became The King and the Sting and the Wing. And the Wing was Chris D'Elia. And eventually they turned that podcast into what's something called The Golden Hour. And the Golden Hour comes out on Fridays, and that's with Brendan Schaub, who does it via satellite or whatever you want to call it. Like he live streams into the studios in I think North Hollywood, and then Chris D'Elia, and then this other guy, Eric Griffin. Do you know what Workaholics is? Okay, so do you know who Eric Griffin is? He plays what does he play? They have a name for him. I thought you liked that show. Look up Eric Griffin and tell me if you know who this comedian is. I think he was born in Belize or something. His mom's Belizean, and I don't think he ever is. Yeah. Yeah. So he is. He plays. So basically, there are three people in the golden hour, which are Crystalia, Eric Griffin, and Brendan Schaub. And then there's the fighter and the kid, which is Brendan Callen and Brendan Schaub. And then Brendan Schaub has something called the Schaub Show. So here's the schedule. Monday's the Schaub Show. It's 1 hour. Usually comes out like Monday morning. It's usually about like T-ball and MMA. Then there's Tuesday, which is the fighter and the kid. It's an hour. It's usually about T-ball and UFC and whatever dates that Brian Calendar is trying to plug. There's nothing on Wednesday. On Thursday, there's another fighter and the kid. That's an hour. And Brendan Schaub, starting last week, started another episode of the Schaub Show because he's running low on money and he keeps needing to like create more content. And then on Friday is the golden hour. Another hilarious thing. Oh yeah, yeah. No, no, no. They started a Patreon, which is absolutely hilarious. So, oh, was such a clusterfuck. Okay, so they didn't do a Patreon for a long time because they used to have a lot of money because they had one of the biggest, like they had like maybe a top 10 podcast a long time ago. They used to get millions of people watching. And then when there were these accusations that came out about Brendan Callen or Brian Callen, they basically said their sponsor said, "Look, you can't do this show with Brian Callen anymore, at least for the time being. He needs to take a break because he has like rape act, like the Los Angeles Times, not just some random ass chick. The Los Angeles Times comes out with a big article about Brian Callen and how he's like he would like he's being no, he didn't. Uh, but they basically, I think the statute of limitations was up. No, there were even Whitney Cummings talks about it. That one time Brian Callen asked her to give him a ride to his car from the comedy store, and so she's like, "Yeah, get in my car." And he gets in the car, and then he just whips his dick out, and she's like, "What are you doing?" And like, didn't suck his dick or anything like that. Like, basically, like extreme sexual harassment. Now that's not rape. The chicks who said that he raped them, there's like a long list. Well, there are at least four girls who say that um, he like forced himself on them. Whether he did or not, I don't know, but that's not a good look. And oh yeah, yeah. And then they make fun of, or not make fun of, but like they say that the Me Too movement was like overblown and all this other shit. But in reality, it's like, dude, you were a creep to chicks for like 20 years. You cheated on your wife with these girls. She left you and left you with a $25,000 a month alimony bill. And so you have to do this really shitty podcast in this fucking storage unit known as the fighter and the kid to pay the bills to pay your alimony. It's just the ultimate fucking like bad things happening to bad people. Oh, what's the fucking German word Schadenfreude? Like where you get joy out of seeing the bad things that happen to other people. And I'm not the only person who's getting this is like all of the fucking internet. And all these people are fucking related. So I won't bore you anymore with their bullshit, but you should just know it is amazing. There's oh yeah, apologies, the Patreon. Okay, so the advertisers say after there are these rape accusations, you can't do this show with Brian Callen at least for like a year or two. So they kept saying that Brian Callen was on vacation, but like he's gone for like a year, and so they had all these other guests fill in. And uh, what they tried to do was start a Patreon where Brendan and Brian could just do a Patreon show without the advertisers that said like you can't do this show. But it was a it wasn't a conflict. It was a conflict of interest, but it was basically a breach of contract with their advertising company. So they started a podcast. They started a Patreon like maybe like 7 years ago or something, and it only ever got like 3 subscribers or something like that. And because they only had it going for one day, before the advertiser said, look, you can't do this. You've got to separate yourself. So then just recently they launched the Patreon like in November, and they're like, oh, we're doing all this stuff for the Patreon. We're going to do a question and answer. And they accidentally let the numbers stay out of how many subscribers they had. And it was like 28. And like of the 28 subscribers, like 24 of them are people who specifically have channels to comment on their channel and then shit on these guys. So like they didn't really have any real fans. And then they do these question and answers, and like that's the only content that sometimes they say they'll produce like longer podcasts, but they very rarely do. And it's basically like a grift. So they're making like maybe I think it's a $5 Patreon, and so maybe over the course of a month they might make $1,000 on it, arguably. So they're each getting $500. It's just not that profitable. No. It's grown since then. So I mean, I'm just throwing out some numbers. That's when they first started it, but it's still not very big. So do they have a Patreon? Yes, they just started it, and the only people who like um who who subscribe to it are basically people from the subreddit who just ask like really inappropriate questions like, hey, why did you cheat on your wife? Like there's all this footage of Brendan Schaub who was given his number on camera on a live stream to like girls while he was married. Like there's a long clip where Brendan Schaub and Mike Tyson do this fight watch together, and Mike Tyson gets so pissed off at Brendan Schaub that like gets up in front of him, eats watermelon in front of him, and sticks his foot on the table and just stares at him like a death stare, like I'm gonna fuck you up because you are annoying as piss. It's it's loads of content, it's loads of fun, and then the what I enjoy more than their show are the commentary channels on it, because these guys are really funny comedians and they just make fun of these guys and what they do, and it's like, and then you get into the Discord, and then like absolutely, because that's with Brendan Schaub and Chris D'Elia. They don't really shit on Eric Griffin all that much. They're just like, dude, we understand why you're doing this podcast because you just need the money and nobody knows who you are. So, like, basically, we understand why you're doing it, but you're literally doing it with like the biggest punching bag in comedy and some guy who is like an accused pedophile. He he needs the money. He's not a big comedian, and so he's having to do like gigs like cruise ships, which isn't usually seen as something like a good gig for a comedian. And like I would too. He was talking about it, and but it's like a thing where it doesn't pay really well. I mean, it pays okay, but it's not like no. You definitely have to pay taxes. They're gonna send you basically a W-4 or they're gonna send you. They're gonna yeah, but the things are docked in American ports, so that's how it works. It's wherever the place is docked. And usually, I think their headquarters usually are in Miami. That's where like Carnival Cruise Lines is. I think Celebrity Cruise Lines, Royal Caribbean. They're all based out of fucking like Miami. Though they, yeah, a bunch of them. Any not for profit, re- religious organizations, not for profits. People who don't, at least in the United States, make more than like $12,000 a year. Um, but yeah, you mean like exempt from income taxes, federal income taxes? Anyone associated usually with 501c3, which is like a not-for-profit organization, um, and people who make like a low amount of money. But then you get into the, like, if you get to be super wealthy, then you end up not having to pay taxes for other reasons. So it's really just the people in the middle who are paying taxes. All right, big dog. Do you want any more Fire in the Kid lore? Okay, great. All right. So hilarious things that have happened. Well, so I'm just gonna name the things that Brendan Schaub, the businesses that he started, and that have. Oh well, hold on. There's this really important. I actually want to watch it with you. It's hilarious, and it is okay. It shows what kind of bully Brendan Schaub is. Brendan Schaub, he has a hold on. What was it? Okay, well, tell me what it was.
Spelled out.
When did you send this to me? Oh, did you send it recently? So there was something wrong with that link. I do, but I can't get my login, and I've been banned on a bunch of accounts. But no, there was something to it. Oh, maybe not. Let me see if it shows up. Yeah, I click it, and okay, I got it now. It's 10 minutes long. I'm just being, I'm just being you. All right, I watched your shit for 10 minutes. I'll watch your shit. Okay, then just wait 1 minute.
It was the heartbeat of the province. It was the Royal Hudson steaming past the ocean cliffs of Howe Sound.
Let me get my.
Service, those quirky silver diesel rail cars that connected remote communities to the coast. It was breakfast in the dugout.
I'll start it in a second. I'll tell you when I do, but give me one moment.
Knowledge, and there's this huge responsibility of making sure that when he's no longer under my wing and he's a good person, I want him to be able to sit back and go, we work together, we did a good job. That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by Get Your Stream On. Starting us off this week is the Game of Thrones spin-off. Kingdoms on Netflix. The Peacock spy drama Cody's grabs the 8th with Apple TV's Pluribus in at 7. Leon Man Season 2 on Paramount Plus holds the number 6 position this week, with Heated Rivalry on HBO Max in at 5, and Agatha Christie's 7 Dials on Netflix grabbing the 4 spot. The Pit, starring Noah Wiley on HBO Max, is your number 3 show. The Night Manager Season 2 on Amazon Prime Video is in at 2. And holding on to the top this week is the Netflix crime drama His and Hers, your number 1 stream show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio. Hello everyone, it's Billy Corgan here, and welcome to my new show, The Magnificent Couple. I can't believe that I don't know how I can make the original in any of my best. So let's get real. The Magnificent Others is a long-form show where we explore with great artists, musicians, anybody I truly admire. We want to hear fresh stories, we want to hear fresh perspectives, we want to understand the times of their individuated perspective. Most creative match something I love.
All right, I am back, and I am ready to let you know when I'm going to hit play. You ready? I am hitting.
If you grew up in British Columbia before 2002, you remember the rhythm of the rails. For 50 years, the line from North Vancouver to Prince George wasn't just infrastructure. It was the heartbeat of the province. It was the road past the ocean cliffs of Howe Sound. It was the daily.
You want me to restart?
Those quirky silver diesel rail cars remote communities to the coast. It was breakfast in the dining car while watching the waves crash in West Vancouver. It was a lifeline for the Caribbean. It was slow, it was eccentric, and it was ours. It felt like it belonged to the people of BC. But today, that heartbeat is silent. For over 2 years, the track has sat rusting. Weeds are growing through the ballasts. The stations are empty. And while we sit here remembering the good old days, a crisis is quickly unfolding that threatens to erase this corridor forever. Nostalgia won't save a railway, but real estate reality should scare us into action. The brutal truth is that CN Rail, the current leaser, is discontinuing service on the southern section. They are walking away. And in the world of infrastructure, there is a golden rule. Use it or lose it. We need to be crystal clear about what is at stake. We aren't just losing rusty tracks. We are losing the land. We are losing the pathway. If this corridor is abandoned, it gets broken up. It gets sold off in pieces to developers. The bridges get dismantled. The right-of-way gets severed by fences and private property. And once you slice up a continuous corridor through the coast mountains, you never get it back. Think about it. Try to assemble a 400-kilometer continuous strip of land from Squamish, Whistler, and Lillooet. Today, you couldn't do it. The land costs, the environmental permits, the legal battles. It would be impossible. This pathway is a unique opportunity. It is an asset we inherited from 1912 that we could never afford to build in 2026. If we let it slip through our fingers now, we are robbing future generations of the single most valuable transportation artery in the province. So if the pathway is priceless, why is it failing? Because we are fighting physics with outdated tools. We are trying to run 20th century heavy steel trains on infrastructure that can't handle them. Gauge for trains from the 1960s. To rebuild this line for heavy modern rail today would cost over $2 billion. Light rail would not be altogether that much cheaper. This money is not coming. The Sea to Sky Highway is a marvel, but it is steep, it spikes and drops. For an electric vehicle, fighting gravity is the enemy. Hauling tourists or commodities of those grades kills battery range and burns out brakes. The rail bed was engineered by pioneers who had to make steam engines work. It never exceeds the 3% incline. That number, 3%, is the magic number of the 21st century. An electric vehicle running on a gentle grade uses a fraction of the energy of a vehicle on the highway. It extends range, it reduces wear, it turns the entire corridor into a hyper-efficient green energy chute. Critics might say, turning a railway into a road is science fiction, but Japan has already done it. After the 2011 earthquake and tsunami, the JR East Kanasuma line was destroyed. The tracks were twisted and the bridges were damaged. The railway faced the same choice we do today: spend billions to rebuild heavy rail for a shrinking population or abandon the town entirely. They chose a third option. They paved the rail bed. They converted the destroyed railway into a dedicated rapid bus transit system. Today, modern vehicles run through the old rail tunnels and over the old rail bridges. And the result? Frequencies tripled, the cost to operate dropped, the community stayed connected. Japan proved that the value isn't the steel rails. The value is the right of way. If it worked for a disastrous zone in Japan, it can save the old BC corridor in this region. The proposal is radical in its simplicity. Call it the Paved Autonomous Corridor, or PAC. We don't pave a massive 4-lane highway. That's too expensive and ecologically destructive. We simply lay 2 narrow strips of concrete, ribbon roads, directly over the existing railroad. We save the bridges because we aren't using 140-ton locomotives. We don't need to rebuild the trestles. We just redeck them for the lightweight electric vehicles. We save the environment. We use 60% less concrete than a standard road, and we save the budget to utilize the asset that we already have. By combining the grade of the train with the flexibility of a bus or truck, we are creating a new category of infrastructure. We don't need to build the whole system at once. We start with the most heavily traveled, world-renowned section from sea to sky, Squamish to Whistler. Anyone who has driven to Whistler on a Friday afternoon or Sunday evening knows the problem. The highway is extremely congested. The pollution is rising. The frustration is boiling over. This is where we launch the Sea to Sky pilot. Imagine a dedicated loop, a fleet of autonomous electric shuttles running exclusively between the coast and the resort. These aren't just buses. These are HU units designed with the soul of the old mud cars. Massive glass domes, observation decks, coffee service. They glide silently through the Checamus Canyon, completely separated from the highway traffic. Because they are autonomous, they have superhuman reflexes. They identify wildlife, rocks, or ice in milliseconds. They talk to each other, driving in platoons, inches apart, to reduce wind drag. It creates a world-class tourism experience that rivals the Rocky Mountaineer, but with zero emissions, a fraction of the cost, and less congested highways. Beyond tourism, this pilot solves a massive global problem: safety. The world is rushing towards self-driving cars, but right now, companies are testing them on public streets, next to your kids, next to cyclists, next to unpredictable human drivers. This is a regulatory nightmare. But the PAC is private property. It is a closed loop. No oncoming traffic, no jaywalkers, no drunk drivers. It gives British Columbia the perfect sandbox, a pilot project pathway. We can be the first jurisdiction in North America to deploy fully autonomous mass transit at high speeds because we have removed the variables. We become the global leader in safe autonomy. Here is an economic superpower that a traditional train can never match: scalability. On a regular railroad, you have to wait days to build a 100-car train. If you are a small mill or a local farmer, you wait until the train is full. That is slow, inefficient batch processing. The PAC changes the game to packet switching. Because the vehicles are small and autonomous, we can run them on demand. Commodity production in the Caribou doesn't have to wait for a mile-long train. They can send a single autonomous truck the moment it's loaded. 5 minutes later, they send another. It runs on the same system. The same concrete ribbons that carry tourists to Whistler at noon can carry commodities to Squamish at midnight. Commuters flow during rush hour, tourists flow during the day, and freight flows at night. It is a single, programmable operating system with infinite flexibility. This solves the last mile problem that has killed rail freight for decades. A train is stuck on tracks. If your business isn't at the station, you lose money moving goods to the train. But a packed vehicle is versatile. It flies on the ribbon road, but it drives on the street. It can leave the rail line in Lillooet, drive down a ramp, and back directly into a loading dock at a grocery store. Zero transport. It brings high-tech jobs to the interior. It brings reliability to our supply chain. And because these vehicles run on rubber tires on concrete, they don't throw sparks. In a province fighting wildfires, that safety factor is non-negotiable. We are standing at a crossroads. We can choose the path of inertia. We can let the weeds grow, let the bridges rot, and watch as the land is sold off piece by piece forever. Or we can choose the path of innovation. We can honor the pioneers who blasted this path out of rock by giving it a new purpose. We can save the corridor, solve the traffic. We can build the pilot. The land is the legacy. Let's pave the way. So if the pathway is priceless, why is it failing? Because we are fighting physics.
Did it just end? Okay. I mean, you got my vote. Frankly, I think that I like something like this to a bullet train. I think Japan's been able to show extreme speed and durability and safety in the bullet train. But I understand there's a lot of freight that runs through this, and bullet trains aren't that efficient for freight. I Okay, I mean, nobody says that you have to go, like the speed of sound or whatever these things do. It's not that fast, but like 180 kilometers per second. What about just 60 kilometers per second or 60 miles per hour? I didn't understand why aren't they using the train tracks anymore? Yeah, Canadian National. Okay, but it's like they're shutting it down, but they say that there's still a need for like shipping stuff, right? Exactly. So I didn't really understand that. If you have people who need to be moved, then perhaps like I mean, it doesn't have to be bullet trains, but just electric trains that don't move extremely fast, but are just run on electricity. And if it's cargo, then it should be like freight trains. If you don't have any cargo that needs to run anymore, then go back to uh, passenger trains. The thing that I don't like about that is it's still rubber on concrete, and that is extremely inefficient because that means you're going to have wear and tear on the vehicles. Trains don't have nearly that much wear and tear. Like rubber on concrete is a lot of wear and tear, especially when it's going in the same direction 99% of the entire route. I don't know how much of a fan I am of that. What I am a fan of is whatever that. Um, like you don't need the durability or the agility of a car to be able to turn like when you're going in just one direction. Rails are far more efficient. Like you don't need the ability to turn because you're on rails and it's going in one direction. The thing that makes the tire important is that last mile issue. And I think it's cool that they came up with those ramps that like go right to the business. That's cool. But additionally, this isn't a very populated area. I know that there's like ski lodges and stuff like that, but that was not Vancouver. That was not Vancouver. That was Squamish to Whistler. They didn't talk about Vancouver. Well, but Whistler can't. I understand. Right. Okay, but the population of Whistler, Canada is, dude, are you 13,000? It's 13,000 people. No, 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 no. Whistler is 13,000. That's not, so you're basically okay, but I mean it's just basically a a little bit more efficient. I mean, there's already ways to do it. You can take the road. And I understand that on Thursday or Friday morning or whatever, Sunday night, like frankly, like you guys fucking traffic is. Try living in LA where at 3 in the morning you get into a fucking traffic jam. Well, that's the you have no problems. Like this isn't a problem. It really isn't. Like, like now that I'm thinking Whistler's going to be hundreds of thousands of people. It's 13,000 people. This is a joke. And there's nothing there except skiing. This is a glorified trail to get people to ski. Is what it is because there's nothing there. I'm thinking like there's an industry. There aren't industries there aside from skiing and maybe lumber. That's it. There's nothing. Dog, dude, STF. That's skiing or whatever. That's like the warm weather version of skiing. This isn't a big issue. It's just not. Now, what would I advise instead? Uh, I would make it a bike trail. With an electric bike, you can probably do it. It's only a 3 degree grade. Oh, dude, that's perfect. That's perfect, dude. An electric bike's range. Yo, dog, what's an electric bike's range? Well, yeah, I mean, when you're up there fucking skiing, you let your bike charge. Dude, well, if it's winter, wait. Wait. If it's winter, I understand. Um, then take the fucking uh, then take the bus or take I mean, really, what you need is just a better train there. That's what you need. Not like whatever that guy's proposing, which is like electric vehicles and all kinds of. Just get a better train. You already have the tracks. Then you don't have to put concrete down. Just have a good train from Vancouver to Whistler. Not as much as fucking making it a road. Hold on. Okay, fine. But do you know how much upkeep it is on all those individual cars versus a train where the upkeep is minimal and it's safer? Let's in comparison to vehicle like car vehicles, compare train upkeep versus car upkeep, but not just one car, like the equivalent amount of population moving. Okay, when comparing trains to cars for moving large populations, trains are significantly more efficient and cost effective per passenger mile, especially at scale. Passenger capacity and efficiency. A single train can carry 1,000 people, while a typical car carries 4 to 5 people. Even with only 20% occupancy, a train moves far more people per unit of infrastructure than an equivalent number of cars. High speed rail can move 12,000 people per hour on a single track, far exceeding road capacity under real world conditions. Maintenance and operating costs. While individual car maintenance may seem lower, trains drastically reduce per passenger cost when scaled. A light rail vehicle carries about 100 passengers with one operator. In contrast, moving the same number of people by car would require 25 times more vehicles and drivers, multiplying labor, maintenance, and infrastructure demands. Infrastructure impact. Roads require vast land, constant repair, and extensive parking. Trains use less space per passenger and generate far less wear on surfaces due to steel on steel rolling friction, which is far more efficient than rubber on asphalt. That's what I was talking about. Rubber on asphalt is really inefficient. This reduces long term maintenance costs for cities. Energy and emissions. Trains, especially electric ones, are 50% to 80% more energy efficient than cars per passenger kilometer. On clear grids, uh, so that's France's nuclear powered rail, emissions drop to 22 grams of CO2 per mile, far below even fully occupied electric cars. Life cycle and longevity. Trains last 30 to 40 years, while cars average 12 to 13 years. Like everything here is saying this should be an electric rail from Vancouver to Whistler. I know that guy. I know that guy came up with like a nice 3D video, but it's just very inefficient. Perhaps so. I've seen this issue in the United States, like freight rail isn't as used as much, and we have it where like I think that they should turn. We should have a coast to coast bike highway. And you may say, but who would travel coast to coast on a bike? You wouldn't, but you would travel in parts in like pieces. So like if you want to go from um, Los Angeles to Riverside, or from perhaps like Jacksonville to Tallahassee, and you could stop on the way, just like we have like coast to coast highways. We have the reason why I say this is because we have some areas of the United States that are abandoned railroad tracks, and there's nothing there. like except abandoned railroad tracks. But so turn those railroad tracks into a coast to coast bike system. I think could work because it's like if not, you run into the issue that guy talks about where people will parcel it off and it's too expensive ever to do again. I think that was a good point. That all right, now back to Bappa. You have to understand his nicknames. He has Brandon. If you're like, why is it Brandon? Because a lot of times he goes on different shows and people just mess up his name and they call him Brandon. So everybody calls him Brandon. There's Brandon, Bappa. If you're like, why Bappa? Because he says, whoa, Bubba to a lot of people, but then sometimes he messes it up and he says, whoa, Bappa. And it's just kind of, or it's become like Brendan Papa. It's just this like portmanteau of the two. So he's called Bubba, Bappa. He's also called he has a ton of nicknames. But in case you're wondering, like, who the fuck is Bappa? That's who Bappa is, and he has this. This is really a funny fucking thing with his roommate. He has a roommate that he got into it with, but we're just gonna watch. Oh, remember I was saying all these people who get really successful after they leave Brendan Schaub? Theo Vaughn, once he left Brendan Schaub, starts getting like JD Vance, like the vice president on his podcast. He interviews Donald Trump. Like he actually gets really popular. But that didn't happen until he left Brendan Schaub. Like there's this theory that Brendan keeps everybody down around him, and that there's some legitimacy in that. And he puts everyone down. No one's better than he is. And if you're like, okay, yeah, if you're like, okay, it's a great way to put it. All right, I want to find his. Here it is. So here's Brendan just being Brendan, and like you're gonna notice, you're gonna be like, why do they always have like a different studio? They've had like, I mean, this has been going since 2012, so they've been going like 14 years, and they whenever their ratings are low, they change their studios. They're like always trying to find the reason why people aren't watching. So I have sent you the link. You're gonna be like, this is 13 minutes long, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, but it's worth every fucking second. So you tell me when you hit go. I just watched a fucking 13-minute long video to go to a fucking road to nowhere. 13,000 people. There are 13,000 people, like, arguably in like my neighborhood and the neighboring neighborhood. Like, that's not that big of a population. Okay. I mean, I understand that traffic's bad on Thursday night and Sunday night. Try it when it's bad at 2:00 in the morning. You're in a fucking bumper to bumper traffic for 2.5 hours. You're like, what the fuck happened? And there's like an accident where like 3 people died. Like it can get really bad. All right, let me know when you hit play.
This is how we do it. Stop cheating. Well, yeah, we don't do. See this? Dude, you ever see it? I really quagmired there. Yeah, but wait a minute. He's not supposed to be taking anything.
You're talking about a guy who's already lost his ability to make a living from Mexican dick pills. Like, why would he ever just take something off the shelf at GNC? We're not giving the guy kudos because he's the smartest tool in the shed. Sharpest tool, I say. Smartest tool in the shed. The tools are smart too. I smoke a little weed.
Throughout my career, I've been a live entertainer. Like before I was on television, I was a circus clown. You know, I graduated from Ringling Brothers in Barton. I've been like clown college, and I worked as a clown.
Is that about 4 years ago?
No, it was one summer. It was like significantly more advice.
Dude, you know who I wish was my dad? And I've never met him before, and he's hands down the nicest comedian I've ever met in my life. Hold on. I agree with Mark Hunt on a lot of this. I mean, the allegations of racketeering, conspiracy, and fraud, you know, those are heavy claims. But also, you shoot for the moon and hopefully you land somewhere. Stars. I need my shit cut. Oh, I cut it diagonally and go down the middle. Yeah. Oh, I cut it diagonally. Yeah, me too. I want that rectangle. Yeah, it should. Oh, they're like filtering the face. She's dating a girl now. She dating
She used to date Edward Thorne.
Easy peasy, lemon easy. On top of that, I can't believe your girl doesn't have its crazy hamburger, bro. You might want to get checked out for your swimmers, bro. I ain't gonna put it on. Don't put that out there. That's you seem like me a swim. Yeah, you're fucked up, man. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, there's a double Monty, isn't it? Can't swim. Double entendre. Oh, man. Have you heard, you know Tyson Fury's father named him Tyson because of you? You're familiar with this? I'm on it. Yeah. And he said he would love to do an exposition or amateur match with you. Just probably wasn't the smartest guy in the world. Trying to things with family. Good looking. And his brother, obviously, smart too. He's a brother. That's John Kennedy James. His father. Yeah. So that's his. So, keep going before I freak the fuck out. Did you know? No, you didn't. So what people do doesn't matter if you're any of size, they go, how do you fit in that thing? It's like, what's your takeaway from this dope ass car? Jeez, I can't believe you fit in that thing. Yeah, okay. That's the takeaway, huh? A few moments later. It's not that to go. I can't. It's not even hating on big guys in sports cars. I just can't. I can't believe he fits in there. Like, because how many people play soccer? Everybody plays soccer. And who dominates? Messi. My dad's early 60s? What? Are you sure? I don't think so. No, probably 50. No. My dad is 50. I was going to say like close to the late 60s. How? 34, right? Here? 35. So you're only like 6 years different from me. No, my dad had one. Your parents had you when you were how old? I had Kyla Harrison on. You know who that is? The PFL. She's a two-time gold medalist, judoka. Kayla, right? Kayla Harrison, yeah, monster. Yeah, that's right. Someone just bought Dunkin' Donut and someone else out. The owner of Arby's bought Dunkin' Donut and somebody else. That one can't find it. For those of you that don't know, Conseco fought previously, I think in Japan or Tokyo. And gets picked on and get done himself. And then goes home and get bullied online. And there's redhead memes, flying tomato, fucking freckle face. Can you believe that there's a Kick a Ginger Day that still exists? I think the government sanctioned it. I mean, me at the Ice House most recently, but I was talking to him when I was doing a set on Saturday night, and he goes, "Yeah, bro, this is my last year at the Comedy Store. He's been a tour guide for a hot second. Really has spots. And he's mixed too, isn't he? His dad's a NASCAR rocket scientist. The guy who matches up best with Canelo Alvarez, who I think is a pound for pound greatest fighter walking this planet, out of Guadalajara, Mexico. Canelo Alvarez. You guys know how, maybe you guys were like this in class or in school growing up. When I see a word, it can be challenging for me. If I hear it, I'm good.
A few moments later.
Yana Kunitskaya. So back to UFC. So yeah, Neil Magny, Chiesa. Correct pronunciation of his name. Joanna Jędrzejczyk versus Rose Namajunas. I like that for pronunciation. Is it saying what's her name? Lala Ali? She's the best. Shields or whatever. Yeah. I think with that, it's long.
Like whether it's Google, whether it's Apple, whether it's YouTube, you feel a responsibility to try to make the world a better place. You just do. And again, you're gonna have your biases. And so they're oppressors, conspiracy. There's conspiracy there. Guys, everything's a conspiracy. Yes. Like they just forgot that he beat Chuck Wright in Strike Force and he beat Tim Kennedy. So please don't do that. You can get that whole mic in your mouth, bro. Close. Better back in. Do you like Tyson Fury? I like him, yeah. He's gonna get his ass kicked by you think? Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Have you had Deontay on your mind? Yeah. He's a great guy. Yeah. Have you had Wilder on? No, but I love him. I'm sure. Dude, so women down the street. There's that famous thing, Donald Trump's surrounded by white men as he signs the executive order that says basically no money to Planned Parenthood overseas. He rescinded that order and you can use federal dollars. When George Bush was there, he reinstated it. Now Donald Trump has reinstated that.
That gang buzz. He sent this to us from 1987. He knew we were going to be here.
He's in India. Might be on my show in India.
He's dressed like the past, but he's probably deceased now. It's from 1987.
The show's getting out of hand. This guy's coming from the future, you know what I'm saying?
The past, you believe it.
Terminator, bro.
Yeah, but the past is 1987. It doesn't go backwards.
Your kids born in the States, right? The first two never, and I'm sure they were young when they were born. It's not that big of a deal. So when people go, man, why did you come on Ariel and all that stuff? To me, I'm just like, it's just a blip in the road. They can watch your show.
July 17th, it's on Stars.
Characters. I love those jeans.
Yeah, you know where.
And if you go to fivefoodclub.com, it's spelled out 5, F-I-V-E, clubs. It's a Peruvian Amazon.
Yeah, first of all, in Peru, everything's bacon, bro. So, dude, I'll have a course. I'll put a little bit of this in some fucking decent bread, bro.
Yeah, I'll toss some hot sauce in here. I don't know why I can't. I saw this. Crossing the river in Germany. Sometimes they can bring it back to life, yeah? I thought they can't without Rothschild. No, sir. That's the movie. That's demolition. I have a confession. What stays in the desert happens. I have a confession. But we get so caught up in, oh man, everyone thinks this or this is so negative. It's not, DJ. Crap's in your armor right now. Crack that crack, and you can't let that crack become something bigger. You can't let that crack sink the Titanic. Time, it takes balls to do that, and that's why I like it. They have huge balls, which I enjoy. The battle lasts 90 minutes. You have to get your nose. It takes 90 minutes to get your nose over ears. You got more problems than just nose hairs, all right? Don't pull your fingers anymore. Don't be doing that in the car. Don't do any of that. Manscaped is rocking your weeds. Deliver maximum confidence while providing hygiene 3 days later. Shall
Job sounds Job is German. It's a German. So you're German. Also, Hitler's right man for a long time was a Schwab. Really? Any relation? I don't think so. Okay. I have to check the 21 and me. You haven't looked at it. Not. You probably shouldn't. Probably not. So it's 900 horsepower. 900. What? Yep. What does that mean? What does that mean for your driving? Think of a horse, right? Think of a giant horse. Think of Clydesdale. No. Think how big that thing is. Right? Think of it in the studio. No. Don't tell me that. Well, just think of a big horse. 899. I'm not. That's my. Oh, I got a timepiece for you. Timepiece of the game. He beat Vernon Davis. He's the fastest guy ever over 230 pounds since 2006. He was. And looks like a chocolate goddess. He's a hand for God, not a chocolate goddess. No, goddess. Okay. What is that sundial? Now, can I ask you a question? So he was in the car and he looked at me and he goes, my name is Billy. I said, well, but I can't have you stay. Are you over 40? Yes. What's your name, Robert? We're going to call you Billy. That's at least cute as you. Bobby, Robert. Right. I told you we got a bomb threat. No, there we cancel the show. I didn't tell you. I told Kat this. Did you understand? Yeah. Got a bomb threat. What? And then the police were like, they were actually really on it. They were you got a bomb. He actually organized this master party. We'll get to that. Carry on. We're going somewhere. It's good. Rhymes with lost and broken. Rhymes with post and Ika. And then, if you watch that, what's called Icarus, the documentary on Russia, crazy. Did you watch it? No, the state itself was the state, the country of Russia. I don't know if I'm 36 or 37. I tell you. I don't know. I don't know how old.
There he is. Okay. All right. I'm glad you said that. I know I said no more, but just bear with me. One more thing I want to show you. If you're going to say that, I understand what you're saying. And no, you have to watch this. You absolutely have to. I'll even watch. No, not 13 minutes. Nothing like that. Nothing like that. Okay, I found it. It's 14 minutes. Oh fuck, man! I got shit to do, dog. Dude, I'll summarize it. It goes like this. Brendan is playing at the University of Colorado as a football player. He is living with a roommate. He doesn't respect the roommate and ends up eating all the roommate's food. So the next time the roommate goes to the store, puts the roommate's name on all of the different food so that Brendan knows that like it's not his. Brendan this as all of the roommate's food that has the roommate's name all over it. and basically says, "What are you going to do about it?" The roommate tells his mother. The mother calls Brendan and says, "Look, you need to not eat all his food. You need to buy him the food back." Brendan says, "Shut the fuck up, bitch." Hangs up on her. So, um, just so now. Okay, so Brendan gets pissed off at the guy's mom, hangs up on her. Brendan had a parking spot that he was using, and it was in the lease with the roommate that the roommate got it 50% of the time. But Brendan said, "Look, you don't have a car, so why should you get the parking spot?" The roommate says, "Look, I don't care that I don't have a spot. If you're going to eat my food, then I'm going to take my 50% of this parking spot. So I'm going to use it half of the days, and I'll park my bicycle there." Brendan's, yeah, okay, whatever. Do what the fuck you want. Brendan then gets his car broken into, not by the roommate, just by some random person, and comes in and said, "That's it. We're done. I'm fucking pissed off. My car's broken into, and I don't have the I'm not putting up with your shit anymore. That's it. Either you go or I go." The roommate says, "That's not how it's gonna." Pardon me. Brendan says, "We're gonna fight right now, and we're just gonna work this out like men." The roommate says, "I'm not gonna fight you." Brendan says, "We're gonna fight. I'm sick of your shit," and then takes a big loogie and spits in the roommate's face. The roommate says, "I'm not going to fight you." Brendan, they get into an altercation. Brendan picks the roommate up, throws him through a glass door. And the next day, Brendan goes to football practice and tells everybody on the team that basically he whooped the guy's ass, that he tells a good story. And everybody was like, "Oh, yeah, good job," all this other stuff. The roommate, who is also on the football team, says to the football coach, "Hey, this guy threw me through a glass plane, like a sliding glass door, and I'm making you aware of it." They do an investigation. The football coach sits Brendan down and says, and Brendan thinks that he's going to like lose his scholarship and all this other stuff, or his position on the team. I don't think he was scholarship, but instead the coach is like, "We need more people like you," and didn't punish him at all. And so Brendan tells this story on the podcast, where basically he sounds like a dick. And so then the next day happens. Oh, dude, that was good. The next day happens. Day occurs, and they get some people who are fans of the show, and they say, "Look, we normally want to take Brendan's side on stuff. But in this case, it seems like he was the asshole in the situation." And Brendan's like, yeah, whatever, just move on. And I think that's it. If you watch it, I know it's like I said, it's like 15 minutes, but it shows him to be a complete dick to people. Oh, it's a long time ago. It was like 2008. I am. Boy, so you are a. I can't wait till you actually get to know Brendan Schaub, and I'll see that you're an apologist. No, no, no. I'm not saying that. I believe everybody deserves a second chance, but you will. You'll learn. This guy, he's not nice to people. Listen to this apologist. Listen to this fucking apologist who's down by 6. He's whatever you want it to be, baby. Oh, is that true? Yeah, they absolutely love that.
Here in New Jersey, says the mother of the Today Show host. Not much to go on. Nancy's daughter, in this case, about 10 minutes away. LA's councilwoman Cynthia Rahman jumped into the mayor's race just hours before the filing deadline. And her run is considered a serious challenge in a race that previously posed no serious threat to the mayor's reelection. She currently represents the area, including Encino, Hollywood Hills, Park, Los Feliz, and Silver Lake. At least one state lawmaker has refused to get into a fight between LA Mayor Bass and the LA Times.
Yowie was good.
Before it was released, and neither does it talk about the bill. Meanwhile, Bass denying the claims made. The Times says they by reporting Jason Camino.
A surfer in state after getting swept out to sea on the Santa Barbara County coast over the weekend. Fire officials say the man lost his board while he was surfing with a friend at Haskell Beach in Goleta on Saturday evening. Into deeper water by was thrown behind him. They found him on a lobster trap about a quarter-mile. United Rescue Service bring him back to sea. Just about the Department of Homeland
You never read me the comment on Fox's Sunday morning futures. The DHS
Not really. You're doing really well. I'm not able to pull away, even though I've had some big words: silty, 6, Z.
Person found dead outside the Bronx Saturday. This weekend we saw the winter's coldest. Hypothermia is confirmed to be the cause of 5 deaths and a number of others. Atlanta James Pierce Jr. arrested in Miami. Domestic dispute. LA car. Police say them on Chase on Saturday night and crashed his car. Female yesterday. He's facing charges of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, aggravated stalking, and fleeing or eluding police. The Seattle Seahawks have won Super Bowl 60. Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold called it an unbelievable feeling. Seahawks won their title in 2014. They made it in 2015, but lost that one to the Patriots. Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold and his Super Bowl MVP running back Kenneth Walker are continuing their Super Bowl tradition. They're going to Cincinnati today. Darnold is in the St. Clemente club for USC. Walker was named following the Seahawks 2013 Super Bowl win in Santa Clara. He was slowing down on 605. February, fall, and love again. For home. Those place where windows is the best home improvement call I ever made. Their windows save you money all year long, keeping the heat out. They're gorgeous.
Yeah, she's standing there with her sauce. Those doors were gorgeous.
It was just weird in the third quarter when I.
Baby, I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
Right now, their Valentine's matchmaker deal. You can pick 2 of American Vision Windows' most popular offers. For example, free expert installation, or free sound package, or free upgrade to They pay your
Stunning, energy-efficient windows, your choice of savings. Now is the time. Give them a call. 888-785-5713. 888-785-5713. Don't bring warm lights specifically to the beaches around 80 for Metro LA and Ludosi. 80 upper 7 below and 60s to near 70 in high desert. Clouds with a slight breeze tomorrow afternoon has 50 to 60. Tomorrow and into Wednesday, and then any chance of rain should move out by Thursday. Downey and 68 in Burbank. Market report, the Dow is trading down 36 points, Nasdaq is up 228, S&P 500 is trading up 37. Gonna crash at Baldwin Park on 605.
Before the 60 outside of the 605. Before the 60, that's what I get. So,
I like how you keep struggling to put down a word. It's like, it's interesting. Really interesting. Oh, whoa. Whoa.
Goes ahead and makes the hole in the dam. The water comes gushing out of the ground and shooting us right there. Right there.
Podcast Network, iHeart. Follow Charlie Slate and start listening on the
This is Truth, Mr. Jonathan, a podcast that brings you inside the world of a healer who was worshipped across the world.
Rose
Traditional faith, people who listen
instead
on your iHeartRadio app, search Truth, Mr.
it
Jonathan,
kills Shimon.
and
What's
listen
the
out.
halacha? But listen, this is very interesting. Listen, you see from his face. Look at his face. Listen to this case. What's going forward? What is he very tired? Even his tired when the stone doesn't come down straight.
No way. No way. No way.
A little bit as towards the sun. If the stone were to come directly
No way. No way. No way. Oh, that was good.
what is that called?
Used her name. You know, it was about her. In your eyes.
Comes down
About
right at an angle. It comes out.
That's why you come here. That's why you come here. I'm gonna learn something.
Doesn't contribute to gravity.
At the bottom of the hour,
Really contributes to
we expect Michael Lutz to join us. He's going to talk about all of this frequency, all of the drama, council members, entered the track. She is wild paperwork, run for mayor of Gag, Karen. This would be like if Gary was running for mayor, and I was like, guess what? I'm in too. That kind of
keep on reacting them started. Just go right there.
How many letters are left? Does it say? See? Dude, there's so much of the board that hasn't been used.
Professionals, this is their job. Manipulate elections. Keep empower needs to be empowered. That's the Democrats, and they see Pass is not going to be their force in this race. They are hoping to run someone else. Talk about that. Okay, the world's biggest social media companies face several. The Bellwether trial kicks off today, and it's in Los Angeles. The arguments begin today in LA County claims against Meta and Google's YouTube. Their platforms deliver addictive. TikTok is named in the suit. Snap was named in the suit. They don't want, I believe, you out a couple weeks ago. They don't want the secret in their sauce being publicized.
I would be surprised though that we're supposed to get this trial. More likely, companies set Mark Zuckerberg
So this Bellwether case is the first to reach trial among other lawsuits, and there are thousands of similar lawsuits filed from individual plaintiffs, school districts, state officials. This particular was filed January 2023 by a 20-year-old California girl. She's identified by her initials in the proceedings, KJM on her initials. She's 20. She says she became desperately addicted to social media as a child. That she was flooded with disturbing material that she did not see.
That's when you use a fucking S. That was a bad use of S, my friend.
It's not a consult. The harms you have to prove to the thousands of plaintiffs, and they're all so very different. They vary.
This is just pure dominance.
the massive tech companies. The courts were the ones that sorted these lawsuits into groups based on the theme of the cases. KJM was one of those representative elite cases that was definitely seen first on their own from among more than personal injury filings. If you read Scott Jerome John Grisham book, he lays out how this all works. But anyway, establish benchmarks for evidence and procedure. Follow trials follow the protocols that are set up in cases like KGM. People are parents whose kids died from suicide, drug overdoses, accidental asphyxiation, all things that they believe social media planted in their
You're up, big man. And you need a big fucking word. Why? What is J-Lo? That's a proper noun, dog. So what? I would, and acronyms. Maybe are you saying that you think that you'd lose? Well, popular acronyms. Yeah, I thought it was too, but it's a material. It's a material, though. It's a material. Doug, we're just seeing pure dominance here. I don't think I can. Yep. What letter you have? I'll help you. You can play an I. Good job. All right. Back to Brendan Schaub trivia. No, I'm kidding. I won't do that to you. All right, I'm good for now. I've got shit I got to do. I have some people messaging me on Twitter for some fucking reason. They want me to come into their space. But I've got some other shit I can do before then. So, my friend, until then, spend your 15 minutes, 15 hours sleeping, big dog. And I'll see you soon, God willing, okay? But I want you to review everything, and I'm going to quiz you on Brendan Schaub trivia next time I see you, okay? Not even close. I'm going to just be honest with you. Not even close. You didn't know where Montgomery went to college. You didn't know where William Montgomery went to college. You didn't know William Montgomery's type of car. What color Volvo, dog? What color Volvo? Incorrect. Guess again, Mr. I know William Montgomery, but I don't. Incorrect. Guess again. You are 0 for 3, son. All right. And where did he go to school? Dog shit. What color is it? What color did you think it is? What's the other one? What the fuck does low power mode have to do with your phone? Or with answering? Why? Oh, so you can text him? Okay, what color do you think it is? Now, what if I were to say to you, his dog's name is Gator? His dog's name is Gator. I follow this fucking dog on Instagram. Oh, okay, yeah. No doubt about that. And I'm not losing credit for that. I follow that fucking dog on Instagram. Dog, you and I both know that you are not being fair. Of course, his last name's Montgomery. That's his. Yeah, I do. I know that. I know all of that. How tall was it? I want an exact amount of stories. It was like 7 stories, Doug. How about you get it right? Yeah, incorrect. All right. How about this one, B? Where did William Montgomery